heard this people.
You can't hear me?
And now you're hearing about Beirut?
No, like, I have this long itinerary of what I want to do in 11 days in Israel. And I got everyone's telling me, oh, I can't go to Beirut, I can't go, can't do that. And I'm like, why? I've never been to the.
So you.
They're like, don't go, don't go, they'll lynch you, you're black, they'll lynch you, you're a black Jew, they'll lynch you. I'm like, what? I don't know what people are talking about.
Full of shit.
Tell me the truth. Can I go to Lebanon while I'm in Israel? Yes or no?
Yes, no. Technically,
okay. How many days is it going to take?
You have to do it. You have to do it a certain way. Because actually Israel's not stamping the passports anymore. They give you a card.
They give you a blue card, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't ask for it.
No, he asked me he'll be fine. People can just say he'll do it all the time. Yeah, he'll be fine. No, go to, you can go to Israel and then go to.
That's an expensive job. They had crabs, steak, 2 Ziploc baggies of marijuana, cigarettes.
Did they have a cold bag? Who received this? This sounds like a recipe for food poisoning.
Who received this? Who received this? But we don't know who received it. It was a package that actually said Christmas contraband. And they had some crab legs, the Old Bay seasoning so they can cook it. It was the cheap steaks. That was the steaks that come in the plastic. Like, you know how
When you ain't jail, ain't no cheap steaks. What do you
A whole bunch of shit. Yeah, I see.
A steak is a steak.
But yeah.
It's a lie.
It was a lot of marijuana. That was a lot of marijuana.
Yeah, it was a lot of marijuana. Look at wrong and look at him wrong.
That's like the reward we charge. Okay, that's up the buds.
Question. In the States,
Keep playing.
I'm just saying, why you turn on me for that?
Tomorrow.
Why you turn on me for that?
Why can't you see that you had
Said, what's the next topic? And then you shot me. And I think it's only because of Maka that started crying.
listen, I'm gonna say this one time, Concrete. The amount of grace these women give you in the room is unmatched.
Oh
Okay?
my God.
It's unmatched.
You weren't even there. Not
Look,
half.
you wouldn't see
These
me.
beautiful black women turning on me in unison.
You
Y'all have to find a different target.
target on yourself, sir. You sit there.
I'm on you.
Ooh, come get me. I'm Boo-Boo the Fool. Come get me.
I wasn't even bothering you. You had to interject.
I wasn't bothering you. And you had to show me.
And they came over like talking about, oh, now you want to be warming or whatever the hell.
I said, charming, I think.
Charming.
Charming, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Why would you even have to say that? You didn't have to
Because
say
I resent the fact that you shot me.
I'm going to honor it.
I have a question. Logically, if the states where weed is actually legal and cigarettes aren't allowed in some prisons, then wouldn't weed be allowed in there too? No?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, darn, no, we can't. Go ahead.
Trump says 12 billion bailout after countries, quote, mistreated U.S. farmers. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Fucking Karen, bro.
Yeah, he had to come in. He had to come and bail them out. And now he's saying, yes, other countries' fault. It's like this. You can't make this shit up, can you?
Fucking Karen for you.
Considering I looked up the California law, I don't know about other states, but it specifically says no for prison.
Energy drinks are not allowed in prison, for example. Like it has
Those energy drinks are unhealthy anyway.
I'm literally doing up made it even funnier, but I was like, thinking like, oh damn, like they don't deserve. I mean, I don't even know why they let them smoke in prison.
Be careful with that, Brian. You know that shit got chemicals that the body don't digest, right? That's when you talk about free radicals. Yeah, that's some energy drinks. Be careful, my brother. Be careful.
I also do energy drink with Red Bull with vodka.
See, there you go. That's the shit they came up with because people was in the club falling asleep, so they had to come up with a drink and wait so they could sell them. They could sell them alcohol all night and shit. Yeah, here's a Red Bull and here's some alcohol. Yeah.
Careful, King. Be careful.
Whatever.
What you?
Y'all be talking crazy. What is going on?
I said, be careful, King.
There you go. No, it's First Lady. I'm telling you, man. Listen, man. This is Miss Lady. She the. I'm at a loss for words right now, but Miss Lady, man. I don't know. First Lady is. I don't know. She's wrong.
I got a quick one before I go back to. Ja Rule is saying he's gonna come out with a documentary about 50 Cent and his baby mom Daphne.
Oh, now they on some real cornball shit. This is cornball.
This shit from high school to now.
It's some cornball shit.
Your version of Clubhouse Week.
He's not rich. Cornball. Stop it.
Did Ja Rule say that?
He might.
He funny though.
Oh, he diabolically.
Motherfucker.
Master troll. He is a master freaking troll. I swear. No, it's just, I'm saying.
That nigga went up against a prank. And don't even go on my age because I'm
gonna put it this way. I'm not gonna speak on that.
What was it, Crime? What was that damn group that y'all was with? Crime. No, it was the one it was with Chris Black. What's his name? When he was dating that chick from the fucking one he married from the group home. I was alive for that.
Have you heard the theory that Supreme is his father? Yeah. No, I didn't come up with a theory. Supreme was behind his mom dying.
Yeah, Supreme was behind his mother dying because she was one of his donkeys. Like, it's like all the rumors y'all see on the news, it's like people in the city or in Queens or in Shadyville, they already know this. Like,
Thank you. That's why I said I'm not.
we rumors and we be like, yo, I know this nigga named Cook. They was like,
They don't know. I saw Harvey Pierre in there. Who else I saw in that? I was seeing people in there. I was like, wow, I haven't seen them in years. And just to see them in the background of these documentaries is crazy.
because the thing about New York rappers that a lot of people don't realize is we grow up with these people. We grow up with these people, we see these people. Like, I've been to, like, the girl that used to do my hair when I was a little girl, Momi. I know y'all don't know who Momi is.
Yeah. She chill.
She used to do my hair because the girl that lived next door to me was her best friend. Then you got, like, Lost Boys.
Yeah.
The girl that was friends with Monifa was dating Freaky Kai. So it's like New York is like the 6 degrees of separation or whatever they call it. It's like everybody knows somebody that knows that person. They be on the train with people, they hang out on the block. If you be in downtown Brooklyn,
should have slapped the shit out of that little kid.
Too many cameras, so they try to troll.
I know what my mom is. You know, I know where that picture is. You know, my mom was like, they put.
I got you.
Get a cap on.
I got you, Patrice.
They told Buster called him Tracy Morgan. He lost it.
You should
Put a cap on fucking Busta Rhymes. I'm like, that's not Busta Rhymes, man.
He should have slapped that dude in his mouth. When these little kids play, man, they deserve a nice strategic slap.
Yeah, Buster got enough going on.
He don't need to talk. So I told him, put the camera down. Oh, that was fun.
Body saying ain't no lie. Look, the like Hitman Howie T, UTFO, the Real Roxanne, what's the other one? What's the dudes that was at House Party? Full Force is from my hood. Special Ed and shit. I grew up with Spliff Slugs. I used to like, man, like Spliff. Wow, see, the 945s that lived. Yeah, Spliff was a wild boy. 450 took 9. Who was this? Star, Mr. Lewis. That's my dude. I grew up with He from the rough part.
Hey, I'm from you, Dad.
Get on the A train and go to we don't want to hear take this shit to Chauncey and Bainbridge. We don't want to hear this shit. We don't want to hear this. Take this shit to Osborne Street in Brownsville. We don't want to hear this.
Damn boy.
Damn. On white planes. Now he's here. Next thing you know, Starscream will be here. Y'all take this. Y'all go find out. Yeah, I'll tell you what y'all do. Yeah, I'll make it fun for everybody. Y'all go to Dykeman. And leave the rest of us. We don't want to hear this.
That's all, man. You know, we love New York. Is love New York.
Now Playboy was here.
Stop out of New York.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go be Sylvanas. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear that. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Stop asking me if I know what you're saying. I speak English.
Yo, y'all funny. Maga, stop. Yo,
You know what I'm saying? Gun. What am I? Gun.
hold on. Peep my PTR. Shout out to Roxanne Shantae. Check my PTR. Shout out to Roxanne Shantae. Shout out to her. I can keep going. Maga, yo, he named all the streets though. That's crazy. He said Bainbridge. Oh wow.
Y'all guys will get a firecracker elsewhere. We don't want none.
We're not going to Dykeman though.
I heard you say promenade the other day. I'm like, let me know about it.
What might be on the Dykeman, so Playboy?
Daddy, that PTR is for you, Daddy.
You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with Dykeman?
Dykeman cool.
Yeah, what's wrong with Dykeman?
You rock with Shantae?
Oh, yeah. She
Yo, she is a beautiful. Yeah. She has a PhD.
One thing she did was whatever was given to her, her royalty, she took advantage of all of it and went and got her degree.
She's a really cool human being. Shout out to her.
Both the fighting suits are very nice.
And she does a lot within the city. Like, there's nothing you can't do.
It's the Lewis and No String.
You gonna stop playing, man.
Look, let's meet up at Essence on Troy Ave under the bridge. Let's do that.
You gonna get robbed.
The only thing I got robbed of at Essence was my hotel. Because 2 weeks later I was burned. I'm done speaking.
He named all that stuff. I got a new respect for him. Yeah, that's all the spite. You been in New York? Yeah, you know what all that is.
No. You have to be in New York and all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
The city.
That's true.
So y'all should be watching the reckoning. Yes, sir.
Man, we lived the reckoning, man. We like all that shit. The only new thing about the reckoning was the new clips from September. That was it. I mean, all of us, like, we know the stories. Like, none of that shit
I
was
don't understand why people mad at Puff saying he just wanted to clean himself up. Like, we don't take baths when we shake hands with people. Like, we just keep
It's not something to talk about. You just go take a bath. You don't have to talk about it.
I mean, but listen, he just said he don't want the negative energy. Everybody say like, oh, he don't fuck with black people. That's what he said. Like, God did.
Playboy. He went to the hood with an agenda. He wanted to get footage of people showing him love. He wasn't frequenting the hood. He wasn't going to Harlem. This is the last time he went to Harlem before his ass got arrested. That's the part. And they're going to complain that you had to shake hands and rub shoulders with the people. That is the part.
Yeah, he been doing this for a long time. Look what happened when he got the liquor, when he had the beef. Oh, it's about black people. I was like, and people fell for it. They actually thought he really cared about them. Like, come on, man. Don't try to, don't try to use us like that, homie. Like, we know. All of a sudden, it's a black thing. Like, get out of here. You fucked up that contract, homie.
But should we crucify the brother though?
I'm not.
Yes. Someone say yes. Emphatically, yes.
I can't speak on it publicly, but yeah, but I stay away from the conversation. I spoke about the trial a little bit, but I don't get into certain conversations. I'm not in a position to be doing
I just hate this, right? I don't have okay, the brother got a God complex. I tell people, I met Puff 4 times in my life, right? And I'll say this on the stage. He's a real hype individual. If you ever met him, real hyped up dude. You know what I'm saying? Always saying Playboy, that's his favorite word. You know, but he got a good heart, but he do talk crazy to people. But it's if he respect you as a person. That's what people really gotta look at. If the man respect you as a person, then he ain't gonna talk you crazy out the mouth. You gonna get crazy.
You almost
made me excuses for him.
Yeah, you almost made me tell a story. You almost made me tell a story, but I'm not even gonna go there. Suffice to say this. You know, when people see you got heart and you're not going for that bullshit, they tend to just, stay away from you and respect you. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I'll tell the story. Well, yeah, I'll tell the story to somebody here one day.
Yeah. Hey, bro, like I tell anybody that everybody wasn't going for Puff bullshit. There was some people that, you told it. Listen, man, I ain't with none of that. It is what it is. Be respectful. If you stand on your own feet and talk and tell them how you feel. But if you gonna be a man that's gonna talk about, oh, you did me wrong, like Mark Curry, like, bro, you grown ass man. I remember when Black Rob died, this man was saying, yo, Puff took care of Rob. He put him in the hotel. He made sure he had the man. You gonna get his man. Like, bro, you's a grown ass man, bro. If times went bad for you, that's on you. Ain't nobody put a gun in these people's head to fuck with Puff. Ain't nobody put a gun in their head.
Yeah, well, you sound like you got more sympathy for the predator and the prey.
I don't have sympathy for no man. What I
got sympathy for Puff.
Well, like I said, Puff did right by my people. He did right by me.
Yeah, so this is selective.
I'm not gonna say it's crazy to my people will come crazy to me. No,
Why you isolating?
Just before this whole situation happened, I was supposed to be at Revolt World.
Preach.
Okay, I was supposed to be at Revolt World.
What?
I was supposed to negotiate with Puff with my podcast, right? But I had a feeling.
Documenting you on Clubhouse.
Well, listen. If I was in the documentation, I know some people.
Didn't you calling you Playboy? Is that why you changed your name to Playboy?
Take that. I said, shit. Let's go.
It's not looking good.
I'm 50. I'm not too far, but we're 50 with it, right? He's from 134th. I understand.
And what?
Where you from?
Wait, and what?
Where you from? Andrew Jack?
I'm not going down.
Where's he from?
All right, he's from 134th Street in Godbrook.
You went to Jack?
No, I didn't go to
Yeah, that's right there. Yeah, that's right near Rochdale. Yep.
It's right across the street from Rochdale.
Yo, did you see my PTR? Look at my PTR. Why? Look at my PTR. Tell me where I'm at.
You right there. You right there.
Right off the
You right there. The free tie day. Shout out to Chiefs. That's right there.
Yup, sure go. They just
No, they painted over it because it's been up there for years.
No,
they repainted it. They just, yeah. I went to the thing when they repainted it. Yes.
My man just went over it because we had did some shit with Chiefs for my podcast, and they repainted it. So yeah, they did it this year. I think it was, yeah. Cause they got this street out there this year, right?
Yeah. Do you know VA Dre?
Yeah, I know.
In the wheelchair?
Yeah.
That's my brother.
Yeah, but they repainted it. But Free Time, he's from 134, just like 50. But like I said, 50 he's from the private good houses. He's not from Rochdale, but he also in Rochdale.
Rochdale is dope now. Rochdale is like, it's so peaceful in there, man. It's like, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Would you do good puffs?
It's beautiful in there. Hold on, we ain't talking about puff. Hold on. It's so beautiful in Rochdale, right? Imagine like those of us that grew up in the 80s and the 90s and when it was flying, everybody was chill. That's Rochdale right now. It's really cool. The babies are safe. It's a beautiful community.
It ain't no drugs. Like I remember when it was
really
a drug-free open market over there.
Yeah, it's beautiful now. It really is.
But
Yeah, same question, Playboy. Would you do business with?
I mean, listen, like I said, I don't got no issue with the brother. Like I said, he got a God complex. Business is business. People do business with people all the time.
People entertain.
I'm just doing.
You say yeah. You say yes or no, brother.
I would do business because I'm about business. I don't care what a person, what they do in their bedroom. That's not my business. If you want to...
He doesn't have the business tip too. What do you know? Like, bro, you isolated to...
I'm going to say this. Not everybody got robbed out of me.
Everybody's not a good response.
Like Craig Mack. Like, people talk about the Craig Mack story. Like, he didn't get robbed by that man. The man went out his pocket, sold his Scarsdale house. That's what I don't understand about the documentary. They made it look like, oh, he fucked over Craig Mack. How a nigga gonna fuck you over when this man sold his fucking house in Scarsdale? Because he got fired from Uptown Records and he basically gave you money out of his pocket to get right. That's not a fucked up individual. Now, whatever you do with your money, whatever, it is what it is. Like Biggie told Craig Mack straight up. How the nigga gonna rob a broke nigga? If I'm a broke nigga, how he robbing me?
Yeah, how much money do people think Craig Mack is supposed to have? He had one song.
He millions of dollars.
Yeah, one song.
He had one major song.
Yeah,
The
one
thing
song.
is, when that went straight.
He was the number one artist on Billboard show.
But he was in a constant state of death. These are the allegations. In your video, he charges you. You're doing all your studio time at Daddy's house. He was on a spiral of debt to the label. This is why they keep it allegedly. The contract was fucked. The contract was fucked up. Yeah, the royalties, the publishing, I don't know what he was doing. He really had them in a slave contract.
Devon, if they signed a contract.
Hold on. Why do you think the Locks wanted out of their contract and he didn't want to release them? And the Locks finally got out their contract and signed with Rough Rider. Remember the No More Shiny Suits? No More Shiny Suits.
I understand a lot to the we're talking about Craig Mack.
Freedom
He
Lock.
had more than he had when he died. He went platinum. 2 of his singles went platinum. That's a lot of money.
But Devon,
I gotta watch harsh.
You gotta look at it like this, Devon.
Maybe you don't watch the documentary yet? Not yet.
No, but Patty, let me tell you about it. Y'all gotta look at it like this. These brothers had bad spending habits. You put everything on the people that eat. Come on, bro. What are you doing? They wasn't being frugal with their money. They was spending their money, balling out of control. They was buying chains, cars. What about the dude with the bag? What about that dude? Since obviously it's everybody else's fault. What about the dude with the bag? Well, he got fired. They just put it out. He got fired. Well, so it's his fault too. Oh, shit. He got fired. What's wrong with that? Yo, Bullets, you know we cool, bro. But this is horrible.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the whole bad boy I think all of them and the people that he hired, a lot of them did a lot of fucked up shit. It wasn't only Diddy. You got fucking niggas under the label that was doing crazy shit. You had people that was working that was doing crazy shit. This is just not. And shit was
I mean, Bad Boy was a rock star lifestyle type of environment. Like I said, the most of the time I've been at Daddy's house, that was a party environment. Them dudes was doing coke, X-Pills. They was wilding out, like a lot of rappers. So you want to crucify every rapper in the 90s and 2000s. That was getting high on that coke. You didn't see the contract. You didn't see the contract. They got shit contract. He robbed them. They had shit contracts. Bullets contracts with shit. Bullets know that Puffy is listening to him right now. He's trying to say Puffy is nothing to fuck up his record. Trying to say Puffy robbed me. Makes to say the only reason why Puff held me in the contract because I ran off with $3 million. Bullshit. Every time. He robbed him. Yo, stop the bullshit, bro. Bro, he left the bed with exact $3 million. That's why he ain't trying to continue.
Nah, but Mace did owe money though.
He owed money. $3 million. Bro.
No, he took the advances. That's what he did. He took the advances and didn't complete his contractual albums. That's what he did.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right. Because I wasn't getting it. Yo, dude signed off. These artists didn't know about publishing. They didn't have their contracts looked over. They were getting like what? They were starting on.
If we did the entire Bad Boy roster, what percentage are happy with nothing to say about fucking us? I mean, the ones that said that documentary. Everybody else is either dead or broke. What's going on? Listen, thoroughly just broke.
The last album that he owed Diddy didn't get no money from that album. Remember Welcome Back?
He didn't get no money from that album.
He didn't get no money from that album. He actually owed Bad Boy one more album.
Yeah, it was a full album.
So he didn't get no money.
They finally let him go out the contract. They was talking on the radio like, yo, is you gonna let? You have to publicly humiliate Diddy to get out of the contract. It happened with The Lock, and it happened with Mace. Those were shit.
The Lock was different. He knew they were gonna fuck him up and they wasn't playing. The woman's a rich nigga from that too, bro. I remember that whole interview. That was on Andy Martinez. I remember that, and I also remember Miss Wallace was on that day, and she basically said that he didn't rob her son. That's why I don't get why people say that he robbed me. The woman told Lil C, mind your business. You don't know what you're talking about. Fuck up the bag. What do you? Okay, you can say fuck up the bag, but his mother got on the radio saying, mind your business. Her son wasn't robbed. So the woman saying that, the mother know what she knows.
Then he cut the check, man. Then he cuts the check when goddamn Biggie's daughter started raising hell over some bread. She got quiet in a couple of days too. Then he be cutting it. He get loud, like, cut the check, make you sign something. You know how that shit go, man. Come on.
Like when he told everybody come and get your publishing, what came with it? An NDA. And Oreo Day was like, don't sign that shit. She was telling everybody on the label, don't sign shit. He need to just give us our publishing. Why we gotta sign an NDA? And she was one of the most vocal ones on the fucking document.
Hey, Devon, how you feel about Sean? Cause Sean won his election and was supported by Paul. How you feel about Sean?
Because Sean will also tell you I was the fool guy. Everybody knows Sean ain't shoot that girl. The girl said Sean
didn't win the last election, but
I mean his first election, Robin, when he won the first time.
That's my people. Okay. Just
when he won the first time, Sean.
Yeah.
Because of the whole Diddy thing. That's how he got slammed. The whole Diddy thing. When they basically said he got ties with Diddy, and he bringing people on the plane to believe for Diddy. That's what fucked up his chances when they re-elected.
Kept his distance like he been doing. He came back. He did the reunion show. Like I was like, yo, why are you back? You was doing good. You was in where from? Believe. You now you associate yourself back with dude, and your whole shit is fucked up. That's just my observation.
This is money. That's like the niggas that stay away and say I'm pissed off and I'm done and they not willing to take it out. I get it. But with Sean, it's like it's questionable now. You know what I'm saying? You don't feel it's questionable?
I mean, listen, he said Diddy his brother.
You can like get rid of all the crazy mad shit you're doing because you want Diddy support.
He said Diddy his brother. I heard him in both interviews. He said
bro. Man. Yeah, he's not saying that right now.
No, I know he's saying something different now, but before he was saying Diddy was his brother, though.
Yeah, well, when he first came home, remember he did his tour, but like recently he definitely distanced himself from it.
But what do you think made behind it? Is it because Diddy's under investigation, the shit that came out? Because when Diddy got money, it's all of a sudden everybody loves him. They hate him when shit ain't going the way it need to go. But they love him when he give them a couple dollars.
Shit, I want to know why Eric Sermon was in that documentary, though. Like,
not too much.
That was a surprise. That was a surprise.
Black guy that you really know in real life.
Okay, well, y'all know Eric personally, but he didn't know he sounded crazy. Hey, cool. I was gonna take him around the corner and deal with him, but he played the Diddy's first album.
Yeah, I was like, what was that? Because I saw him on Willie D shit, and he was like, yo, they lying on Puff, and they lying, all type of shit. And I'm seeing him in the documentary, I'm like, what the fuck are you on here for?
These things you say and hearing you don't even heard it, bro.
Cause I'm saying, I know up the story that he talked about, but it didn't happen like that. And he got thrown over a balcony. I heard that story.
Have y'all seen the different Playboy stories with here? Playboy?
I'm just saying, man, that's the story that was I was on the street.
I heard some stories too, bro.
Gemini got it, Gemini.
Shout out to last time. Y'all seen the different reenactments of that murder?
They trolling the fuck out of them. Yeah,
Man, the reenactments is funny as hell, bro. Like when they show Diddy getting in the car with Eric Sermon and then dancing around playing the Biggie shit instead of actually fighting them. Y'all watch the reenactments. It's actually real good.
I think he should have not did that back when.
And allegedly obsessed with other.
There's always been a rumor that things to fuck with each other. It was like things to fuck with each other. It was like this old ass nigga and she was the young ass girl.
That's a fact.
Diddy was never loyal to her, so why would we expect a woman to be loyal to his community
He
penis?
was still a young ass girl and he was an old dude. So Eric Sermon is age. Like maybe they said what my dad looked like in the fucking early 90s, late 80s, fucking when it just came out of high school.
Yeah, she was in high school. That was right.
She was in high school. She was a little girl.
Yeah.
to be honest, Patty, a lot of older dudes back in them days were dealing with young girls.
You always justifying some weirdo shit. You always justifying some weirdo shit.
But there's the thing about New York City. I don't know how it is.
Patty knows what I'm talking about.
We don't have parking lots.
They said it's 52 and Eric Sermon is 57. What are y'all talking about? They're 5 years apart. What are we saying? They're 5 years apart. They're more contemporaries than her and Diddy, funky ass.
She was still in high.
Yeah, 5 years is a big
She
difference.
she was in high school being a video vixen in hot tubs on videos. Come on now.
She was in high school when she was a video vixen. She was in high school by then. When she was fucking with Eric Sermon, she was in high school, he was out of school. He was already doing super, what was it?
How old was
He was already doing.
How old is she now?
She's 52.
She's 52, so it's
She like 4 years apart. She's 3 years apart with Puff. I know she like.
Hold on. She's 52 now. That means in 1990 she was what? What's the math on that?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's not okay. It wasn't allowed in my household. I'm going to act like as there weren't freshmen and seniors that dated like 14 and 18, 19. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But 5 years age, it's 5 years age difference.
No.
He already had it out.
Well, he was in his 20s and she was a teenager, so.
21 to 16 is not cool. Okay? 21
But
to 16.
you know, back in them days, that's why I said back in them days, that was regular, man. Like, you can't rap like that.
That was regular in the 2000s. Because in New York, we don't have parking lots for kids. This ain't down south where y'all can just drive to school. So when we go to school, there's these girls that get picked up by grown men.
Yeah.
I used to watch. I've been in a car with one of my friends with a grown ass man. That's what these niggas do in New York.
Exactly. My cousin
That's crazy
was dealing with a grown dude and almost lost her life. Dude was a drug dealer. You know, that was the day.
That's the thing in the 2000s for us.
Well, they
You
were
know what? All the nigga had to do was buy her North Face jacket and feed some fucking balloons to school for Valentine's Day. And guess what? The chick was gone.
These liberals are virtue signaling. When they were 17, were also dating 20, 21-year-olds who they were seniors in high school and they were dating sophomores and juniors in college. Because these people gaslight you. It still goes on today. It's 17. I was listening all the time while I was brushing my tooth. I got one tooth.
3 years. Oh my God.
She just turned 18. I know these people. These liberals are the worst, yo. I hate liberals, yo.
Put that in the let me tell you something. I'll be damned if my daughter has to get a ride with a grown ass man. I don't play that shit. When she was in high school, yeah, you gonna figure it out. Either I'm gonna have to figure out how to get her a car, make sure she gets on and off that fucking school bus, or I'm picking her up. Ain't no man picking up my daughter from school.
You a good mother, Patty.
that shit would never happen in a million fucking years.
Yeah, but y'all got 14-year-olds that are,
I'm talking about 2000s. When I was
We're not
like
like
2005.
We're just saying that it happens. Because I've seen 14-year-olds that are dating seniors in high
No,
school.
I said that. No, okay. Senior in high school, guys. But when they go off to college, a lot of times they're not even that chick no more. But I'm telling you what I forget. When I was in high school, there would be grown men, and to me they were grown. If you were 21, I thought you was old. They would buy you fucking alcohol. They would pick you up from school. They would buy you some fucking and McDonald's ain't like McDonald's for these kids down south. When we go to McDonald's, it may be once every 3 or 4 months. So a nigga buy you McDonald's, he give you some motherfucking North Face jacket. He look good. Ain't nobody want no mama's fried chicken because our parents always would say, go to the Chinese store and go get you 2 wings for $1.
Not the mom that's on the corner.
Did y'all think 21 is grown as hell? I'm sorry.
It was when you were in high school.
When you were in high school, 21 grown as hell.
Now, see,
They got cars, they got cash, they might even have their own place.
In the country, you can get a job in the country. New York City. roam, we didn't have, like, there was nowhere to hide. I don't even, what was the point of the conversation? What's the next point? Yeah, like, what's the next point after?
Watch this. I'm 55 and I'm dating.
Look at that. That's so amazing. I will still piss
No,
you
you're not.
for about 5 years. You understand what I'm saying? 5 years?
Direction and the genders flip. It's gross. And then you flip the genders the other way and it's gross. So the man is a grown man at 21 and it's gross for being with an 18-year-old. But then when the man is 50 and he's with a 23-year-old, it's gross. So let me ask a question. Is a 21-year-old grown or not? I guess it's connection.
Now, if they have their own apartment, their own place, their own job,
And they're already established and they graduated from college. You know,
no, like I tell my kids, grown means you were somewhere paying all. What I'm saying is, back then it was even harder. Who the hell was 21 years old and had their own apartment? But who was 21 I'm older than y'all. Who the hell was 21 back in the day with their own apartment, own car and shit, own job?
My daughter has her own apartment, and she's had one since she's been 17.
But you were paying your bills.
Mickey, I'm gonna tell you some shit, and this is real shit.
That traumatized shit. The fuck? I was subsidized by my parents. The fuck?
I'm gonna tell you a fact. I had friends that were dope boys that was in high school with their own place and their own car. Real talk.
I didn't like dope boys. That's why I like dope boys.
When I was going to college, you cannot just say, I'm going to figure this out and pay my bills. Because young girls do it every day.
It's a fact.
I was going to school, I was working 40 hours, and I was paying my own fucking bills.
Well, we believe that. Cuss us out.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm talking about college, though.
Yeah, when I was in college. So when she said, oh, these young girls, I made a way for I can pay her bills. But I promise you, my parents they wasn't going to pay a fucking bill unless it was a dorm bill.
I didn't say young men or young women. I said, I can't relate. I just said, let me get out of this conversation. Because I don't know anybody that was 21 and on their own. My mama could have been on my own and
I can PTR my date. I signed my birthday.
That wasn't my, I can't say that wasn't my life. So I don't know shit about that.
I signed my birthday. Yeah, don't get me wrong with this shitty little fucking duplex, but I paid for my own fucking place at 22.
You are like it. They were kids. They was at 16. That was the man of their house off that cocaine one.
My 21-year-old still needs permission from me before spending over $100. So let's look. I'm out this combo.
So what I find so fascinating is now. So one thing is so funny to me about this is, see, people are just anti-man. When the man is 21 and 17, as people were saying, it's a problem. Now, because the 21-year-old is an adult, is grown up. But then, if the 21-year-old is a woman and the man is 40, they're not grown up anymore. See, and now you have Ari, who we love, who gave us hack. People do not go around and complain about older women with young men. In fact, it's celebrated. Now, I didn't say you've been funny since cat. They got their groove back. He still got it. He's getting that young thing. The YNs, but there's a whole social media subgenre of middle-aged women getting YNs. So why are people acting like it's relative? It's not. Y'all are phony and virtue signaling. When Tracy Ellis Ross talked about getting her backs blown out, when you're as fine as she is, because when you're as fine as she is with that thing, you get more than one back. That one finds all outdoors, even if it likes it. But I know about that. When Tracy Ellis Ross was getting, other people saying it's weird. We got a novel on it. How weird. Anyway, look at it.
And I thought she was.
I'll say that. Let me finish. So, when Tracy Ellis Ross was talking, that's they're out by young men, girl, you go and get it. conversation comes the other way, it's weird. 45 and up, 50, 60, allowed to get their groove back. And it's not gross, and we celebrate in our culture. And old men like Bill Belichick is disgusting. It goes clear that woman is stealing his money. I'm done.
How old was Winston?
But you know what? I don't even buy into the women doing that shit.
I haven't read it. Let me actually Google it. Winston.
Oh, he was really, really young.
He was 20.
And his ass was gay on top of that.
Winston was 20 years old. We had a novel. You people made it a Negro bestseller. And they made a movie with your favorite actress, who of course is overrated, but y'all not ready for that yet. Yeah, Angela Bassett. And it was such a big deal. Had Whoopi Goldberg in it, and you had a man that take the Jamaican accent worse than mine. I didn't see black.
Hey, Magga, did you not know that actually was based on a true story?
Yeah, of course. So Jeremy Miller, so I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I
Did you see Winston?
I was illustrate myself, but I like that person's story. But I'll keep going.
But he was also gay as fuck. Like, you could tell his ass was sweet as shit.
Where were the feminists and female and male and masculine? Where were the outcry for Solidarity Group back? It was celebrated.
Because she was a sugar mama. If she hadn't been a sugar mama, it would have been a problem.
That movie, she looked like a fool.
But that actually, speaking of which, shout out to this black man for getting that multi-million-dollar bag for his kids to go from Amber Rose to Cher's millions. Oh, that boy is the player of the year. She about to marry that boy. What's his name? I don't even know who that child is. Yes, Amber Rose ex-boo-boo. Cher is about to marry that boy. You want to talk about older women get in the bag? Girl, you about to get paid. Shit, I'm not gonna hate on that.
Yeah, there's been niggas on this clubhouse that could have got paid fucking with her, and they left her. That's how bad that shit is.
She's been with Sebastian for years, and he is about to marry her, taking care of her.
She's been with somebody that be on this stage all the time.
Girl, don't be a hater. Shout out to that Black King generational wealth. That's what I'm talking about.
She crazy.
How old is she?
She's old as shit. She gotta be like, what, 80-something years old? It must be petrified, so he probably ain't
He a broke Dusty.
So she is 79. Why y'all being haters though?
You know what? One thing my mom did tell me is that maybe I need to date older men. But she was telling me to leave these young boys alone because she's tired of hearing my mouth. But you know what? I try to date within my age, and that's it.
Okay, Sebastian Alexander Edwards is 39 and Cher is 79. Shout out to that Black King for his black penis doing the work and getting some generational wealth. Okay?
So if I'm 87, can I date a 35-year-old?
Girl, that's Cher. She can do whatever comes to her own. That's about to be her husband. Her husband. Shout out to that Black King. Shout out to that.
No, I will push you, lady. I will.
Young thing, okay? Nobody say shit about I'm in the magazine. Keeps her a young champion. She keeps her a young yes, she does. And they be young and fine too. See, from the motherland. Okay.
Okay, but don't be criticizing us when we talk to younger. Well, I talk to younger women.
Oh, I don't criticize as long as that person is paying. If you are an adult and you grown, like them old folks used to say, see, that's the problem. When the older person is the sugar person, nobody cares. But when the older person is not the sugar person,
so we can go to Dubai.
that's when people have a problem. Oh yeah, get your money.
We can't hear you, Gemini. We can't hear you. Sound like you're
Old people in y'all, man, what's going on?
the old people and they paying. What happened? The youngins paying for the old?
That's crazy.
They ain't paying for the old cat. The cat paying for the
Some of the young ones do pay.
the young ones paying for the kitty cat.
Because those women can't get pregnant.
Like a dungeon.
But if you really want to go there, everybody and their mom on this app know that I dated young. Jesus Christ. But the thing is that the older woman, they're like older woman is at her sexual peak with a younger man. So that is why a lot of those people hook up. There's even some content creators. Have y'all seen that? They have a 17-year age gap, and he's like in his early 20s, looks like some footballer, not like NFL, but whatever the other one is. And she's like in her 40s. She looks good, but that's a hell of an age gap. But yeah, they make content.
She likes
Yeah, 50.
She's got a brown skin. She's real pretty, short hair. He's real tall, black couple.
You got something to say?
No, what?
I ain't got nothing to say.
It's a big ass age gap. It's weird. We can play semantics all we want. Oh, it's an older man, younger girl, young girl. It's weird. If you're not dating age appropriately, there's reasons for that shit, right? You're not capable, confident enough to attract somebody in your age group. So you need somebody young and lovable that you can move because you don't have it like that. We can justify.
I hate a woman being predatory.
Whether it's a woman being predatory or a man being predatory. I know with me and mine, like I wouldn't say nothing to my daughter. She was dating an older dude. I'm definitely gonna snap his neck the second I catch him alone. He ain't gonna say shit. Fuck up the head. That's everything I love.
I don't like that narrative.
It's all a case by case basis, to be perfectly honest. Some people are just extremely mature.
I think far too often we say that younger
They're
people
talking about men.
don't have the agency in these relationships. Like sometimes they're not the ones that have the upper hand, and they're not the ones taking advantage of the older people. I think that's incorrect. Yeah, I think you're looking at things two-dimensionally, right? There definitely can be situations where younger people have the upper hand mentally and they're manipulating the fuck out of these older people. Let's not.
Yeah, but that can work both ways. Because this is how I look at it, right? People will pay for what they want. You're going to give up time, you're going to give up ass, you're going to give up money. You're going to give up one of those three. Some people like to date. I don't like to use the term because people, it really just depends, because I've seen people take advantage of that are literally the exact same age, have the same damn birthday. Somebody that is icky is going to be icky regardless. But are some people just extremely mature? Some people are just extremely mature. I have a group of friends that got married when they were 8. They were old as shit when they were in middle school. Like that was just always their mentality. They're still married in their 50s, and they were probably together since they were 12 years old. They were just always an old ass couple. But what I will say for the person who had the sexual peak, before menopause, it's like your body, can just speak for what the data says. I'm not using myself as an example.
Yes, you are.
Anyway, I'm not doing flips all over the house no more. I'm done with that shit.
You got a cartwheel on
Leave that to the young hoes. I'm not doing that. They want y'all to go away, and you can't produce the little eggs anymore. It fucking makes you lose your goddamn, and you were just tear them up. Imagine that times 10 fucking thousand times 1 million times 2.3 trillion in his peak, and the energy plus the stamina plus the drive. Hot damn, there you go. Don't blame me, blame Jesus, because he must have did it that way. Okay? All right, down on that.
I'm at the age where I want a man to be strong because I'm tired of being strong. That's it.
Are you not being strong emotionally? Physically?
On everything. You think women, you think single moms carrying their weight by themselves? That shit is not cool. And you think I like yelling? I don't want to fucking yell. I don't like trying to fight for my daughter or even fight for my daughters or even my nephew. You think I like fighting for them? Don't nobody want to do that shit. Don't no woman want to fucking pull a dick out because there's no dick in the house. We love getting our nails done. We love being quiet. We don't want to fucking yell. You think we like that shit? We don't like that shit. We love for y'all to take control and make this shit happen. The problem is, when you're a single mother, you have to do all that.
All right, let me take control.
In my brain, I be like, I don't feel like this shit today. Now I gotta act like a nigga. And I don't like acting like a nigga.
That's a fact.
I wanna be the mom that just says, hey, we're gonna talk to your dad and your dad can figure it out. I don't wanna fucking do all that. If his dad was taking care of everything, hell fucking yeah, I'm gonna sit there.
to tell you guys.
Why would y'all want to compete with a woman for the bigger dick? Like, this don't matter.
Like, that's crazy. Let me tell you
Why
something.
you just can't listen to what she's saying? Why you just can't listen?
Because it's stronger.
Listen.
Yeah.
You're not gonna tell me there's a competition, and I'm just supposed to like find out.
Women want to talk.
Hold on. I'm literally just saying, concrete is a competition. You can't compete with an imaginary dick. Like, what are we
You
doing?
can't compete where you don't care concrete. Okay?
Listen, that's the problem, Jim. I understand what you're saying, but when she say is a fight, okay, let's fight. Let's pull it out. Let's go.
No, she's not talking to you.
Okay, so one second. All right. I don't want to joke around with this because this is really serious and this is people's real lives. We're just simply saying that women don't want to do that. But if in fact I have to get or use more masculine energy at a given time to protect mine, I'm going to do that. That's all. That's what she was saying.
I hear you.
You understand?
I understand everything that she's saying, but I'm gonna say this. Hold on.
Let me tell you something. Me and Lady was married, and you guys acted out of control on this app from you men. Do you think I'd be like going after you? I'd be like, hey, babe, they acting crazy. Please talk to them. Like, you think we want to fucking raise our voice to tell you to stop fucking talking over us?
Listen.
We
So
do
right
that shit
now,
because there's nobody in the house, and we're not gonna make our daughter fucking or our son, if we have a son, fucking get on the app and act a fucking donkey because we trying to fucking raise our kids. Like, don't no woman wanna be a man. We don't wanna be a man.
well, to be fair,
Now, don't you come here and throw stinking again. What you gonna say?
I envy women that are married and don't have to raise their voice. It's like they got a husband and be like, yo, this is not gonna happen, I'm gonna fix it, babe. And guess what? She just sits back. She makes sure dinner's good. Let me tell you something. I'm okay if somebody would just go ahead and run my house and all I had to do was make sure his dinner was good and I made sure that we had the clothes in the house and there were certain things done. I'm okay with having 3 jobs as long as his ass can fucking protect my fucking sanity. But there's no goddamn man in my house to protect my sanity. So guess what Patty gotta do? She gotta put her dick out and put it in your face.
You can't say it like that to the men. You don't understand things.
Conversations with let me talk. All day.
the question
Who the fuck is gonna protect my daughter if I'm gonna be soft all day?
why hasn't it materialized?
Concrete, what are you saying?
You know why? Because we're raising kids and we can't just have random men fucking laying up in our bed. I can't bring a man home. Unlike this shit about fucking coffee dates. I'm okay with a coffee date because then that's the only time I have with you motherfuckers.
Yeah, shout out to Coffee.
I cannot bring a nigga home. I cannot. I'm not trying to raise a whore. I'm trying to raise somebody so they can be fucking productive and be on their own and know how to choose a fucking man because their mother chose the wrong one.
Patty is basically saying.
Hold on one second. Because he's saying he doesn't see it. We had Patty talk about who was daughter in college doing it, right? You think that was easy? Her doing this alone, sending her daughter?
You're not talking about the broader.
She got to figure out how to make sure her daughter gets the best out of the best. You have sat here and y'all didn't even realize that there's events ladies that instilling is in this room because she has to be there for those events for her kids. Like, we're playing fucking a whole bunch of fucking roles and we don't want to do it. We're tired. But we can't fucking put our kids in a situation where they just think that their mother, you know what, me spending the night at a girl's house where her mother had a boyfriend was weird. So like as an adult, I don't want a boyfriend sitting up in my fucking daughter's face and I have a boyfriend next week because the nigga didn't work out because he wanted to be a fucking rapper and I thought, yo, whole time. His ass had a real fucking job. Yeah, that's old school.
You're doing too much talking. No, let's keep it away.
It's only concrete. I know it's a
Well, Patty is that the man needs bigger cojones than she does for them to bring out her soft side or her feminine side. I totally get what Patty is saying.
This is why we lose, man. We are not going to fight
that. Yeah, the men do not understand that. Because I'm with sis. I'm tired. I'm tired of handling every goddamn thing. I don't want to kill a spider. I don't want to take my vehicle in to get service. I don't want to get fucking gas. I don't want to do none of that shit anymore. Patty, you right? That's me. I don't want to pay the landscaper. I don't want to talk to him. Exactly. I don't want to do none of that shit. And I was already on it now.
And we want you motherfuckers to be able to speak up. That's it.
And we come with our
I don't
own
mind
shit.
cooking your dinner. I don't mind fucking washing the goddamn clothes. I don't even mind cold mix. I've been doing it for so goddamn long. The thing is, you motherfuckers that's in this generation ain't worth a shit. You don't want to motherfucking speak up. Y'all motherfuckers want to be rappers. Half of y'all motherfucking got a bunch of ideas and haven't honed in on one. Some of y'all won't even get a piece of an education and blame it on your mother and then say I love her and don't fucking take into consideration that your mother is me. She had to fucking work. She had to fucking
concrete.
One second. No, you want to say trying to dominate me, brother. Please stop.
I want to ask you.
I just want to say this one thing, brother.
No.
Please stop. Please stop. Stop trying to dominate me, brother.
I'm not trying to dominate. I want to ask you.
So does that mean I don't get to speak? Does that mean I can?
Yes, it does. Concrete, you do this
This is
every
why
day.
Wakanda sucks. This is why Wakanda sucks.
One question.
This is why Wakanda sucks, because even when blacks are in power, they want to subjugate other blacks. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Africa.
You're being rude, Concrete. He has the floor, and then let him ask his question, then you can ask yours. What's so hard about that?
I'm responding to Patty. You keep telling me you want to talk to me. I'm trying to respond to Patty.
Patty was talking about you, though. What's your question?
That's the problem, bro. We can't be cordial to each other. Y'all, you want to joke. You want to cry, man.
Oh, he's crying. Let him go.
No, I'm not crying. I'm standing up for myself. I'm sorry if that bothers you. Anyway, I put a video.
It's not bothered, young man. Go ahead.
Alright, can y'all stop shooting me, please? I put a video in the chat. Please, let's listen to that. It's 10 minutes, and then let's have this conversation.
No.
10 minutes, in the chat, play the video. See, we listen to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour videos yesterday. You can't do 10 minutes right now? You can't even do 10 minutes right now?
Here's the thing. Listen, hold still. I wouldn't have mind playing the video had you not fought in the manner that you did it. Just because it didn't happen on the time that you decided it should be played, you were ready to throw a whole tantrum. That's insane. You were too old for that. You have to stop. You really need to fall on your knees and ask God to help you. That was insane.
What's this conversation about, though?
You shut up, Playboy. Ain't nobody talking to you right now. That's the problem. Y'all can't sit and process nothing. Y'all ready to move on.
I was on the phone.
All right, well then go on me.
It's all funny.
Shut up, ML. You can get it too. Hey,
But this is what Patty is talking about. It's like dealing with children, having the same conversations every single day. And ladies, this is what we do, though. This is why the feminists say that we coddle these men, because we have the same conversations with them every single day.
Oh my
And
God.
they never change their behavior, and we never hold them accountable. All of their asses are
That's crazy.
You are talking about he has a relationship with
be
somebody.
quiet and listen. You'll find out.
Concrete is being single forever.
we're talking about why your mama didn't.
No. You weren't here for the conversation. We're not going backwards just so you can be a part of it.
Okay, no, because
You don't leave class and then you don't have to worry. I'm not saying that they're not. I just don't want to. Especially if, but here's the thing. If you want to have a genuine conversation, they're looking for an argument. The moment that you begin to offend someone, you don't think that they're going to come back with the defense? Absolutely. So now we playing against each other. We're not playing for each other.
Can I say
right?
something though?
No.
Fuck no.
See, that's what she did, First Lady.
I don't understand why y'all being aggressive.
Y'all are so.
Hi, First Lady.
Hey, Alan. Hi,
Speaking of the 1950s.
Well, maybe I'm from.
well, wait a minute. I can't let you speak before the other brother because if I do, then they'll say I'm favoritizing you. So I gotta let the other brother say something.
All right, I will
One
wait
second.
my turn patiently.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. All right, Playboy. What would you like to say?
I just wanted to say this, right? Because I could decipher what you was talking about. Somebody was thinking, but let me just say this, right? I believe the conversation when black men and black women communicate, respect is everything. I'm a big proponent of respect, but I just feel like in 2025, it's like people just hate each other in the community. It's just fucked up, right? And I don't get it, man. A lot of the women.
Should we just all date trans people? Would that solve the problem?
Oh my God.
That was a nice transition.
You see that she throw up that everybody just go crazy. You see that? You do
Black
that.
women are race loyal. We are by far the most. And we try to pick in between y'all. Y'all motherfuckers ain't race loyal.
I never said black women ain't racist. What I said was there has to be a respect there that everybody respect each other. I think the problem is it's a lot of ego, and that's why the relationship with black men and black women don't work out because of ego. Listen, it shows in the statistics 86% of black men and black women is single, right? And the age of the single is 25 to 55. So that means men that are in their 20s, that's 25 years old, women and men that are in their 50s are single because either somebody's a narcissist or somebody just got a God complex. They got a lot of ego. Everything works with
Isn't that pretty much synonymous?
communication, yes, but everything works with communication. Like I said, communication is the key. I think everybody should respect each other. I don't argue. Never in my life I had to raise my voice at a woman and on a private level. Now on social media, I don't know when a woman come attacking me, I don't know you, then it is what it is.
Y'all don't want to have an honest conversation.
Jesus.
Y'all play that video.
Stop lying.
All right, Concrete. I'm gonna get to the video. 1 second. Let me hear from Alan, and then we'll get to the clip.
Thank you, First Lady.
Yeah, what I heard in the last 10 minutes between Patty, First Lady, and Reformed is very feminine women expressing, being completely honest with the men, and I didn't hear that any of the men got the message. Black women get a bad rap for being masculine and for being aggressive. No, black women are some of the most feminine women on the planet. And I'm not pandering to anybody.
Why y'all did that to Alan?
Oh, no.
Alan.
the shit out of you.
I hate to be called
I like being a woman. I love being a woman. I know
You speak in
even with the conversations that me and Lady have that y'all may not know, or the conversations that me and Nikki have, like you guys don't think that we don't like being like soft.
If it was a white woman,
We don't want to fuck with y'all and y'all gonna act crazy.
in 30 seconds before that motherfucker was gone. If it was a white woman talking about how man, I'm going on.
But he actually was making a good point. Nobody got Patty's point, and that is a little disappointing.
I got a point. You know what I'm saying?
And she was very vulnerable, and then now they want to play a video on some tags, and she was just.
Hold up, let's be clear. The conversation was moving rapidly. Hold up for 1 second. The conversation was moving rapidly. I think other people besides myself got to the point and heard Lady's point and thought, y'all didn't hear me and push back and say, that's not true. What is she talking? I didn't hear that. There was no elements of that besides concrete being concrete.
Listen, all I said was, if it's true, why don't we see it manifest in the general?
Because y'all not available. That's why.
Listen.
The thing is, y'all not able, niggas want to get married. Let me tell you something. You know how many dudes that I've met that want to get married in a month of
She just cut out crazy.
got time to coffee days and they come into my house.
Does that mean she cutting out? She's
I
cutting
can take
out.
a picture of so many goddamn promise rings. If y'all
Patty, repeat what you just said. You was cutting out heavy. Patty, you was cutting out heavy. Repeat what you were saying.
Let me tell you something. You niggas want to get married off the whim. You niggas always want to make up some shit like you the type of chick I married. I can take a picture of my little jewelry box on how many rings. If y'all pay attention to my picture ring every time, you know why? It's because of some whip ass nigga that you done did a couple dates on that thinks that he's gonna marry you, and we have discovered that y'all and abuse our children. Just because you want to fucking sit up in our face because you think we got a pretty smile and all our teeth are intact.
No one's looking at your teeth.
I think, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. But look, I think at the end of the day, I know that's why I was like, I didn't sarcastic at first, and I decided to go with the truth. Look, but at the end of the day, Patty is seeing things that are unique to Patty, and I don't think she even realizes that right now. Most women are not getting multiple rings. Most women are lucky to get one fucking ring. Right?
No.
I'm telling you.
For the multiple rings, whether you got a ring or not, there are dudes that go, oh, I'm gonna marry you, girl. How many of you females get, oh, I'm gonna marry her? And niggas say, I'm gonna marry this girl. You got your shit together. Then you looking at the nigga and you like, you ain't got shit together. You don't want to brought me a bag, but your ass ain't paid your fucking bills. So that's what it's time for you to move around.
All right, so hold up. Patty is saying Patty privilege things without knowing it's Patty privilege. It's pretty privilege. Look, a lot of women are not getting the bags. They're lucky to get a Walmart shopping spree. Wow, it's not happening a lot.
Well, it's at the level that Patty is, and that's what you have to think about. Patty is attracting the people that are in her orbit. Most men are not in that orbit either. That's what y'all like to focus on. So yes, the majority of the people, and this is what I always tell people, look at your parents. Look at your parents if you think that everybody is fine and good looking. If you think that everybody had money. If men needed to have money and a big wanker and women needed to be beautiful, 90% of you niggas wouldn't even be in here. You wouldn't exist. Okay? So this is the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, we're talking about the average person, and yes, you would be surprised. Look at people. I like to just look at couples sometimes. Like, yeah, I totally agree and resonate with what Patty is saying, because let me put it this way: if pretty and beautiful were so revered, if education were so revered, then all of these women that even remotely had those qualities would be wiped up. But what do we find? There's an issue. Hello, there's a problem. So y'all can't put something out there and say that it gives a woman more value when at the end of the day, y'all don't treat it any fucking different.
No matter what orbit you're in, women want results.
This is great, bro.
When they see the results,
No, it's not.
then they can relax into their femininity. Patty is not interested in a man who says, "Oh, I'm going to be a rapper or I'm going to make $1 million." She wants to see you've made $100,000.
She's embarrassing us in front of company. Can we play the video, please?
Okay.
What if it's
Fine,
chopping out of rap?
sorry, because I'm talking. You're going to have to.
Hey, man, you could Marty, stop it, bro. Stop it.
You know this shit right here, bro. Yeah. See, and you always see the men object to this. Yeah, if Patty's saying,
I don't need your pandering, brother.
that I'm not pandering. I've been saying this for 15 years.
Is anyone arguing
Even
against you?
before. If Patty says I need to whip my dick up in order to ensure that her child is safe, because somewhere a man fucked up. It's that simple. And men, if you are a man, you don't make fucking.
Are y'all done lecturing?
Lecturing right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Write that down and distribute it to the
Here's the thing. Everybody just calm down.
Wow, look at you, Patty. See?
Calm down.
I don't see that wrong when you say, look, I mean, let me tell you something. Y'all might not see Mel up here or whatever, but even with Mel and her situation, I love how her and her husband love each other. And I love how she raised her kids. I love everything that. She may be masculine on the app, but I promise you, she is so feminine when it goes to her home. She feeds her husband. She makes sure shit is straight. If she has to show up and be the only mother there, guess what she shows?
She love babies. Yeah.
When you play around, and did y'all hear her yell on this app? That's when her husband ain't there. There's been plenty of times where her husband has to come on the app and had to talk for her. So, like, I'd rather have that type of relationship and y'all just call me the fucking enemy and I can come off this app. I could give 2 fucks about you motherfuckers. When you got a man that's able to fucking, like, let you be a woman, let you be like, okay, I'm just gonna cook dinner, and I don't give a fuck about y'all, and I'll be chopping my onions while we're talking on this app because I want to hear the politics. I'm okay with that. I am 100% okay with that. I'm okay with fucking being pissed off because it's hot outside and I gotta motherfucking ensure that I go get some goddamn groceries. I'm okay with him telling me like this outfit doesn't look presentable. Guess what? It's okay because I don't have to look a certain way for you niggas outside. I just gotta look a certain way for that nigga at home.
That I agree with.
Can we play the video?
I
This
just
is
want to
turning
know
into like a one-sided conversation.
how some women turn it off. Like, how could you be masculine and feminine? It's kind of hard to like go in between the two. So I was just.
I think it's easy. I think for me it's easy. I don't know about any other woman. I think for me, if it's the right man, because even when I was with the dude that was the wrong man, I knew to keep my motherfucking mouth shut because there were certain things that had to be done and I depended on him to get through it. You know, I didn't even know how to pump gas until I was fucking in my 30s. I didn't. I was at the fucking gas station like, what's going on? Why the gas is not coming out? I didn't know because that nigga made sure I had gas in my car every Sunday because he knew the amount of gas I needed to work. I was okay with that. Let me tell you something. Even at this big age, I still sometimes forget what day the fucking trash man comes pick up my trash because I'm so used to a man making sure the trash is being put out. I don't complain about cooking for my daughter. You know why? Because I'm used to it. I'm used to cooking for my family. But when it comes to the minute things that you think is minute, once that man is gone, those minute things are so fucking important. They are so important to making sure your day goes by.
Fair enough, Patty. Wow.
Being able to do it.
Hey, I'd like to add this before y'all play a video.
Larry, does anybody play a clip?
Not gonna play the clip?
Ain't nobody playing it. Nigga, do your own music,
Oh boy, so you're not gonna play it?
No.
See, that's what's wrong with y'all.
Y'all don't got the shit.
All right.
Man, I'm going back to my submission.
Nigga, that's how you talk about. I don't know weird ass niggas.
I'm so bad. I don't want to back to my submission.
It's so horrible for me.
Hey, all you niggas to do. I think you niggas don't even know what pandering is on this app. That's not
The next time you're removed, it's gonna be removed from the room.
But like this is what I'm saying. This is to men and women, particularly on this app. Feel me? Talking to the men. If these women are stating like these ain't y'all women. I can't expect none of these women to handle me like they gonna handle the man in their life and vice versa the women. Y'all ain't my motherfucking mama. You telling me I should respect you because I got a daughter? That don't think to me. You ain't my daughter. You feel me? Like, how are you as an individual? That's how I gauge how I'm gonna respect you. But that's how I move. You feel me? So no, I don't believe in that. Respect women because you have a mother thought process. I respect women because they're human beings and they exhibit respectable behavior. You feel me? The same with men. I ain't never once thought that I should respect a man because I got a fucking daddy. So like apply that to just having these conversations with women on this app. Man, it's a level playing field. It ain't no like yeah, theoretically a nigga could come find y'all, but let's throw out the weird shit. I ain't nowhere near Patty. Feel me? So I have no physical advantage over Patty on this stage to where Patty might in person, and I'm not even a big person. But in person, maybe she's like, all right, that's a man. Let me play that role because there's a physical threat aspect of it. On this app, it ain't none of that. So of course, man, I don't understand how y'all be tripping when they get to talking slick to y'all, my nigga. This is designed for that. Same thing goes for the women. It's like it is what it is. Stop thinking that these women is your man, your woman, and vice versa. Like I exhibit respect to all the people that I deal with. The women particularly, I try to be careful with my language in these spaces because I know what kind of nigga I am like outside of these spaces, and they might not appreciate the kind of language that we use in other environments. So I be mindful of that type shit. But outside of that, I ain't walking around here feeling like I gotta be the champion of women. I might have some criticism of women, but I also don't feel like I need to get on this app and all black women, y'all you wear eyelashes and that's not appealing. And you have wigs and that's not appealing. I don't give a fuck about that shit. If I like natural sisters with afros and big booties, that's what I'm gonna be looking for. I ain't gonna give two shits about the sisters. Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't give two shits about the sister with lace front. If I'm saying that I own them type of women ain't what I want. I just don't get what y'all whole fuss be about these women. Cause it's like newsflash, man, it been ain't shit women. Like this ain't new. I'm from the game, brother. Really from the game. Them beautiful women that niggas talk like looks. You feel me? So I'm from that, and I'm also from a woman that's not like Patty, if that makes sense. I might be one of these niggas on this stage, oh, women aren't shit. You can't trust women.
Just a real one.
But it's not a fair thing to do. That's my mama. Like it's nothing that a woman could do to be my mama. So I shouldn't try to compare women to my mama. Man, that's just how I feel. But yeah, man, y'all can rock.
That was a wonderful submission, brother. And I understand what you're saying, and now I will, in like kind, pander my fucking face off, right?
There was
women are the most beautiful, wonderful. The women are the most wonderful, beautiful things that have ever existed.
Towards me.
In his veins.
Yeah, I ain't gonna let him to do his thing, y'all. Come on now. Like that's what I'm saying. These niggas don't even know what pandering is, man. Pandering ain't me saying, hey, it's okay not to trip on these women because they got big ass eyelashes. I think that shit look kind of foolish too. If I keep it a buck with you, but I ain't tripping about it.
So instead of telling them, hey, this looks ridiculous, you just would rather them walk around looking ridiculous?
I mean, that's their life, man.
No, I know, but hold on.
What am I to say?
I mean, you can say it looks ridiculous. You know, you look.
I mean, I can say that.
No, hold on. It's just, it's not always about a man or a woman trying to control one another. But if you see your sister or your brother out of line, it's okay to do some course correction and say, look, that don't look right. You know,
I don't think wearing eyelashes is out of line.
But you just said it looks bugged out.
Yeah, just because I think it looks foolish doesn't think I think it's out of line. Those are two different standards.
Somebody you have a relationship with, or
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
on the street?
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about random people.
I'm talking about people in your
Kneecaps
circle.
from the corner, not kneecaps.
But even in my circle though, I'm from a family of a bunch of women.
So hold on. So the women in your circle, if you see them looking foolish, you're not going to tell them, hey, you don't look right, or you need to change that behavior because it's not attractive.
I mean, sure. I'm experiencing that with my sister, but a different kind of behavior right now. So sure, I'm gonna say some things to people that I care about when I feel the things that they're doing are detrimental to themselves. Unfortunately, just because I think something is tacky, doesn't mean that I think it's detrimental to themselves.
But it is at the end of the day, because we have. I'm not saying anyone in this room want to attack me, but we have women that are in their 40s that are still husbands and boyfriends, and part of that is because men, not saying you, Rob, but men that are close to them are not telling them, look, those clothes are too small. Yeah, you have weave down to your ass, braids,
and a
fake leopard coat on. Fox braids, and I'm married, honey. So I wasn't finished though. But this is the point that I was trying to make, sweetheart. I want to hear that women, by virtue of you being married to that man, would you deem acceptable? I agree with what Rob said. That is not his place. Some of y'all feel that you got a ring or you need to be able to tell a woman what to do to get a man. I'm not being hateful, I'm being honest. So what I was saying is that if Rob, if you have a circle of tacky, right? Why a real friend will tell them, hey, look, this is not attractive. This color blonde doesn't match your complexion, or those eyelashes are too long. It just looks ridiculous. That's all I'm saying. And my coat and my braids and everything like that, I'm still, yes, I get what you're saying, reform.
If you have the dance bust down, if your husband loves it,
if he loved it, he'll be right. And that's what I'm saying. The people that you're around, because sometimes we make decisions for ourselves, and sometimes we need someone to say, look, that don't look right, or that isn't right. That's
why you think men should do that with
women? And what Brandy said wasn't correct.
Yes, men should do that with women, because sometimes women and men, we both struggle in attracting the opposite sex, and we don't know where we're wrong. Where are we going wrong? And sometimes you need a man, and sometimes men need women to come in and say, look, this is why you might not be a
I don't allow niggas to meet my daughter, but they know she exists, so they think I may be faking around my daughter. You a lucky ass motherfucking nigga. I spend too much goddamn money when it comes to education. I done spent too much fucking time. I done fucking dodge bullshit just so that she can have the life she has. I'll pay her motherfucking rent. Ain't no nigga around here paying her goddamn rent. I'm the one that makes sure my electricity's good. I'm the one that get pissed off when my goddamn Instacart has a $200 bill when she should have only been spending $150 this week. I'm the motherfucker that pays those bills. So when I whip my motherfucking dick out, it's because there's no nigga in the house to whip it out for me. So when these niggas want to say, you the type of chick I'll marry, but your ass can't get your credit together and you at the big age of 36, or you can't motherfucking decide where your career is going to be because you got a whole bunch of things going on. That ain't me.
It ain't Patty, y'all.
I don't have to sit around and fucking wait for you, because guess what? I ain't been fucking shit. And JD can tell you the same. And JD is cool, and he may be in my bracket mentally, physically, or whatever, but he'll tell you, he ain't got no pussy from him.
No pussy.
This is fascinating to me because everybody's talking to somebody. So, like, are we just seeking out people that we deem to be tackier than ourselves? Let me escort you to my level of tackiness, or who's the arbiter?
No, it's just when we have conversations with male and females. I think men, for the most part, and women, men can all determine. Let me not say men because y'all think I'm being a pick-me, which I am a pick-me. Actually.
Oh.
But yeah, I am a pick-me.
And you are
Pick me. I want to be picked. I want to be chose.
But you're married, so you shouldn't. What? That's what I'm saying. That's not even a term. I guess you could say that in terms of just what the logic is.
Not really.
But like, I want to say this to you though, Brandy. This is my logic on this shit. Straight up, I'm a single man. You feel me? I think I'm a decent human being and all that. But like, I look like, man, I got 2 baby mamas. You feel me? What I look like telling like these women, hey, this is you need to do this, you need to do that. Like, man, if I talk to my sister who's a little older than me, keep that in mind. That's my big sister, not my munch, but that's still my big sister. You feel me? Like, I can talk to her about things. Hey, sis, hey, you running your mouth too much. Brother-in-law ain't like, yeah, I can give her that type of game. Homegirls, I can say certain things to them. But one thing I'm not gonna say to them is, hey, you need to change your appearance to find a man. I'm not gonna say that shit.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
Well, do it, brother. To be fair, you did suggest we talk about like appearance and things like that.
I was given an example. I also said, talking or doing anything that might be, unattractive or something that just, as a man, you feel like, wow, it's a little disrespectful. Off-putting, thank you. There's nothing, we do it all day. We do it all day on a political level. But when it moves into a relationship conversation, now it becomes, oh, you can't tell me what to do. It's the same thing. We talk about politics.
What you did? Did you think?
Yeah, I will be damned if somebody
slapped the shit out of you, Alan. You bitch ass.
No one's saying to do anything
I
for
slapped the shit out of you.
and no one is saying to do anything for a woman.
Man, I'm bringing both of my baby mamas to stomp on your bitch ass and clear your pride.
Wait, not on the recording line. I don't know what's going on. We need
I slapped the shit out that nigga, man. You ain't saying shit like that. Bitch ass niggas.
That's just crazy. No, don't
Man, shut your bitch ass up. You don't gotta say shit to me. You don't gotta say shit to me, you bitch ass white boy. Bitch ass white boy. Cause ain't nobody got balls to say shit to me about my bitch ass white boy. I stomp in your hey, I don't even talk like this on this app. I speak in your motherfucking face, bitch. Fuck you, cracker ass bitch. Fuck you. I'm in the streets, Nikki. I'm gonna catch your cases because I'm in the streets. Because I'm talking to a weak ass motherfucking like Alan. Bitch ass nigga.
Why are you giving him advice to stop like that? I'm not giving him advice. That's all I was saying. The same way you know what you were saying. Yes, I was. Y'all take it to another emotional level where it's the same thing. When I work there, it's the same thing as bitch, don't wear them eyelashes, or nigga, pull your pants up and get a job. No difference.
Wait a second. I feel like the law is the same as take off your eyelashes. I would like to submit something. I have a question. So when we're talking about these gender type things, like if you're gonna have a problem with my eyelashes or the way that I do whatever, like, isn't it okay then if I have a problem if you're a broke nigga? Like, I honestly think that there is never ever an excuse for a woman to fly someone out. Like, there's never ever an excuse for you to be paying for a nigga shit. Like, if we are gonna be subjected to the male gaze, then the male pays.
I'm done.
What do you think this is? Yes, you know what?
used to be like, I was Lord Jesus.
So much of finding a partner is about luck. I'm going to be honest with you. I think so much of it is luck and right place, right time. And people are deluding themselves by thinking that it's just you're not getting the right advice or whatever. It's really not bad. I've seen the most cantankerous women be married. I've seen the softest spoken, the most masculine, the Brandys be married. I mean, like that. Anybody. I mean, if you find.
Hey, well, all the single women need to run up on Alan's motherfucking bank account because he's a trick ass bitch. He ain't got nothing to do, so run up his bank account. Hey, matter of fact, Patty, y'all coffee allowance gonna go from Alan this week. My bad, Kimberly. My bad, I'm gonna mute up.
I'm gonna be honest, Felicia, I'd rather find myself out because if I have to fucking leave, I don't want to be fucking with you, and I want to be able to.
Oh, no, 100%. That's why I provide my own transportation. What I'm saying is, we're subjected to the male gaze and all of these expectations and opinions. Nigga, you better be paying for everything and your mama.
No, this is
100%. Because you know what? Like, they still expect booty at the end of the day. What's going on?
The women, your sisters are paying, Kalisha. Let's keep it real, okay? They are paying full price, not wholesale. They're not paying, Publix. They're paying Walgreens rates. You know what I'm talking about? For the peen.
Absolutely not. You know what? I don't give a fuck if you pay them for Whole Foods or whatever else. I need Airline Mix
Why are you so comfortable with accountability?
What?
I'm asking Brandy a question. Y'all are going to ignore me. Y'all ignore you. Brandy, why are you so comfortable with accountability and your sisters seem not?
Because I learned that it got me very far. I'm happy with taking accountability. I learned from my mistakes. And I'm happy.
Can you say why your sisters haven't had that same epiphany?
They're not good.
They're trying to beat you up for telling the truth. They're not good.
Quote, especially telling, like, where does
Brandy her accountability.
I don't care.
So why are you trying to stop it?
We can take one
Because I'm not about you. It's not about you.
Okay, bitch. I'm sorry, y'all.
What are you doing?
I just can't. This is a child, and he's literally pissing me the fuck off. I just can't deal with this every fucking
You're going to shoot me out of the room because I'm not going to pay her accountability.
I tried to, but the servers are struggling.
Stop.
Seriously, Concrete, you irritate the shit out of me.
I'm talking to Brandy.
You gotta breathe and not let work the brain.
You know what, Concrete? Why don't you ask one of your men? You know what? Let's do this. Since this man wants to talk so fucking much, let's ask Gemini, Moose, MAGA, Drew, Manfinity, Omari, Robert, Shadow, and Alan. What the fuck you need to do to get a woman?
So you your
bitch ass.
Yeah,
can you get
why are you getting this? I want to be disrespectful.
Right back down now? Just like Brandy was trying to get the sisters. Let's go. Who's gonna tell Concrete what the hell he needs to do?
First of all,
He's single. He's better, and he needs to learn how to properly with fucking women. Wants to go. Give him some fucking advice.
I can get
Come in. So, Shadow, you came up right. Tell him what the fuck to do.
You need to check the fuck up at all times.
No, Alicia, since he wants to be so
Let
invested,
Auntie
let them tell him, shut the fuck up, Concrete
show
on
the men how to
Shadow,
treat
tell
women.
him what the fuck he needs to do.
Go ahead, man.
Go.
Go ahead, man. Listen to Auntie.
Yeah, go.
Auntie runs the show.
I'm auntie too, so.
So nobody got any advice for him? He's
So
hopeful.
I'm gonna ask Brandy a question.
Shut the fuck up.
Concrete. Stop trying to control people.
He needs to shut the fuck up and listen to look. Do all this fucking
Look, he did it. Look.
There's a lot of
Let Auntie control you, brother. Okay, Auntie got you. Look, see, Auntie.
up for like a minute, bro. Like, goddamn.
They say I'm hopeless.
I need to see
Look, Auntie got power. Auntie got power.
Listen to Auntie, so maybe you'll listen to a fucking man. That's the point we're trying to make. Unless your ass is
I asked Brandy a question.
So you don't get
Where's my question to Brandy?
Alright, you know what? Come back tomorrow, and maybe you'll have a different attitude. Good night. Y'all don't run shit in this motherfucker. I couldn't get to the phone fast enough. Let me say it one last time. Don't try to fucking run this space how the fuck you wanna run it. It don't work like that. Now that's me pulling out my motherfucking dick. And I shouldn't have to. Sitting here doing this fucking funky ass. Constantly trying to tell somebody what the fuck to do. Who the fuck you think you are?
Thank you, my sister.
It was the shouldn't have to with the bubble or the whatever the accent was. It was spook. That was straight from the Lord's mouth.
I keep telling these niggas, man, it's like who the fuck would Brandy be accountable to on this app? Like that's an irrelevant motherfucking question. Like she ain't accountable to damn man in here. And we should like, as a man, like accountability for strangers. Accountability comes, you know, when you can hold somebody accountable, when you hold stock in their life. You feel me? You can't be in it like that's just what it is. The both of y'all that I don't speak to, who in here? Mickey, I've actually met Mickey in real life. So when Mickey calming me down, like we got some stock, I might not have met Patty, might not have met Dope, but these people are Kalisha, I've been building with them for 4-5 years, you feel me? It's some stock in my life. With them, they can hold me accountable. So when somebody says, how can Mickey say that to Rob and then say, well, what about the eyelashes? Well, Mickey and Rob have built a relationship with each other. You feel me? And that's where it comes from. You niggas don't have no relationship with these women online, and y'all talking about accountability. Now you want to go talk to their daddies and their brothers and shit. You tell them to hold them accountable, nigga. That ain't my motherfucking ministry. I don't give a fuck about holding nobody accountable for nothing but my children. Like this shit is insane that we as grown men even got to this point where we be talking about this type of shit, man. I've been around all type of people. I never heard grown men sit up and whine about the shit that women do like I've heard over the last 5 years. And I get it. It's again, if y'all heard, I ain't never gonna be one of them niggas that act like women are just fucking perfect. Like, nah, but that's not the fucking point. Like, man, if we man, drop the ground, no,
Who's molded makes it fair reform because no one was molded. What y'all fail to realize is I came from a fucked up background, right? Went through a lot of shit, and a lot of shit I was doing was not correct. So if men and women came into my life and said, look, you're going down the wrong path, this is where you need to go. If y'all want to call that molding, then so be it. I'm in a better position in my life, right? There's no different than when we all sit in these rooms and have conversations and feed off of each other and learn from MAGA and learn from Patty about the military. Right? They're teaching you something. So part of that is molding a part of your personality or your intellect. So when you sit there and say a man is molding me into who I want to be, nope, I've always been the same person. I'm just a little bit more reformed. I mean, I'll just say this and pass the mic.
Y'all always got some funny shit to say. Nah, y'all always got some funny shit to say, right? When I'm happy. What the fuck? You should let a man mold you. That's why y'all bitches is fucking sitting up here with dry pussies and dry pockets and fucking miserable. Niggas on the fucking internet all day. I'm tired of it. I don't say nothing. I be mad chill. I tell my personal story to let y'all know, yeah, I've been there, done that, whatever. And I'm telling you, it's way better over here as a fucking passenger princess. It's way better over here as somebody's wife. But I don't have to fucking, like Patty said, to use my brain to think about pumping gas or taking out the garbage or doing X, Y, and Z. And you know how I got there? By being quiet, listening, friendly, and whatever the fuck they said, feminine. That's how I got there. Okay?
So yeah, about finding a man that loves you.
No, I got this. Are you good? Somebody want to talk? father of Randy, but I do want to say that it's very common. I think any woman over 30 has always had that friend that had the same mentality of, I'm going to listen to what random men say, whether it's men that dated or listen to men on the internet or whatever. My place has always been the same. I had a portfolio before my fiance, and he added to the portfolio, right? Because I was already the woman that he wanted before he got here. He didn't have to teach me how to do those things. And that was me deciding early in life that I always had a particular life that I wanted. And so I went and got those things and learned the things I needed rather than sitting around and having every man I date try to form me into what he wanted. And so that's the only thing that I'm saying. But I don't think it's uncommon for us to have friends that are like Randy. That's just not the route that I chose. The friends I'm closest with, they didn't choose that route. And if you're going to, I think the thing that's really important, my friends that chose to say, well, I'm going to let this man mold me, one of the things they had to also think about was the day that he's no longer satisfied with who you are, he will leave. Or he will make you try to mold into the thing he wants. And that's not the kind of relationship I ever wanted to be in. My fiance and I have never had that issue. I don't find it a good way of being in relationships to have someone constantly molding you and telling you what you should be for them.
So, words. First of all, sweetheart, and I am a little reformed. Your little ghetto fabulous inner city dreams are not my fucking dreams, okay? No offense to you or your husband, but anytime you have to brag about being married versus the nigga, that tells me every fucking thing. So I'm pretty sure when y'all got those little rings on the JCPenney layaway, the same place you got that fucking coat from the 1980s, and by the way, they called and they got that shit back, right? I'm pretty sure that you can do just like that movies where you can take some of that shit off as it sheds and make a little headband for your fucking hair, right? I guess you think you Donna Summer in the 70s with that fucking fit. Yeah, that's not the life that I want, sweetie. So here's what the fuck you need to do with your man. This is why you got one pussy, and I hope it ain't dry. And when that nigga is giving you the ride of his life, maybe he's giving you a ride on the fucking dump truck that he drives for the city. But ain't nothing wrong with a city man. But baby, we all do as we can. What the fuck you got, what you want, what you gotta suck every night, and run off that nigga might not be the nigga that I want to find. So what I need you to be, shut the fuck up, bitch. What I need you to do is be happy that you got a man, that you have a man, and don't worry the fuck about the rest of us, right? So when you sucking that nigga dick, and by the way, since you're so worried about us yelling and screaming on fucking Clubhouse, how about you go slob on that man's dick? Because what none of you married hoes do that's on this fucking app and want to judge everybody else is be fucking your man. What good is he? If all you gotta say is for me to take out the trash and he fucking puts gas in your car, bitch, I got teenagers that can do that. I have sons. I can pin somebody down the street. I can go meet a nigga on the corner and he'll pump my fucking gas. He'll pay for it if I smile. Is that really the point? Sis, that's what you're bragging on your husband for. So please, respectfully, you and that man live your inner city urban fucking dreams, and y'all go fuck on that little beautiful coat of yours that you probably got from his grandmama because he loved you so goddamn much. Okay?
So, Tiffany, in your relationship, right, I understand about the whole molding situation, but when you meet somebody, there's things that, you accept and he accepts in a relationship, and you discuss them, and he may not like certain things, and you may say, okay, it's not a big deal for me to X, Y, and Z, or alter the way I'm doing things because it makes him uncomfortable, or vice versa. Would you agree, or not? Because that's what relationships are. You build, you learn about each other, and you make it work by being 50-50 and understanding and loving each other and caring about each other.
I think you have to have your line, right? Like, in our relationship, we're not like that. And it's mostly because we're okay with who the other person is. So yeah, there are gonna be things where, like, maybe I'll make a decision and I don't say anything to him. Like, for example, it sounds silly, but I ran a half marathon and I never sent my fundraising link to him this came into the relationship knowing we wanted to date each other, and we knew about each other to say, I don't need to make these big sweeping changes in you. And I think that takes a level of maturity. If you
God, that's my soror right there. Hallelujah. That was beautiful.
I'm just gonna agree with that.
How to let it go.
For 50-50.
No, I didn't say go 50-50. I'm talking about 50-50 with communication, with love. Well, you really should be coming with 100. But what I'm saying is that we want to meet each other. Yeah, we want to meet each other in the middle when it comes to communications. And you know, if you don't like something your partner is doing, you should be able to come to your partner and say, hey, you know, I don't agree with that. Let's have a discussion about it. But to Tiffany's point, yeah, you should not have to mold and have all these meetings about the way you are, because if you just don't accept me, for me, then we don't need to be. So I don't know what I said earlier that made you think that I allow my man to mold me. I was just saying there were certain things about myself that was not attractive. And it took other men and some females, only one, to tell me, yo, that is not attractive. And it was from my first relationship with my kid's father up until the last relationship I was in before, you know, the current.
Okay.
But, yeah.
The people in the chat saying that nobody was there, Alicia, you would never be in her orbit. What is going on? Okay, the false intimacy of Clubhouse has made some people delusional. The idea that y'all have any standing to say that you would never. The lady is an attorney. She's doing great. Let me know. Okay, but I'm saying, you have to be in a certain kind of milieu, okay, to even be in her orbit. Y'all are not it. A man who comes on this app and says Mexico don't need to be commenting on who Kalisha can get. I'm so sorry. You're not even in the running.
Y'all fired tonight. I don't know. Everybody got Taco Tuesday. Whatever Pedro put in that tacos, man. There you go. Pedro put that A1 thing. Man, he put that shit on everything. That's that frames. Black love will heal you. Oh.
Yeah, right. Somebody in the queue to have one else to do first lady.
And all right, so that edition was brought to you by
Mexico. 51st state of the United States. Mexico.
I will say, just to the chat, I am outraged by Dusties who think that because y'all are in proximity on an app that you would ever be in proximity in real life. You don't. Here's the thing, right? Like the way that marriage is constructed in 2025, people are picking each other, okay? It's not just you pick. The woman also has to pick you, okay? And so if you couldn't even get within 100 feet of somebody, you don't have to worry about whether or not you want them to be your wife. It's not even on the table. Like there is a delusion that has been inspired in men, and I do think we need to stop lying to men. Oh God, contemporary hairline. That should already tell you, not in the same range, not in the same league. What in the fuck is this? Yes. Contemporarily, we see in the data that men actually they want marriage a little bit more than women.
I usually don't, but
Hold on, man. We talking
that's just some real queens out there.
It's interesting. That's interesting.
Come on, they're talking about something slow, bro.
I'm alright. Did you say addressing? She addressing you? You said addressing.
So,
This segment is brought to you by
keep saying
Mr. Mexico.
So Kimberly, don't you know how much money it takes to actually live out of the country? For many years, in Atlanta, we properties in Atlanta and in Mexico, and I probably made more money than you in a few months with your failed YouTube career. Now this last night from mentioning kissing your ass, for your dusty ass videos. So when somebody You can't even come to me. I wouldn't even date you.
Well, first of all, you don't have to worry.
You're miserable. That's money to date you.
Okay, well, guess what?
Who I date. You don't
Guess
know
what?
anything about me.
Guess what?
My money, how much money I make alone would dwarf you. So just
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Let's put the finances on the table.
Nathan, you know that blue banded ass only like women.
Wait a second. Felicia, I got it. I have it. Nathan, first of all, first of all,
I can put it there. He does it.
First of all, you need to go retrieve your balls because you're comparing yourself to a woman. So you're a bitch, okay? Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is class and access are not just about money, okay? So we know that you don't have class and your status because you think that I'm only talking about money. No, Nick, you are an embarrassment. You are witless, you are charmless, you are head brain, dead matter That is embarrassing, okay? So we're talking about the nuances of social mobility, right? The nuances of social graces, right? It's who you are willing to stand next to. And knowing that that person is a reflection of you, I don't care if you have 50 homes. Anybody who says Mexico is not going to a dinner party with me because that shit is embarrassing.
I could put in my chat the hotel at the resort I stayed in for 2 weeks that you want to keep this in Mexico. It's not $1,000 per day. You just think it's so crazy. Somebody who lived in a small apartment making YouTube videos with jacked up hair, can't afford any hairdos. It's ridiculous. So just stop.
Okay, so again, okay, so I actually don't want to dox myself, but this is not but men who have dry dicks, who are used to being rejected from women, go straight to that hair shit, right? Y'all love to do the test for your accomplishments. And you don't need to be worried about women's hair, talking about laid edges and can't afford a new hairdo because you can't get women. All of this is envy. It is internalized self-hatred that you are externalizing because you're lonely. Where is your wife, Nathan? Where are your children? Aren't you solidly in your 30s? You know that women, wait, you understand that men's reproductive capacity also diminishes with age? Do you know that as you get to the 40s and 50s, your sperm also loses capacity to reproduce effectively? So you need to get on it.
You were born, and 45% of men have never asked a woman out for a date. 45%.
The spirit of Kim Cuts is here.
Yeah, man, I believe it all. Well, I don't dox myself. Maybe I am married. Maybe I do.
You're not married. You're a homosexual. That's no, he's not gonna play with Kimberly. I'm gonna handle this nasty veneer tonight. I'm gonna handle Kimberly, bitch. You ain't got a woman or a man. You just have a mom. What's up, horse now? What's up, Mimi Leaks? What's going on? Let's get that. Let's get that. You can't say Mexico. What's going on? What's going on? And Randy, what's up with you too? Randy,
this man to be the father of your children? What kind of apologies would you have to make to your unborn children because that Nathan, a lobotomized maggot, having your baby's daddy back is horrific, okay? You're beyond a nightmare, okay? On this app, talking about women's hair because you can't get a fucking woman, I don't care. If you're in a $1,500 a night hotel room, your dick is dry.
Lord Jesus Christ. His dick is so dry. Don't nobody want it. A woman don't want it. A man don't want it. A transsexual don't want it. A transformer don't want it. A cockroach don't want it. A nasty snake don't want it. A deer don't want it. Abby don't want it. Nobody want it. Aubrey don't want it. The Clubhouse girl. And Aubrey loves everybody. What's going on, Nathan? What's going on, Nathaniel girl? Can you get it right this time? Because don't nobody want it, baby. It ain't never right on the tights. It's loose like your booty hole. Right. Wait till I find you in Atlanta, bitch, because I'm coming down there. Come here, you get your ass. We talking about women and see what the fuck happens to you, bitch. Yeah, you gonna be buying some new teeth from China, bitch. The tariffs are gonna be giving you a new teeth too, bitch. Your teeth is gonna hit you when I sit in your ass, bitch. You gonna be bitch, you gonna be having Columbia with these $16 team souvenirs. Coco, getting them redone, like, with your ass teeth, bitch. Rock is harder than your feet, bitch. What's going on, bitch? Yeah.
They said that Nathan's memoir was called "The Ride Dick in Mexico." The life of the Is that on Amazon?
I cannot be laughing
The
about
Ride Dick in Mexico. The life of the
oh, God. I don't know. This might be
You can take that. You can take that, Nate. Maybe you can take that, bro.
Yeah, I think we go.
Take that. Let's move on, bro. That was crazy. Oh, Nathan, I do have a question for you. Are you there? Are you there? Nathan, are you there? Nathan, are you there?
Don't traumatize him. You don't want to come to the place.
He's there. Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, what's up? So you were saying you were at a resort that costs $1,000 and you have more money than all of us. If that's the case, why do you have your Cash App in your bio?
Fee for service, fee for service, fee for service. Fee for service.
Listen, I said camera people. Not everybody could buy. I don't know how much money people make.
But you were bragging that you went to.
I'm gonna try to dox myself a little bit. So you.
No, it's not worth it. Don't do that. It's not worth it. Chill. Don't worry. People just having fun. Don't tell your real life story. Just having fun. It's not worth it. Don't never dox yourself, bro. It's not worth it. But y'all had to go back and forth. But it's y'all too much. Y'all need to calm down.
crazy as hell.
Y'all need to calm down.
Stop it. Actually,
Fixed project.
Into my repertoire. Thank you, Matt. I need to see you catch up for that.
Crash down on somebody I missed.
Obviously, y'all miss so much. I mean, I was in all food. Y'all was gaslighting people. People were lying. It was entertaining. But y'all not fair fighters. I'm just telling y'all. Not good. And
I told folks like, man, I won't even do the intro on my next album, man. All that shit that nigga talking, man. O-Block is a psychopath, man. He got on Nathan.
Well, as I said yesterday, I need this catharsis.
Nathan.
I've been looking for maybe a lot, so thank you, Nathan.
Nathan, you know, put any of your personal info on here, bro. Do not do that.
Correct, because we won't find the shit you don't want us to find and drag your ass in that Tuesday.
He's gonna cry when you find out. So that's it.
Man, Nathan full of that money on it, man. Y'all stop.
Right, but, sorry, don't kick it back at me. That's sorry, I have some more, but don't, hey, everybody.
I'm being talking something, bro. It's not worth it, man.
For real, he can tell you some stories about the last person that doxed himself on his app. You did not want to be a part of that shit.
Just keep it to the jokes. Why you gotta be like personalized and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Keep it to the jokes. It is a joke that people think, wow, but y'all keep it to the jokes.
Yeah, Mark, if you go back to your Whole Foods groceries, who's paying for them?
Or Nathan. I got the groceries.
Nathan, where you shop at?
Where I shop at? I have some favorite places in Mexico. I mean, it depends.
Bro, please do come again.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's Mexican. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they got a good place, City Market, when I'm down there.
Cole was just talking about Whole Foods.
I get some sushi.
I get food delivered too, yeah.
I'm in the wrong.
You can always get one. You can always get a parking spot at the grocery store. You pay one of those parking for the people that have those baskets and push them up. A guy was pushing some baskets and my friend was circling around. I said, yeah, forget that. I handed him some money. He stood in the parking spot, put the basket there. We came back around. He had the parking spot for us. So if you just give him a little bit of something, they'll help you out. They'll save a little spot for
You
you.
said give him a little bit of something. What you talking about?
Money. You give them money. You give them some money. They will hold the spot for you. Give them $20. $22. It's not a lot of money. $20. Give them $20. And the folks that push the car home.
I'm not sure what's going on.
They are getting spots.
Yeah,
I literally just asked what we're going to shop at.
the grocery store. That's a lot of money.
I'm not. Look. It was once in the very, very back, and I buy a lot of stuff, so I wasn't gonna haul that stuff in the very back.
I'm not sure what just happened just now.
I'm not finna look, brother. I ain't finna carry $400 worth of groceries. Good luck, knock yourself out.
That's not much anymore.
You can use a cart.
That was for that day. I did. But what I'm saying is, the parking spot that I paid for was right up front. Not the handicap ones, because I don't got a sticker. I'm saying the ones on the other side. I gave him $20 to hold that spot because, you go back around this car. Well,
You took your money, girl. What are you doing?
look, man, he held my spot. He held the spot.
I mean, I said, what grocery store?
I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. I don't know what's going on.
They stealing your money at the grocery store, girl.
I just don't know what's happening.
$20 to go get a basketball game. Y'all pay $20 for parking, but you can't. That was for one time. You know what I'm saying? It's not like every day. I needed that spot. I paid him $20. That's not a big one.
What the fuck is going on?
She got out like that where she can get, that type of parking.
I can't tell that. That's real money right there.
Yeah. Valet's valet.
It's expensive. You get the
This
parking
is
money. When I
And she just hop out and hold the spot if he was riding with somebody.
I wasn't trying to doing that. I'm the one buying everything. Oh no, the lady told me, no, you don't have to hop out. Absolutely not. I told him I didn't care what he used the money for. He said, can I use it to get food? I told him I didn't care. So, he worked there.
I'm not sure what.
No, that was yesterday. No, the gentleman was very nice. That he was helpful. And saved that parking spot. But no, the lady at the airport, that was somebody I knew. It wasn't a stranger. Just in general, whether you're a woman or a man, you can't take all the liquids and stuff in the airport like that. She.
The airport story.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Life is great. Great. Look, I'm out here. Fire pool. It's nice. Ain't no complaining, man.
Oh, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Y'all,
chats, man. These niggas in the chat.
I'm not saying this ain't gotta go. Let me serious.
Man, you ain't Trey.
Rob, stop. Look.
He is trying to adjust it.
I think a lot of people.
Don't do that to Trent. Trent could at least been, he could at least pull that Latina woman. Nathan could have been any. He's a booty bandit looking for bitches. It's crazy out here.
Oh, we don't want to be homophobic about it.
Stop. Y'all picking shit. You understand what I mean? No booty bandit nowhere. Okay, man. Don't allow me to take a long vacation, get away from America, right?
Easier to get away because I have a partner.
So certain countries in Europe, they get 2 months vacation, provided by the government. So yeah.
Are you saying that you like that those countries do that?
Yeah, it's a great movie. You should watch.
Wouldn't that be a form of socialism?
Oh yeah, exactly. Universal healthcare, universal college, those type of policies.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard you speak against food stamps. So long as I heard you been against food stamps and other entitlement programs, I might say
now. So the great movie is compared to the V2 Next. It's a great documentary. It's free on YouTube. I suggest that you watch it.
There's some breaking news going on in the chats, but that ain't my business. But look, it's going down. I don't know what's going on. It's going down. I don't know what's going on right now, man. Please.
Do you really want to go down the road again? Do we really want to, right?
Hey, do you?
Like, Kim said she partnered, so she's home.
Does anybody know who Jubilant Sykes is outside of Magna? He was murdered in his home.
Yes, I know who Jubilant Sykes is, the baritone.
Oh no, he was killed. Oh, I didn't see you on the stage. He was killed in his home. He was stabbed to death inside of his home.
That was personal. People randomly don't just stab. It's personal. People randomly don't just stab.
Wait, who?
Yeah, he's an opera singer. He was nominated for a Grammy, but he was found stabbed to death inside of his home. I'm sorry, I just saw that when I logged into Facebook. Oh, how terrible.
So he was approximately 70 years old, 70 or 71. He recorded a record with Terrence Blanchard several decades ago. Google Terrence Blanchard. He's a famous jazz musician, film scorer, and I think he's the first black man to have an opera written, to have his opera performed at the Metropolitan Opera. It's called Fire Shut Up in My Bones, and that opera was based on Charles Blow's memoir. So, Jubilant Sykes has done a lot of good stuff, unfortunately. Yes, he was stabbed to death in his home, and I believe his son, Micah, was arrested with $1 million bail. I'm not sure about Micah's involvement, but right now his son, Micah is a suspect.
Is it winter equinox or whatever? Is the days getting longer yet?
It's gonna start in a couple of days. Winter is actually, meteorologically fixing to start anyway, and I'm not with it. So I told my friend when that cold comes, we have a plane ticket to the nearest airport, and we're out here, gone. I'm not gonna do that. 2 degrees.
What trend is them asking? What trend is this?
A friend of mine who runs a 155,000 square foot store, me and her both was talking today. She said, "Look, we're out here. Yeah, I don't need cold."
Footage.
Where do you guys go? Where are you guys going?
What does she sell?
She sells collective items like football autograph stuff.
Oh, so memorabilia.
Memorabilia.
155,000 square feet of memorabilia.
Where are you guys going?
Of course, look, Cancun was a place we went when it was really cold. That was very nice for us. Really good food. Shout out to you folks down there. Yeah, so any place to south of the equator. Dubai is not south of the equator, but that is an option if it is cold. I've been there. Food is great and service is awesome.
Actually, wait a second. What about your man? You're leaving him alone?
No, coming too. He coming on. They be coming too.
Ashton, you flew him out? Are you flying him out, Ashton? Is he paying for his own ticket?
Oh no, he's the man. They're paying for their own. I mean, we're all in it together.
You heard that? That's right, Ashton. We don't want to pay their way.
No. I mean, he would pay his own way. He's like, I'm not a movie star. They're not the kind of person that would be like that anyways, and that's a good thing. I mean, you want to get out.
What if you don't believe in being generous with the one you love?
That again?
I said you don't believe in being generous with the
his mouth. Yeah, so they came from his mouth. So yeah, I mean, it works for us, and I mean, I had a good time when I was down there.
And if she wanted to fly him out, what's the problem? That way she can kick his ass out when it's time to go. If I fuck with you and you do too much, I want you at my motherfucking house. So if I pay for the ticket, it's easy for me to motherfucking change it up. So what's next?
Hey, Patty, that is a really good advice. Actually, that's a really good advice. Because I never thought about it like that, but I definitely need to be able to kick a nigga out if I get tired of him. So that means I also need to,
kick the motherfucker out your motherfucking house.
Well, so the only problem is that if I would hope that the man you're with is not a nigga. You shouldn't be calling a man that. You should
Guess what? Man, that's free. You come into my house.
No, I'm
If I decide I want you to come out and see me and I invite you as a guest and everybody, if you taking Jack and Jill back, if you taking Jack and Jill, because you guys like to play like you're so fucking elite, Jack and Jill teaches you, you invite somebody, you pay for it.
On God, that's right. That is right.
I've been through Jack and Jill, Queen's chapter, brother. And there's only 45 seats. So I'm going to tell you like this. If I invite you somewhere, if I pay for you to come out and it's time for you to go, that means I can rearrange your ticket where it costs me additional $200. You getting fuck on it.
There goes the big ass ticket.
So Patty, why do you think the person tenders would be for his own hotel and you take it?
What do you mean? It's not about her thinking he can't pay. It's if she invited him. Did you miss the whole story, dude? The fuck?
I've been listening. I mean, if you kick him out, he just buys another ticket, pays for a new hotel, and life goes on, right?
Man, cat with me, he gonna be coming back home. Ain't no go get another room. Oh, no.
This ain't church like.
Yeah,
Don't listen to these people.
You're not church like, Ashton.
Nah, you getting another room. You got life nothing. That certainly wouldn't happen on my dime, and that wouldn't happen in another country. You got life messed up. If somebody plays that game, you'd be left in that country because you wouldn't be getting back on my dime. Don't play that kind of game. You'd be left there. How about that?
You gonna fuck tonight? You gonna fuck tonight? What's
I'm not gonna be there. I didn't put that out there now. I said, fly back on your own ticket now.
Y'all get in the room. What y'all doing in the room together? Ashton watching football? Stop playing.
I mean, he a dude, it's cool, man. I don't have a problem with dudes, man. We playing football and all that together, watching everything, so it's cool with me. Dude, the chill.
Oh, my
no problem with it. Ain't no drama, ain't nobody. Look, I know you know.
I mean, man, as hell if a woman come with me to Cancun and we're gonna watch the Cowboys in other countries.
What kind of sports? I ain't gonna be watching the damn orchestra. We're gonna be doing some off the chain stuff.
What off the chain stuff?
The last time my friend took me to one place like that, I said, wow, this is wow, okay. I like other things, picture stuff. Diving, snorkeling, zip lining, swimming, things like that. hiking all day. Not boring.
Baby in the task wants us to stop. Baby, it's really your fault.
I'm just telling you, I was bored. Work over here.
Oh man, this is great. This is great. When my smart friends get to acting like this is great.
That's the South.
Andrew being boring.
I'm here. Stop boring at all. Sunshine over here. Glistening.
Hey, stop.
What's out here on the lake today, fishing with the fishing old rods out there. I ain't mad at them folks out there. I wasn't gonna be on the.
I'm not trying to kick it up, but just for context, how did the gender wars start? I don't want to, you don't have to argue about it, but I'm just interested in them.
I didn't know what we're gonna do.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was just a general question.
Gender war. Look, I
And
found
it went off on dusty ass Negroes.
Okay.
Negroes.
what you talking about today.
Oh yeah, just today.
I don't know, because Patty got that Queens accent thick right now. Bronx, wherever you from, Patty, it ain't from, it's thicker than normal, so I know you mad.
Good evening, beautiful people. Hope all is well.
Yeah, but really it sound real than a motherfucker, man. Sound like you raised with it.
Rob, you have talked to me before. First of all,
I ain't know, I had to see who it is.
and second of all, thank you.
Ain't nobody ever said that to me, but I would say it to people.
Said what to you?
You sound like you was raised well.
That's the Southern hospitality, I suppose.
Hi, Marcus.
Did the firestorm just settle?
I'm off work today.
Did the dust storm just settle? I came in, it's kind of quiet.
Rob, send me your email.
I sure do.
I'm gonna send you
I see.
my workings, the diabolical plans. That's
Alicia, what are you up to? Are you still trying to are you and Lisa still at odds?
Oh, that was crazy, man.
You think?
You see, I didn't even start it, guys. Do you really think that I paid Miss to come in here just to, bring it up so that I can talk about it? But
do it. I don't know what's going on.
Who said do it?
Don't do it.
If I said no, that's the accident. That's the accident.
Faith in the chat said, let's talk politics.
I was just gonna say, so what has been the scope of the day? What's been the topic of conversation? What has been the main?
For me, the big thing for me has been Jasmine Crockett is saying she gonna run for Senate in our state. And I don't think that's a good move. That's me.
Yeah, when it comes down to her and the other fellow, I think he's gonna take it. However, I'm interested to see how this plays out for her. I'm not gonna count her out. I'm definitely interested.
She be running against Corn and Clown, Ken Paxton. Now, if in the off chance that Ken Paxton gets the
Ken Paxton
somehow
is hated more than Lucifer Greg is.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see.
It's not. Wait, no, it's not. I mean, more than Cornyn. Cornyn is very disliked in Texas.
Man, I think Ken Paxton is more disliked.
Malone said Trump is going to speak in Pocono, Pennsylvania. It says soon. So I don't know if it's.
Yeah, no, you think Abbott is hated, but Ken Paxton is like the whites don't really respect him. After the debacle with his wife, like
even before that, like
no, that's what I said. After the debacle.
what's involved with his wife?
In the Senate.
the fact that
He's going to be running for Senate, though.
But what's involved with his wife? What happened?
I was saying Abbott. Abbott is not in the Senate race. Abbott is
We said that
Paxton.
Yes, Paxton
is
and Cornyn.
more hated.
Yes.
We said that Paxton is more hated than Paxton.
No.
Somebody brought up Abbott. Somebody brought
Paxton
up
is ahead in
Abbott.
the polls. He's projected to win the primary right now.
Cornyn?
Paxton. Well, am I speaking? Paxton. Kim Paxton.
Cornyn, correct.
Yeah, over Cornyn. Yeah. in the.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, because primaries attract the extremists of the party.
Yeah, but I think that I think she has a better chance of beating Paxton than she would Clinton.
For sure.
Just because of all of the things that would be working against Paxton. Now, obviously, Clinton claimed to be a Trump guy, but he a neocon at his heart. Like, he a Bush guy. So, like, I just can't Paxton. This shit is a joke to me, man.
Yeah, we want Paxton in the GOP primary because he's beatable.
So, like, does Texas have an open primary or closed primary?
I'm pretty sure these Senate races are
closed.
It's almost certain they're closed. I'm almost certain. So,
like that overcoat you got on, Rob, that looks real nice, Rob. You standing there in that overcoat, that looks real good.
Ashton, don't be trying to fly me out nowhere, Ashton. Because I'm coming.
You like the coat you got on, that's real slim, that looks nice.
Ashton, where you trying to take me, Ashton? Where you trying to get me to come? Let me take off for a couple days. And I'm a fucking hotel plug. What am I talking about? Yeah.
Okay, I looked it up. I have to correct this information.
So
In Texas, you can vote in the Republican primary or the Democratic primary, but you can only choose one.
Change that. Oh, I'm that. Change
So
it.
it's not about where you registered.
Yeah.
Shit.
Change that because they were trying to say, at least on TV, that Democrats or whatever have to vote for their party. They was trying to push it to make it different, but I'm glad that it, I guess stayed this way because they were trying to make it harder, I think, and people really didn't like that.
Yeah, and Maxine was trying to make it harder. Ironically.
Oh, Ken Paxton, man, what a jerk.
Anyways, your mama did effectively change my mind about Jasmine Crockett. We need to support Black women reaching for the stars and pursuing.
I'm sick in the motherfucker if she win, though, man.
Good morning.
Oh, man.
Well, he didn't lie.
I don't know if they're accounting for all of the very progressive people across the state that have moved there in droves.
They haven't moved here in droves. So according to what we know, people who move to Texas from places like California or New York are more conservative than the median Texan voter.
That's crazy.
You're explicitly moving here because you like Texas conservatism.
Oh God.
Really? I gotta go look into that. Because the way California like Texas been going around, you would have thought it was the opposite.
Was that Mickey that just said it?
No, this is Oasis.
I ain't know who said that about Texas, New York and California Republic.
No, that was Kimberly.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting data point. And it makes sense.
I've seen it in, the first time I saw it was in the Dallas Morning News, but I can go ahead and put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I was wondering. Because I had neighbors in Queens that would move to places like Texas, Dallas, and Florida. It's because how their money could move in those areas. It had nothing to do with them being. A lot of them are very liberal, especially if you live in Queens.
That's what I was getting to, Patty. So I felt like I'm curious to see the full scope of the picture.
Okay, so yes. But the idea of moving somewhere in order to lower your tax burden, that is a conservative idea.
So are you talking about conservative financially?
Well, I don't really separate the two, but I'm just saying, on the spectrum, It does fit. But really, they're talking about the COVID, the COVID fleers who were coming here because they like the idea of an open Texas, right? They like the idea of no mask mandates, no school closures. That is the explicitly conservative stuff. But let me find this link.
I know a lot of my neighbors, or my mom's neighbors, and my grandma's neighbors. They moved because their money stretches in those areas.
Yeah, like,
And then a lot of them, like, even when you talk about some of the people that's on this app, it was like they sold their house and was able to take that money and go buy a home stress free.
yeah,
I'll tell you what they whole asses have been doing is this bogus shit.
It's
It's
why
200,000.
or even in Atlanta, a lot of people that move from New York can be anywhere from 1 to 200,000. A lot of those houses are 4 to 5, and that's just for a 3,000 square feet home. 2,000 to 3,000 square feet home, and from 4 to 5. Where if you look at pre-COVID or even during COVID, homes were like anywhere from 150 to 200,000.
yeah. Well, no, it's the same.
Hey, a lot of these people are coming here. Let's say a house is on the market for 200, and I get it. You from California, like that's a steal. Man, you don't have to come and pay $400,000 for that fucking house, though. Feel me? I get like wanting to outbid somebody because they're still cheap for you, but like that's disrupting the market, in my opinion. Like outbid, man, come pay a nigga $220. Feel me? But like that's now you got homes in certain areas, man, that previously, like 2015, you might pay $175 for that home. It's cheaper. Just have some common sense, man. You don't have to outbid a home $200,000, man, just because it's cheaper.
Houston is such a growth city, so it's kind of interesting because I worked with some private market, like some municipal markets. We always do a little bit better than the national economy is doing, no matter what. Whether it's 2008, Q1, 2020 people come from, and I don't know what the hell they do. But Houston is just Texas, not just Houston, has been one of those destinations for people that made their money in New York and California. So if I had $1 for every time I talked to somebody who was from Cali or New York, sold their house for $1.5 million, spent about 25% as much of that when they got here, paid for their house cash, got a much bigger house, and then just banked or invested the rest. Like I probably have $10,000 because that's just what people have done for a longer. The reason that we can do it here in Texas is because we're big as shit.
Not only that,
right? So
we're still building out too. We're still building out massively. I bought 10 acres of unincorporated land out there by the border just because of how fastly, not for the DFW, for how fast the DFW is being built out.
Oh yeah, and another market that they said, because I was like, what other areas? So South Carolina is really big right now, right? I've heard that a lot about people going to South Carolina. Nevada is one. Nevada has gotten a lot. Like California, a lot of the Hollywood business, they're moving into other areas. Have y'all noticed that? Like, one thing about California, I will say, they tax the shit out of everything.
Everybody and everything.
My God, you want a luxury car, you're going to have to pay more tax. When they added, because I watch Sunset, I love Selling Sunset if y'all never watched that. Like when they added that additional tax for those houses over, what was it, like $5 million or some shit?
Yeah, luxury tax? Yeah.
I remember people off so
I remember them like calling in all of the clients that were on the line and like, hey, let's close before this tax break comes into law.
if that's all you know, that's one thing. Feel me? But the people that I know that have moved to California and they've had to do it for real reasons. They in the industry or whatnot, but they do nothing but.
It's funny, sweet, but we're talking about, or we're talking about two different people. Whoever making $100,000 is not they're not purchasing the homes Miki and I are referring to.
No, I'm talking about just the cost of living in California itself, as to why it's so expensive that somebody and they making $90,000, $100,000 feel like they can't afford shit. Like that, it's hard for me to understand that.
But that's like somebody making $100,000 and living in River Oaks, Rob, right?
Yeah.
It might not go away.
But this is River Oaks. But this is a story that I hear from California in general. That it's expensive. You feel me? So I'm like, where is
the number one? It's the number one economy. So it's gonna be different. Like who's in wealth management? She probably makes at least $2 something. She's single. Early 40s, no kids, just got another little dog. She lived in Houston all her life. She's from Louisiana. She fucking loves California. She's been there about 3 years. She just got her second place. She likes just walking to the beach. Like that's like her shit. She's never coming back to Houston. She thought she wanted to live in New York or Boston, and she's like, I'm probably gonna stay in California forever. And yeah, so to Rob's question, is the weather that much of a difference? Apparently, it makes that much of a difference.
Yeah,
her apartment is high, she can afford it, but she fucking loves it. She's nice.
My mom also wants to retire in California. She spent her whole life between Texas and Oklahoma. But I just find what I'm learning is Gen X women, as they get to those retirement, especially the Southerners, they want to be on the beach somewhere. They want to be far away from the weather they know, and they want to retire elsewhere. I like that for them.
Hey, Rob, also have the UC system, which is bachelor's, master's, and PhDs, right? So you get those systems are subsidized by California voters, right? And so you also have 1,000 miles or so coastline, right? But then you have different microclimates, whatever, within the different metropolitan areas. And you have 3 major metropolitan areas: San Francisco Bay Area. You have San Diego. You have Los Angeles, and then you have major industries. Whether you have Silicon Valley up here where I'm at. You have wine country also where I'm at, the wineries and stuff. Then you go down to Central California, you have the agricultural industry. Then you go down to Southern California, you have biotech, the San Diego area. You also have, entertainment, hospitality, which is Los Angeles. So, there's a combination of a lot of those things, but it depends on where you live. A lot of people, like California, gets a bad rap for the cost of living. But it depends on where you live. If you want to buy a $7,000 a month apartment in San Francisco, that's your business. But not everything in San Francisco costs that much, or even the surrounding areas. Same thing with Los Angeles. You want to live in the heart of it, you're going to pay. But
to be fair, algebra, one day I'm on this app with my homegirl from the Bay, and we just started looking at Zillow. Like they was looking at Zillow in Houston, and I'm looking at, and I specifically did Oakland first. So like, bro, I'm talking about rent properties. I ain't even talking about buying. So I just put in like 1-bedroom apartments for instance. So 1-bedroom apartments is starting at like $1,500 to $1,600. Like efficiency.
It depends on where it is. It is
so like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So where's the middle ground where I'm not in the murder zone, but I'm not fucking paying Silicon Valley prices?
For example, if you go to like San Leandro area, you go to Hayward area, right?
This is one thing I just wanted you to add. The state of California's minimum wage is also a lot higher than Texas's.
Yeah, that's true.
California does not operate on the federal minimum wage. They actually give a fuck about the people that live there. So yes, you're gonna pay a little bit more.
Hey, I'm
$15 an hour. My son lived in Houston, and he went to school with Perry. He went to school out there, and I've always paid for him an apartment. And I don't think I ever paid less than $1,500 for him.
I was gonna say. I didn't want to be bougie about it.
Right. I'm like, what did you do? Like, Houston costs too.
Y'all saw what I saw on Zillow. I'm telling y'all that these prices were not in City of Lakewood.
Yeah,
because it depends.
there's no comparison. Even Dallas is more expensive than Houston. Houston is the point. New York and California real estate accounted for 50% of all real estate sales in the United States. Like, we're not talking about it's a more expensive city or it's a nicer city. Like, we know that the prices are exorbitant, right? There's zero comparison.
But medians are higher because the extremes are higher, right? I'm not saying that it's not expensive, but I think that our perception of the difference gets skewed because there are so many super, super high-end properties and rentals in New York and California.
Yeah.
They also make a lot. New York doesn't even have grass. Like, I was just in Times Square. I would live in one of those brownstones. You can't even beat your partner good. There's literally somebody right there. Like, y'all don't even have acreage. Wow. This is just what I'm saying. That's why you gotta build up, because you can't even build out. There's no land.
Walmart in New York will displace 10 residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, we're in Texas. We like shit big. I could not live stuffed in a sardine can. I don't care how many.
You have your neighbor's farm, you have a shared toilet with 2 floors.
I mean, there's also the social
If
services
you want to
part.
trading debt for Black Rock, you might do it.
Okay, I might do it for that.
I might do it.
I understand. It's kind of a straight, like, people making $8,000, $900,000 with apartments at Tribeca. They have, what they do is they have homes in Connecticut and New Jersey, so they have apartments in New York, and then they have homes where the grass is. They make a lot of money.
But yeah, I mean, like, for River Oaks, like, if anyone is familiar with Houston, there's River Oaks, which is probably one of the most expensive neighborhoods, in the country. Definitely in Texas, right?
Definitely not in the country. Stop it.
In the country?
Yeah, I got stuff going.
Hell nah. Well, I'm not saying top 10, but you want to say top what?
Top 50?
I mean, yeah, you have 30, 40, $50 million properties in River Oaks. Every neighborhood does not have $50 million properties. I mean, of course, California and New York are going to have their own, but to me, like, it's not to compare. Like, probably the most expensive property in New Orleans is like, what, $10, $15 million? Maybe. I mean, Jay-Z and Beyonce bought a $200 million property in California. I think the most expensive property ever for sale, and I was actually just looking at this for some reason last night. What is the most expensive property ever sold? Was it like $300 million or something? Some Russian oligarch but anyway, I mean, there's that, and then there's like, okay, 40, 50 million. That's pretty, that's a lot. That's the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, I always say for sure. Not everybody got a damn 50 million inherited dollar property, because you have a lot of oil and gas. Dallas also has expensive properties like that. There's a lot more old money in Dallas than there is in Houston. That's what I'm talking about.
Not only that, but in Dallas we have Highland Park and University Park alone, which sits in the middle of the city. All that SMU money is literally right there.
SMU money.
It's just not.
Money doesn't have 300 River Oaks. Old money versus new money, sweetie. Some people still pay
SMU
attention.
is old.
All that old high gloss and aluminum shit.
SMU is full of SMU is full of Harvard, right? Is it Richard Harvard?
No, it's not.
I was a nigga.
It's not Richard than Harvard, but I will say, I do have a, there's a little joke, like SMU is where the underachieving.
You're smart as shit.
That acceptance rating is like 6 times.
I will agree with what Kimberly said about SMU. SMU is where the wealthy underachiever
Yeah, it's like, why don't we just get out the
actually leaning towards staying home and going to race.
I want to get these conversations. Yeah.
I mean, what are his options? You know, like
right.
you're not choosing right over Harvard.
UT had been his main option. He don't want to leave the state.
So I had to look it up. The most expensive property sold in California was bought by the Oakley founder, and it was a what did you say? Yeah, it was a $210 million property in 2024. Before that, the record was held by the one you mentioned, Jay-Z and Beyonce. And then, rightfully so, the most expensive property recorded in Texas is within the $50 to $60 million range.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Of course you're going to have more expensive properties in New York and California, but they've always been anomalies, was my point. Like, it's always been, you know, like, those two are the exception. So but is that for everybody? Hell no. Which is why, you know, and this is not a banging conversation. I mean, it's just a conversation, which is why you had a lot of those people that were in Altadena, bless their hearts, that had multi-million-dollar properties that were literally like 1,400 square foot that they inherited from their great-grandparents, but they had all this equity in the house, but they couldn't even afford to have the damn home insurance, which is terrible, right? So that's also contributing to the high equity in California. Would you rather have a $210,000 shack in Mississippi that's all paid off with like 2 acres, or would you rather have $1 in $1 million half property in California and you can't even afford to pay shit?
In California.
Like,
In California.
you know, to afford homeowners insurance. Like, you know, the people in Altadena have lost their homes or Well, but why would you want to be in
because there's trade-offs, right?
So it's about affordability.
No, it's not. It's about all other things that come with living where you live. In Mississippi, you can afford your home, but the schools are shitty, the infrastructure's run down, you have a nasty, racist, fascist government at every level, right? Like, you don't want to send your kids to school in Mississippi. Like, I don't know, man. These industry, right? If you're an educated person.
I was just talking to somebody in California who actually said that they incarcerate more black people than any other state per their proportion. So again,
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
She's literally doing the research right now. She's going to do a room about it. So there's only like a 6% black population in California. Do you know how many of those black kids are incarcerated?
What about Maine or Vermont? I thought that it was one of those.
Hopes and dreams don't matter. It's about what you can afford. Like none of that matters if you can't even hold on to your house if you have a freaking fire.
So yeah, but the people didn't buy. So the house those houses, those people didn't buy them at $1 million. Many of them have been in families for a long time.
Which means
it's a slightly different thing.
Right.
So they probably should have sold them and would have made way more money than the people in Mississippi. I mean,
but they didn't. Is my point.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'd rather have. I'd rather have the one where I can sell it. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Then what?
Also,
This is my point. If you sell that house that you inherited, Maggie, this is literally my point. Where else are you going to move in California? You can afford to have homeowners insurance on a house that you inherited free, that's built up in equity. You sure as hell not going to be able to buy a new one where you have to have homeowners insurance.
That was just some people that afford home insurance for their home either, and that's why FEMA had to step in a lot. I mean, that's just a people thing. California have a program that they could have got insurance through the state. So if they didn't do that, that's really just that's a people thing. Everybody out there didn't have insurance.
Wait a minute. The average cost for homeowners insurance in California is between $1,300 and $1,700 a year.
Right. So
who can't afford that?
Oh, exactly.
She might be talking about fire and like the insurance.
That's crazy. Because even people just are like they're not responsible when they inherit homes. Okay, your grandma left you this house to a certain type of person. Those are those people, but everybody did not.
Is it specific fire insurance?
Wait a minute. Somebody said a lot of people can't afford. If you can't afford $1,300 in a year, you're homeless. It's $130 a month.
Yeah, there are people that cannot afford that.
So I don't think you're talking about you use that 1 second, Brian.
Because
So when you come up with a hypothetical, you can't come up with a hypothetical, and the predicate of the hypothetical is you can't afford $1,500 a year.
But like she
That's
said,
not how you do hypotheticals.
no, this is not a hypothetical. All this information came out during the fires about Altadena, which was not primarily, but a black area that got a lot of attention. So there were a lot of write-ups on it because California was a place that did not do redlining. So you had a lot of, as you said, people that inherit, well, in that area,
it wasn't hypothetical. You asked me which one we'd rather have.
well, and I'm explaining to you why that doesn't make good financial sense. If you, and I gave the criteria, a home that you owned outright, I said a home that you owned outright in Mississippi versus a house worth one, and I even did extra in California, 1.5.
You're talking about right now.
Oh my God.
Just keep going.
A house worth $1.5 million that you couldn't afford the homeowner's insurance policy on. That's the criteria that
the homeowner's insurance policy on a $1.5 million house is about $400 a month. I would take that.
Exactly. Anybody, and then
everybody would. You can take it to
with these disasters.
No, I hate to not better about affordability, but I look at things a little different. I wouldn't want anything that I couldn't maintain.
You guys really get hard on California on fire.
So maybe reform. You're imagining that you can't afford. So in your hypothetical, you're imagining you can't afford $400 a month.
In that hypothetical, because I literally said that people can't afford homeowners insurance. You remember there was all, well, I'll just say this, how there was all this back and forth with the state, that all of these insurers are leaving, like California, Florida. They also try to do it in Texas. Like when there are too many storms, State Farm is notorious for this. They'll leave the state, and we have all these people that can't afford it. So no, I would not want a $1.5 million property. I would sell it, but I didn't give that hypothetical. But to live in it, and I'm in California, like I work in California, no, I wouldn't. I would prefer to have the paid off house that's $220,000 that I can afford. I'm literally telling you, because if I lost my job, then I'm losing that house. Because most people don't tap into the equity, but I'm not selling it. I'm living in the house.
You just need your job. What's going on?
Okay, I put a hypothetical out there and I responded. I think of affordability a lot different. I don't think most people don't tap into the equity in their homes, FYI. They don't.
I just looked it up. You know that Mississippi has one of the highest rates of uninsured homeowners.
Incredible.
This says approximately 20 to as high as 35% of homes are uninsured. And actually, because Mississippi's infrastructure is so bad, they really don't have good numbers because they're not keeping great records.
And what is one of the number one states for homeownership for Black people? What state is that?
I don't know. Let me check.
It's not California. Is it California?
It's Mississippi, right? But if we're saying that they have one of the highest rates of home ownership and one of the highest rates of uninsured homes, that also proves negative for Black people, right?
No, they don't cancel each other out. Because this is the point. Are we having this conversation about people in general or Black people? I always assume we're having a conversation about Black people. Or we're talking about people.
Yeah. I think okay, I have $1 million house. It's supposed to be
A lot of people reform. You're talking about a few people in Altadena who got their grandma house that didn't have insurance. It was not all of them. It was not the majority. It was just not. Like you said, $400 a month. You live right. It's a small ass. You can walk through that city. It's blocks. Right. So you can. It's blocks. So and it's just a couple of people that didn't have insurance because of the way insurance changed or whatever.
It wasn't just a couple of people though. I'm sorry. That was.
It wasn't a majority.
Example.
It wasn't a majority.
That was a bad example. No. Lou had that person. There was a young attorney that also was prominent in the reparations California. Lou has her on IG, had her in IGD all the time. She's a close personal friend. I donated like $500 to the Altadena thing because he went to, yes, very, I've been trying to tell him that would be a beautiful couple, but anywho, she's very sweet, very, she went into a lot of detail during the Altadena thing. I learned a lot. I don't know shit about California, right? It's California. So, but anywho, she attended things with Ben Crump, so she was privy to a lot of information and was revealing a lot of information, and that was the thing. And it's actually happened now that it's out of the news. And some of those people were actually featured on like 60 Minutes and other shows that they inherited these houses from their policy versus just your standard home insurance. So maybe like Rob said, I should have sent the fire coverage or whatever, because these homeowners did not have that despite them owning outright these $1 million plus homes. And I was just like, that was insane to me.
So,
but then they didn't have the jobs.
Would flat out refuse it. That's the issue we're dealing with until Governor Newsom basically said, cool, then you can't buy insurance.
Shout out to the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. I put the link in the chat. The uninsured in California, the uninsured homeowners rate is 16%. In Mississippi, it's 34%. The median home insurance rate in California, it is $1,200. And in Mississippi, it is $1,434.
Yeah, and I think just, just thinking about math, right? So these homes, as you said, were inherited, right? Some things are choice, right? We're talking about even if they paid $400 a month for owner's insurance on a free home, mind you, you're living in the home free, no mortgage clear, right? That's $4,800 a year. $4,800 a year. So you're telling me that even on a minimum wage job, you can't afford that?
Which is $20 an hour.
It just the math is not math right.
Do y'all realize that 40 to 60% of Americans don't have a random $400 in the bank that is not attached to credit? Like,
That's because they're
what are you talking about? No, they're not. We have the highest rates of credit card. Do y'all know that foreclosures are up? We have the highest rates of people becoming homeless than at any time. People going to bread banks. Times are tough.
What does that have to do? Wait a minute. One second, lady. Hold on. We're moving back. And Miki just reformed over. Did you hear when she said the average homeowner's insurance was more in Mississippi than California?
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, well, how much the home cost though?
Wait, all that makes sense.
Well, what do you mean? Why wouldn't it make sense? What you know that
Their compensation is high too in Mississippi.
You have homeowners insurance, and then you have specialty kinds, like if you're in Houston and you live in a flood zone, then you have to get flood insurance. If a flood happens, then they don't really give a shit and you don't get anything back. It's FEMA insurance, right? So I have California in some areas. Okay, so look at American houses have a fire policy. Okay, Omari, do you have to have a fire policy as well? I don't have to have a fire policy.
Wait a minute. Why does it make sense that home insurance in Mississippi is more expensive than California?
Because they're older houses. So they're
If you're making an argument, the reason why
if you're making a claim
to own.
Right, so that's what they own. I got it. It's also like when
y'all want to
people
use
Texas.
Yeah, we can do that.
Right.
You literally just did.
But you talked about.
Just did. Hold on a second, Kimberly. 1 second. It's just like when people in Texas actually research to find out that net, they pay the same in total taxes as people in California. I was listening to you and Rob and other Texans. Y'all's property taxes is way higher than California.
Yeah, but yet we don't pay an extra tax if you want to purchase a luxury house.
It doesn't matter. It's still net the same.
What if you're not buying a house? What if you're renting?
It's the same.
Right. If you're buying a house, we don't say that everyone is buying a house now.
No. Net, it's that controls for renters and buyers. And it's net.
Renters aren't paying property taxes.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
It's in the rent.
And I just have a question about you're paying property taxes if you're renting and taxes when you rent an apartment, really?
thought the conversation was that
This sounds like a bad. Is it broken down in that rent to where you know the portion of property?
Tax when you rent. That's not the point. My point was is that net, the taxes are the same. So you're saying in Texas they don't have the luxury buy thing. That's true.
Neither do they have it on cars.
I got it. It's also the case that in California, if you inherit a mansion worth $100 million and it was born and it's built and grandfathered in Prop 13, you're paying the same rate you were paying in the 1970s. So it doesn't have that. That's why I'm saying net. Overall, it's about the same amount in taxes. You have higher sales taxes, other types of taxes than they have in California. They have a progressive, and for working people, it's even better because California is progressive tax. It is a whole debate, but I still don't know. So,
why do people leave California stating that it is more
expensive? That's why all the articles, exactly.
No, we don't have to read articles.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay, you're going to tell me why they leave California stating that it's too expensive? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. One, they moved because they made a lot of money, and they want like really big sprawling things in Texas. Two, they're conservatives and they like Texas, which is why Kimberly said an hour ago that the people moving from California to Texas are more likely to be more conservative than native Texans. They actually vote for Republicans at higher rates. That's why the blue flip hasn't happened, because notwithstanding them coming from California, they're more conservative. So the data show. Now, in people's minds, and there's propaganda that people in Texas and Florida pay less than California. But if you listen to Gavin Newsom when he destroyed John Hannity and DeSantis at the debate, he's got the numbers. It's about the same. It's about net. Also, by the way, many people are moving back. That's another thing. Also, the moving from California to Arizona.
That's different.
California to Idaho is different. So I just want to finish, and then you go. I'll be done.
When you're done,
So you would rather have you would rather own a paid-for $200,000 house. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Weren't the houses in Altadena paid for?
Yeah, I just said that. They were inherited.
Okay. So you'd rather own a $250,000 home and property in Mississippi than a $1.25 million home that's paid for?
Yeah, I would not pay the property tax. That is correct.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I said the home insurance, but I couldn't afford the home insurance. Yes.
Okay. So everybody, reformed would rather own a $250,000 property in Mississippi than a $1.2 million house outright that she can't pay $400 a month for.
But you can't afford Mississippi either, because you probably have a mortgage in Mississippi.
No, lady, it's my example, sweetie. Here's the thing.
So your
house is paid.
Why can't you rent the house out?
I mean, I suppose you could, but do you want to be a landlord?
How come
Do you know what that requires or what that entails?
What are you doing?
What, Magda? You have had these discussions with me for years.
Wait a minute.
I don't. May I respond? May I respond?
Where you know it's still.
I don't do. No. I don't do the TikTok conjecture. Well, you could do this and you could do that, and maybe you're literally doing that right now. No, I did not. I based it. Yeah, and you guys are right with it. Apparently, I'm so glad it made you put your little thinking caps on. You seem to be really triggered. I'm not being condescending. Yeah, I literally told you what I want to explaining the why. I'm telling you.
But you just lied. You put your little thinking caps on. That you don't have to.
Well, it is. Y'all are Googling all kinds of shit.
Yes, because if you
example of cases that we literally heard about from individuals who came in IGP that were from Altadena that we donated money to, yes, they did not have insurance on these properties that were over $1 million.
Why did they pay for the insurance?
Because they couldn't afford it.
What county is Altadena in?
Los Angeles.
Average salary, Los Angeles County. Thank you, Amari. You finally came in handy on top of it. And they can't pay $380 a month, and they lose a home. They're stupid. And they can't afford the property tax.
Almost done.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Because you had a $3 million home and you owe less than $5,000 a year, you cannot get a return like that, even on Bitcoin. Imagine thinking, you know what it was, Nikki? They didn't want to pay it. You can afford, I'll tell you what, if I had to choose between keeping a $1 million home and a car note, I'd be on every bus. I'd be on every bicycle. Why would you lose a home for $300 million?
Requires maintenance. Like someone put in the chat, thank you, Sharp. State Farm dropped 70% of its policies in the months before the January 2025 fires. So you're looking at the average policy. But for some of these properties, especially if they're in fire-prone areas, that insurance is going to be more expensive. I never judge someone based on what I would do or the knowledge or say that, oh, they should rent it and, oh, they should do that. Number one, it's about where those individuals are going to live. You have to also talk about replacement value. So if you inherited a home for that amount, right? And we don't even know, like, if they properly did the hand down from grandma to great-grandpa or whatever. First of all, I'm not going to judge, especially Black people, for what they did and did not do when these people were sharing their stories after they lost all their shit because of the fucking fire. Number one, their home is an investment. It's a house that you get from your grandma. Most people are not looking up and saying, oh, my house is worth $800. How am I not patronizing and you just call people stupid?
Well, because that is stupidity. For a home for $1.5 million.
Will you let me get something out, please?
$400 a month? That's stupid.
All of this over my submission? Let me explain something to you. Most people are not looking up the value of their houses every day like, oh, my house is worth $800.
Are you serious? People stay on Zillow. Are you kidding?
At my house for 22 years, I can tell you I'm not fucking on no damn Zillow to see the value of my house for what?
Because people...
What?
Oh, you're doing too much. What's the breaking news?
Well, maybe
money in who won? Through the home loan. That's why my son was in your home for 22 years. Doesn't make you a lot of money. That's exactly wow. So the people I know who make a lot of money, they sold many homes, especially people in this market.
Well, I'm sorry. Why would we sell my great-great-grandfather's property? That's not what the fuck I'm talking about.
Well, I'm not talking about that.
There are other people that are saying a lot of people only look up the value during tax assessment time. I'm not wrong. Zillow is not an indication of the value of your property anyway.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Of course it is.
Yes, you're selling it.
Well, that's why people, Nikki, that's why people look
We
at
didn't say that they were selling the price of their house.
Nikki, that's what places wasn't
This is
done.
why you need to see financial literacy. Yes, there's money. It's their time.
I need financial literacy.
I am making the point that you're doing a lot of convention based on what you would do. May I say this?
Hypothetical. You said, what would you do?
Right, and you gave me your response. People on stage said,
you know they could have done, so they had two options. If you're interested in keeping Big Mama's house in the family, you do everything you can to keep it in the family. And that requires paying homeowner insurance and property tax. Most people in America who own homes do not own the homes full out, and yet they find ways to pay mortgage, sometimes PMI, sometimes other fees, and insurance and property taxes. That's the first. Secondly, if you don't want to have the house because you can sell it, but you don't want to have the house and you don't do it, if you can sell a house in Altadena for $1.25 million, you can move and live comfortably in nearly every state in the country except 4 or 5. You can move to the Atlanta thing. You can do the North Carolina thing. You can even do the Maryland thing, maybe not in certain areas. You can do parts of New York and New Jersey. The idea that you would not want to have a $1.25 million asset because you can't afford $4,000 a month, which, by the way, I just don't believe that. That's a different discussion. But let's say it's true. Versus $250,000 in Mississippi and an old black area, because I'm a black people, how much equity are you getting in a year there?
Probably not very much.
$1,000?
Maybe 2 to 3%.
Right. Yeah, you take the 1.25 million. It's pretty simple.
So thank you, Michelle, for putting in the chat that she said the other people, the problem with the insurance right before fires was everyone's or most people's insurance was canceled and you could not get insurance. The state of California actually had some issues with this, which is why shout out to Newsom. He got a lot of slack, but he remember when he came out and said that the insurance companies couldn't drop people or they had to retroactively put it back in place. So thank you, Michelle, for entering that. Some of those policies were $10,000 to $20,000 a year, so you're absolutely right. This is also happening in Florida, but
right, but you understand that similar things are also happening in Mississippi. Louisiana,
Florida. It's problematic everywhere, but the price of a housing is $220,000 in Mississippi versus $1-something million. Because if the value of my home is $1 million plus, how much of the values of getting a new house? That's what I'm saying. It's about replacement value as well.
You don't treat it like children. Represent the fact that the idea that you inherit a home, you've been by your own hypothetical, multi-generational homeowner. And I mean this with all due respect. Everybody knows. They send you letters. It comes on TV. It comes on social media. The idea that people are sitting on $1.25 million properties in California, in Los Angeles County, and they don't know to pay property taxes or homeowners insurance is insane. Second, I didn't want to bring this up, but Sharp did in the chat. A lot of people who lost their homes, this is outside hypothetical, they didn't own them outright. Many of them were refinanced. They couldn't afford the principal payments, the interest payments. Predatory lending. That is the completely different thing. It wasn't like the idea that you inherit in your Los Angeles County in 2024, 2025, and you don't know you have to pay property taxes or homeowners insurance is insane. It's not anti-black.
So may I finish? You're still not done? Okay, you're calling people stupid and you're referencing my thinking hat comment. Great. So here's the point. May I go?
1 second. I didn't call you stupid.
So you don't want me to finish?
No, but I didn't call you stupid though.
But you're calling people that I don't care if you're calling black people in the universe stupid. I'm literally giving you something that happened. So here's the problem with the heirs property code. If you are living in the property in your third generation, let's just say grandma and grandpa, right? Grandma and grandpa passed away. They did not have the documents. As you said, this is completely true, right? And then it passes to their 5 children, which is typically what happens, right? So then maybe 2 of those kids, they don't stay in the house or someone ends up whatever. This is also the problem why a lot of these people cannot sell these properties, particularly whether it's a house that's worth $5,000 or $5 million. They would have to go through and disseminate through all of the lineage. I'm literally helping a family do this right now, but it's like 100 acres that's in East Texas, and I'm terrified as shit. You know why? Because for 3 generations, they haven't settled a fucking thing, and there's oil on the goddamn land. I'm even afraid to tell them to go down to the goddamn tax court because they're racist as shit, and they've been paying the property taxes, and they thought that denoted ownership. It does not denote ownership. I could pay the property taxes for your fucking house. That does not mean that I can claim it. It's still your house because it's who's on the deed. They have not settled it. I had to get on my own. Someone in my own fucking family wanted it. So I had to deal with this shit in my own family. So yes, it is not as simple as go get a fucking home equity loan, because you know what happens when you get a home equity loan?
I didn't say that was simple.
I'm not giving it to you. I'm just speaking now. I'm so beyond your conversation. Whatever. I'm just speaking.
Okay.
So this is the problem with heirs property, right?
So we're changing the subject now? We're changing the subject?
I mean, it was a theoretical. You gave your submission, I gave mine. Like, I still stand on it.
That's what we're going
Yes, because that is a problem. That is a problem. Why you're like, no, you were saying they could have just sold the property, and I'm telling you why it was that easy for them to sell it. Just because they're inhabiting the property right now. Some of those individuals did talk about this, that they inherited it from their grandmother, grandfather, because that does not mean just because they're dwelling in the residence that they were the only people that inherited. Does that make sense?
So they were out. So you're saying the Altadena cases, heirs property was an issue?
Yes, that's why they could never sell the property or get a home equity loan.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know.
Like, these people literally gave their own testimony. So we think that every time you're looking at a second
So I graduated from John Mayer.
may I finish? Are we saying that every time you inherit a second or third generation property that it's just grandma and grandpa have one child, and then that goes to that one child, and then that goes to that grandchild? Are we saying that everything, especially with Black people, is just in a linear fashion, that it just comes down to that person to that person to that person, and there's not multiple children?
What are you?
Complete conjecture, and I'm literally telling you that people came into the world and told them they wanted to understand that.
I'm the only one that lost their house enough to be on.
Everything in this fucking room is conjecture. So is your opinion.
No, it's not. I know you don't like that.
I understand that. But
You're telling me I don't like data?
I understand. Yeah.
No, please.
I understand what you're saying, Reformed. I understand to hear you. But when you said what would I do, I didn't know it was heirs property. Every time I give a suggestion that I could do, you always come up with another condition that you didn't have before. So now they can't afford it. They got to deal with heirs property. They can't get insurance, so forth and so on. Guess what? Even with that, I would still take the California home. Why do the people in California have the heirs property issue, where it's much less of an issue than the people in Mississippi, where it's rampant? So do the people in Mississippi have heirs property?
Of course they do.
Okay, so then why? Okay. In your hypothetical, you didn't say, would you rather have an heirs property thing in California? You just said they couldn't afford the thing, it's worth $1.2 million, and it's owned outright.
Right.
I'm saying, well, if I can't afford it, one thing I can do is sell the home or rent out the home. When I said rent out the home, you said nobody wants to be a landlord, so why not get a management company and they get 10% of the rent?
You're assuming that everybody knows it, so now you're adding additional things. All I did was I gave you a and let me just give this again for the people in the chat, and I'm actually curious. Put a 1 in the chat. You have 2 options. I'm not giving you any additional whatever. Think of it as a Jeopardy question. This is all the fuck you get. You can own outright, right? Outright, one of choices of 2 homes. A home worth $220,000 that is paid off in Mississippi, or a home worth 1.5, I think I said 1.2 or $1.5 million in California that you also own outright, but you cannot afford to pay the property insurance. Put a 1 or a 2 in the chat, or put a 1 for Mississippi. Put a 2 for
Property is still kind of shocking now. Still.
Why is it shocking? I'm a literal
property in Mississippi. Is it on the Gulf Coast?
I'm not giving y'all any more information. Make your own choice. I am a literal when it comes to numbers. So Omari, if you're asking me why I would choose the first property, I only go by affordability. I don't give a fuck about zip code. I don't give a fuck about what you think that you have access to or what you might have access to. When I look at you and your shit, it's the fucking bottom line. I don't give a fuck if the property in Mississippi had 0 value and the shit was free. If you can't fucking afford it, you can't fucking afford it. And this is why the United States, including the United States government, lacks financial literacy. People want to go on the I could, I should, I would do this, I can do that. No, motherfucker. You have this one property that's completely paid off and you're good. You have this other asset, conceivably, that you can't fucking afford. So yes, I am a bottom line fucking person. I didn't say would you recommend. That was not the question in terms of ownership right now. And you guys have a question. Given those 2 options, you don't have to move in Mississippi. The same as you sell the house in California, you can sell the house in Mississippi.
Then why would you pick Mississippi then?
To me, it's an affordability issue, but I don't expect y'all to think like me.
That's the only measure of affordability, right? Like, what if you have a chronic illness? Access to healthcare in Mississippi, right? Like, so there's healthcare, there's education, there's the opportunity costs of probably living in a shitty neighborhood and having to drive. I mean, like, there's all of these other things that are tied into.
I'm scared to get lynched.
No, Shanice, I don't
the house in, you can sell a house in LA and buy 5 houses in Mississippi.
Yeah. But you know what? If y'all would pick the $1.5 million house that you can't afford, then you're probably like 90% of America.
Texas is a better argument versus in California versus Mississippi is kind of that's a shit. That's like I don't think
I wouldn't dare live in a home that I could not afford the home insurance. I can tell you why, because actually in my profession I scare people all the time. So then I didn't go into what would the advice be after that point, right? Which first of all, people that manage assets, they're not giving you advice about your residence, right? They're concerned about taxes and managing assets. It is about affordability. Because now, even if you get another $1 million property, you're still not going to be able to afford the property tax, right? So, or I'm sorry, the homeowner's insurance. There's typically an indication if you can't afford something that is that big of a deal, then you probably are lacking in other things. Most people think that if you have an asset, that means that you can literally maintain it, because you hear people talk about leveraging your asset or other people's money, but you typically have to pay it back. So what I would probably recommend, if it was something further, without even really going into like what is that person's income, right? What is their debt level? Because they could have other debt, right? Maybe they've already leveraged the property or whatever. Yes, so to me, it literally is just about affordability. And no, I'm going to recommend to somebody that they rent it out as a solution, because it's not something that's finite. That could be something that could not happen. And then you're still responsible for said property, even if you rent it out and get additional income. So how does that help that person if they rent the fucking property out? You can't afford your homeowner's insurance, so how the fuck are you going to find another This is why I don't like financial. If you rent the house, Shanice, come up here. If you rent the house, where are you going to live?
You think in Los Angeles?
Come up here, Shanice. If you rent the house, where are you going to live?
In California, you live in Riverside.
But you can't even afford the homeowner's insurance on your current property.
The house could rent for $10,000 a month.
The house can have a police in the house.
Do you know how expensive it is to rent a house in LA?
Sister, you know damn well that you don't live existing conjecture. If you want to come up here and tell these people they could, woulda, shoulda, whatever, this is the problem with Americans. Y'all don't know what y'all get money for. The property is worth $10 million.
Mickey, just pull up Zillow. Go to Los Angeles.
You don't need to continue of everything.
Put in 1.5 million at the top.
If anything, this conjecture literally sounds like the LLC rules of bad TikTok. Then you're going to tell them to get an IUL policy and they're going to put it in Bitcoin and become a billionaire. Is that what's coming next? I mean, since we're conjecturing shit.
That's a deflect.
We don't know if their credit is good. You're just saying they could do this, they could do that. Yeah. They can also marry a billionaire.
I'm in California. I own a home.
It's on the entire stage what they would do.
So Vicky, when you do that, when you give hypotheticals, you do it as a reasonable person with average statistics, not a 200 credit score. Hold on. You just said that if they rented out the house, the rent would only pay the fees to keep the house. Are you okay?
No, I'm saying
the average rent for a home in Los Angeles County is?
Okay, so you're just assuming that, are they going to need those dollars to fund their other, are they going to rent, or are they going to purchase a house or whatever?
No, they can rent a 3-bedroom townhouse somewhere, inland. You go to Inland Empire. They can go to Elmhurst, California, sure.
So they can everywhere in California. So what about their jobs?
They get a job there.
So all of this you know for sure could happen.
Of course, and people come here when you drive 2 hours from here. It's literally California.
I drive 2 hours. Maybe I drive 2 hours.
Each way.
So we know that they're going to have to drive 2 hours in the car a day on Mars.
I drive 2 hours. I drive 2 hours.
Oh, then I would definitely pick the house in Mississippi. Guess what? Because I'm not doing it. I don't care if the house is worth $1 million. Okay.
Mississippi, that's only like 40 million people. You think our service workers get bussed in from Oregon?
So y'all would do all of that to hold on to a property that you probably still can't afford at the end of the day.
Yes, you can sell it. Yes.
Right. But what you were saying is they can't afford it anyway. So you're talking, the whole hypothetical is they can't afford it because it's a $400 a month payment.
median
That's what
income.
I'm saying. My job is hybrid.
That's not necessarily the case. In my submission, they were affording everything in Mississippi, and they were not affording the low income. Yeah. See, y'all are too hyped up on the location, which has nothing to do actually with the fucking scenario at all, which is why this is hilarious. But it has shit to do with where the fuck the houses are located. You all failed. Brokerage fund, you're not an accredited investor. Why? Because you're not supposed to sell your house for fucking income. Right. You don't even consider the asset in that regard.
What does being an accredited investor have to do with people who can't afford $400 a month?
Because I'm trying to tell you that if you have to use your primary home.
My family, my parents made their money flipping houses. And every 2 years rather, because we didn't want to pay capital gains, we would sell our house and we would buy a new piece of shit, fix it up, and 2 years later we would sell it. I moved 10 times growing up before I moved out on my own and went to college.
Damn, that's like absolute poor.
Sounds poor to you?
Right.
I'm retired. My point is.
But did you not understand my question?
What 1031 exchange is? Yes. Yes.
No, you did a 1031 exchange.
No, what does that have to do with anything? Do you know what a 1031 exchange is?
That's why I'm asking you, sweetie. Do you know?
No.
Well, yes, you only have to do that.
Fuck out of here. You don't know. Fuck out of here. They should have did that down to the very
$1 million house.
I know, but you can't even say do that.
Strategy, Brian.
Because they were smart enough to flip homes their whole life.
None of that is relevant. What's going on? So the average American inherits $1 million
How the fuck is that not relevant in his submission? Jesus.
Because it's talking about how you can make money selling a home.
You're saying you can do that. I'm saying literally my entire life we did that.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna sit and listen because I don't know shit. Tell us how your parents did.
Tell us about Delaware Trust. Come on.
Short sales, foreclosures, buying a piece of shit.
You can become an accredited investor. Anybody know? Anybody know?
You said you moved how many times as a kid, right?
13 times.
Sell the home.
Who the hell wants to move 13 times?
I'm talking about parents making money.
I'm so sorry.
It's irrelevant. Ted, it has nothing to do with what
It
we're talking
definitely
about.
has nothing to do with anything.
But so this is fascinating. So a qualified investor, accredited investor, you know who would become one? The person in California who sells their house. You know who won't become one? The person in Mississippi.
Why do they need to become an accredited investor if you don't even know what the fuck to do with that house? You're gonna miss. If you got that from Mister, so what are you doing, Mister? You're gonna try to turn it into some private equity.
Wait a second. I didn't get it from Mister. I just looked up the numbers you needed, and the net worth was $1 million. I didn't know it, right? You're right. It's irrelevant. That's my point. Why does being an accredited investor have anything to do with what we're talking about? It's a complete red herring. So anyways, anybody that thinks $1.25 million to own outright is not a better deal than $250,000 is wild to me.
Bro, if you can't afford $400, if you can't afford $400, bro, in homeowners insurance, I'm trying to get why this is
What's insurance of $400?
One second, keep going.
I'm using the number.
Just keep going, bro. Don't get distracted by it, Mark.
I'm using the number that was stated. But if you can't afford $400, right, in homeowners insurance, I don't get why it's so confusing that somebody saying they would choose a Mississippi home when if you realize you can't even afford $400 in home insurance, that means you can't afford the home period. You can't afford the home.
I got you. Okay, cool. So let me ask you a question, Ted. Can you sell the home?
I mean, I don't think that was in the question.
I got you. So for the California, this is it's theirs property. 1 second, bro. It's theirs property. You can't get the proper insurance because the insurance company's pulled out. And you can't.
From what I've heard, it was if you're a homeowner in Mississippi, you can afford it. And then the other example was if you're a homeowner in California and the home costs 1 point whatever, but you can't afford the homeowner's insurance.
So I got it.
It's perfectly fine.
You're
It
just
should be in your cheap house.
you're just repeating yourself. I got it. So the person can't afford $400 a month. So that means they're unemployed effectively, yes?
I mean, they could be unemployed, they could have bad financial behavior tactics, they could have this a lot.
No. Bad financial behavior is not able to afford it. If you can't afford $400, those are different things. Wait, you see the difference?
Different, but
okay, right, they matter. So just I got it. So you're telling me, so can I sell the house or not?
Can you sell the house? I mean, both situations, you said, yeah, you're done, baby.
All right, cool.
Both situations you can sell the house, but I
Dang, is that your little person?
Okay, so can you
Oh, she's not so big.
So can you sell the house, hey or no?
I mean, if that was along the lines of the questioning, then I feel like you should be able to.
Okay, can you rent out the home? Ooh, can you rent out the home?
I mean, if you can sell it, you can rent it out. You can
All right, cool. All right, so now that you can do those things, you can sell it or rent it. Would you take the $250,000 home, or would you take the home 1.25 you can sell it or rent? What would you take?
Man, I'm happy if I can sell it and rent it. I'm definitely gonna go with. I'm definitely selling it. I wouldn't even rent it. I'm going to get rid of it.
Well, you might actually rent it. But actually, no, you might actually rent it because.
No. I think I'm selling it. If I can't, because obviously I'm having a financial instability problem. Either I can't afford it, which will topple over on me in the long term. The moment my tenant can't afford the rent, right? Or I'm going to go do something. There's too much varying factors that can affect me, knowing that I couldn't even afford $400 worth of home.
I got you. So I looked it up. I got you. I looked it up just so you know. 3-bedroom homes, that's the average for homes, so people say. In Altadena, California, they list from, this is according to Zillow, so take it for what you will. They typically range from $4,600 a month to about $9,000 a month. Let me say it.
That's the average rent in Altadena?
Yes. For a 3-bedroom home, there are listings on Zillow in Altadena from $4,600 a month to between about 88 something. Looks like a little over 8,500. So say 8,500.
So what percentage of California can afford that?
Okay, so let me just finish. Now I'm going to ask you again. I want to talk about people's brains. Would you rather have a home that's completely paid for? You can't afford $400 a month, but you can rent it out for, let's split the middle between 45 and 85 is 6. That's 65. 6250. Let's split the middle, right? Would you rather have a Mississippi home for $250,000 that you can afford, it's worth $250,000, or would you rather have a home in California worth $1.25 million that you can rent out for $6,200 a month to pay your $400 a month? What would you rather do, brother?
I mean, in that scenario, I guess I would definitely rent it out.
I mean, it's very simple. If you own a home outright and you can rent it for $6,000, respectfully, I don't know if you can, depending on your family, you might not even get a donut on it. It costs you more than what you're ready for.
So then, my question is over to you. So you're getting how much on that property now by renting it?
$6,250.
You're getting $6,250 a month. So where are you gonna live, Tay, with your family?
I'm moving.
But you don't have to pay for. Well, no. Where are you moving? Because
you can move to the correct house.
So $400 of that is gonna have to come out to pay for the home insurance for the property, right? That's not gonna go away. That's still on you. You're still responsible for the property tax, but now you're not living in that house. So somebody do another Google search. What's the average property tax for property in California of $1.5 million in Altadena?
Yeah, and so that would be That would be actually. What'd you say? How much is it?
I think 10, but we're talking about since inherited, so it wouldn't be that. But I mean, roughly 10% of ruin today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Since it's inherited, it's quite low because of the Prop 11 or Prop 13. Which prop is it?
Oh, so we don't have the
I
number?
think it was
Well, I need to pull it up, Nikki, because I have to go through the prop.
Okay, well, while you're...
California.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let me get the numbers for you.
All right, well, you get the number.
Do you know the
It
prop?
depends on when the grandparents bought the property.
Exactly. So she said this from your great grandmother. So it's been a long time.
Right, so they, I did say grandmother.
Yeah, their taxes is cheap.
All right. So let's go back to Tay, because he's a young, enterprising, entrepreneur, wonderful income producing man. So you're getting how much again? I'm sorry, I'm old. I forgot that amount. What's the monthly amount again?
62. It was 6,500.
6,500. So we're gonna say 400 comes. So this is. I'm even gonna give y'all that nothing happens with this property. There's no plumbing issues. Nobody flows the toilet. Everything is perfect. There's no electrical issues. It's an older home, but it's perfect. So Tay, where are you gonna move now and live with your family with that $6,000?
I mean, I tried to tell him I would have sold he kind of put me in a situation where
Because now you're homeless, right? You can't live in the property because this was your house. You're renting out the property, fine. So you're moving out of furniture. You didn't even have enough to pay the $400 a month because you inherited this property. The $1 million could as well be $100,000 to you because it was great grandma's house, right? You've been in this house since you were a kid. You live in this house. It's nothing fancy because it was great grandma's house, right? It's a house. So where are you gonna live with your family, boo?
Anywhere. The money that he has left over, Mickey, is more than the median U.S. salary.
Right, but he didn't have
$72,000.
But he didn't. You don't get $72,000 all at once. He didn't even have enough money to pay $400 a month. So now you're saying that he's gonna get extra money. So okay, I'll even give him a free month because you did the down payment. You did first and last month's rent. So where are you gonna go live now?
Well, you could rent an apartment for a year or however 6 months. Use first and last month's rent, stay in the apartment, and you can save up money. By the way, I have the number.
You can take a home equity line and spend it immediately. You don't even need to do any of that.
Obviously, that's what you would do. But she said the credit is 200. You would take out whatever you need because you own the home, and the bank would be like, please take it. Of course, you would just take it ALOC and be fine. By the way, the property taxes on that home is $729.16 a month.
Oh shit, that's a lot actually. So that's $6,500
a month is a lot on $1.250 home.
But you couldn't even afford this is the problem, Maga. You keep
comes out to $6,500.
Maga.
So you gotta remember, Grandma died, Maga. Grandma died.
Just 1 second. You keep focusing on the value of the asset. That's relevant if you can't afford it. So if you couldn't afford the $400, you're not going to go around. You keep saying 1.5 million, as if you go outside and you squeeze money from the equity in this house. So that's the point.
You do.
But that's the point no, you don't. That's the point that's not even maintenance. I'm saying. So now he's getting $6,500 a month. 700 something of that it needs to be allocated to the property tax. You got 58. Then you got the 400 that was for the homeowner's insurance. So that's 54. So now he has $5,400 that he needs to rent a home. Because he was Tay. He was not him. It's a random person in the universe.
$5,400 a month.
There's $5,400 a month. Right, but that's not how rent is paid on a monthly basis.
I know. And you also pay your rent on a monthly basis. Right, so I know it's paid on a monthly basis.
Okay, so it's $5,400. So we were looking at comps in the area. Were comps in the area above or below the $5,400?
You live in the area.
You fairly maxed out the area.
Tay, are you ready to leave? How far out does he have to go from the property? Because he's still the landlord, by the way. So he needs to be able to get to the property and check on it into maintenance.
Here, I'll take another $500 off to take it down to $500 for the maintenance company.
Also, you don't even have to live close by it.
So now he's got $4,900.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So what is he?
Before he could afford $400, so he was negative $400 a month. Now he's positive $4,900 a month, plus the $400 is paid for, plus he still owns the home, plus it's still getting equity in one of the hottest markets in the country. It's not even close. He can move to Riverside. He can move to what's the shithole place? He can move out in the valley. He can move somewhere else in California.
Okay, so he can do all of this.
Wait a minute, hold on. It says here, my mortgage, $10,048.19 is my property tax.
That's because you're not more grandfathered in. I'm talking about Prop 11. Omari, you frequently have no idea what people are talking about. He can move next door to the person in Mississippi with the $250,000 house and have one that's 3 times bigger and nicer. He can move
anywhere else. Like he's only got $4,900.
But he can move to that apartment.
This is great.
If it's only straight out,
I'm just gonna give y'all a hand clap because you're figure this out and have a nice life. And you can put that on your taxes too. I plan to do this. I could do that. I was gonna do that, and I will do this. And yeah, I could
afford $400 a month. So now you're saying he has a job in Los Angeles County where the average salary is over $70,000, $80,000, but he couldn't afford $400 a month. Now that he's making $5,000 a month in the red, now you're saying he has to leave his job. So did he have a job before?
That doesn't mean it allowed you to say that a proper homeowner's insurance policy is only $400 a month for a property value of $0.5 million. Who is it from? Roaches or Rats?
No, the average in California on a $300,000 house was about $1,500. I just multiplied that by 3 or by 4.
You got that number?
Yeah, because I put it in the calculator online. Insurance is cheap. And so $1 million house.
You guys don't even know what it costs to live in Riverside.
$4 million. Okay, I paid $2,000 a year property tax. It's over $1 million, not expensive.
You only paid $2,000 a year in property tax?
He charges cheap.
Texas has high property taxes.
Stop about our property tax.
Yeah, we also have higher. I paid probably my homeowner's insurance is about $800. That's not even the fucking HOA fees. The fuck? Shit, you sound like you live in Mississippi.
No, we don't. Average homeowner's insurance.
I'm literally telling you.
Average homeowner's insurance, $1 million.
Stop looking at average.
What do you want? Medium, short?
It's not 400 though.
Why wouldn't you do average?
Can you give a realistic number than 400?
Amari, what do you
It's 400, Amari.
You know what?
It's over 400.
It's fine.
You're
right.
It's
$48.
48.
Happily ever after. It's that additional
$400 a month is $4,800, Amari. What are you talking about?
I don't know anyone who lives in California with a $400 insurance.
Well, that's what the article says. So the
$400 a month?
In insurance? I mean, no, hold on.
You talking about a year?
A year, $400 a
I said
year.
a month.
Okay, you're talking about a month. Okay, got it.
Amari, be quiet, bro. Always on. His wife basically ramen.
So all of you that said that you would accept the house in California, that's perfectly fine. Be prepared to move all of your shit out of said home, displace your children, move to a different place, live in an apartment, and be prepared to be a landlord and rent your house.
You'll be fucking rich is what that sounds
Sure.
like. You'll be fucking rich is what that sounds like.
Sure you will be. Absolutely.
You can sell a home. Why do you say sure like that? Like it's
I
don't really. Seriously.
Listen to me. I'm not trolling. I don't exist in conjecture. It literally does not exist. I said, what would you have now? Yes, it is, because it's contingent upon all of these other things that you find a renter. It's the perfect renter. Nothing happens to the fucking house because it's uninsured without having to go through all of this shit.
All right, and all we know is that.
Well, I like to lead a very boring, I know what the fuck is going to happen tomorrow. Tell the shit. You guys failed. It was about a 4-hour weekend.
Wait, what do you do for work?
I'm retired now. Actually, I'm quasi-retired.
Please bring colleagues in. I would love to hear professionals say they would take a $250,000 asset over $1.25 million.
the asset amount is immaterial if you can't afford to make.
No, it's not. That's just crazy. You can literally,
And why if May has already sold it if they could not?
They should have. That's the thing for some asset. That's his point.
That's my point.
That's his whole point.
That's literally the point. They be rich.
Okay. All right. Then I guess they be rich. And
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of this.
Wait a minute. I'm just confused. Wait a minute. Okay, so Amari, to be fair to you, and to add more, it looks like I should add anywhere from another $50 to $80 a month. Cool. So the people, let's just be fair with the low end. After the renting, for the people in the house in California, they're clearing. Remember, they don't have a job. So they had no job. They rented the house. They're now clearing.
Can I change so this is like your grandma left you a Cadillac, an old school classic. It's worth $100,000. Do you take that, even though you can't maintain it because you can't have insurance on it and it's so expensive, or do you or would you take an expensive paid Kia Sonata? Right? That's basically the equivalent of the question. And what you're saying is you live within your means, and from an affordability perspective, the Kia, that's what you can afford. What he's saying is you take the Cadillac, you sell it, you buy 10 Kias.
Yeah, you can sell the house in
California.
You can sell the house in California and buy the Mississippi house.
If you can't even afford it, this is just like when Oprah was giving those people away those vehicles. Remember that? And then there were people that literally couldn't afford it because they got the 1099 for the taxes. Well, actually, I'm sorry, they didn't get the 1099. They had to pay for the taxes. Do you know how many people win prizes on those?
That happened to a buddy of mine. We're going to bring you a Model S Plaid. He couldn't even afford it.
People are not appreciating it. Wait, Brian, goddamn, y'all have talked enough. So wait, Brian. You said that the man, not you, I'm sorry. You said that the man won a free car, right? And he couldn't afford the what?
He couldn't afford the taxes.
Why did he sell it?
Because he couldn't take ownership of it. I don't understand. You were saying that she already had ownership, right?
She had ownership of the home.
Yeah, you said that they
inherited the home and he had it outright. That's
what you said. That's not the same thing.
Very well.
That's the same thing. You said you
the home. You owned it. That's what you said.
Okay, so let me add a couple things. The first one is
put your Reiki cap on.
Hold on.
You're mad at me.
Hold on a second, please. The first one
your affordability is better than the California one.
Well, that is my mentality. You're not going to change my mind. I've been indoctrinated to this for the generations. I'm taking the shit I can afford.
But the car analogy doesn't work because you can't take ownership without paying the taxes. The house you already have ownership.
Actually, I would in that scenario, I would absolutely sell it and then reduce that from that amount. Like, there's no way in hell that I would think. I could arrange a deal with somebody to fucking.
If you win a car on a show and you can't pay the taxes, they don't.
I would go to my cousin. I would charge the taxes on my credit card.
Okay, but you're saying you're arguing the exact opposite of what your chance was on the home. This is literally the same scenario.
That's a car. That's not my main dwelling. That's not my main residence. Y'all are the ones that are making it seem as if people will willy-nilly move out of their homes and just go find a new place. I know that the data shows that absolutely tends not to happen.
Right, so that's what I'm
There's literally a housing shortage right now.
That's the issue. That's the issue. Your scenario. Hold on. I'll put this case for you. So your scenario is people inherit these homes and they just keep them and try to live in them and they can't afford it. So of course, if you're just thinking in the mindset, you'll get the cheaper house. But in the normal scenario, yeah, you would sell it and sell it and just go buy the damn cheaper house and bank the rest of the money. Or, to Megan's point. So you're not losing any money. You're not putting yourself in a situation that you can't afford because you're going to sell the house. So, but I think your scenario was them trying to live there and to stay there, and they can't afford it. Go ahead, Ryan.
So here's a couple of things, because something that needs to stick for a minute. The median house in California is older than median house in Mississippi. I put it in the chat because I love this. It's been a minute. I thought I'd be trying to tell y'all. So I was like, that's inaccurate. That houses are older here than they are in Mississippi. That's the first thing. The second a lot of people commute 2 hours, 90 minutes, 60 minutes to be able to own a home, to be able to go back and forth. So that's what happens on a regular basis. So those that do inherit a home are in a much better position than those that are just buying a home, a city called Mountain House, but they work at the San Francisco airport. It takes them back and forth to get to work.
People drive all the way from Stockton. People go all the way from Stockton to the city.
Stockton, Sacramento.
Oh, no, we don't commute in Houston. There's absolutely no people that drive from the Woodlands or Sugar Land or Tomball or Albion to downtown. I don't know, an hour and a half, an hour and a half. There's nobody that drives from Humboldt. I mean, you're right. California is literally the only place that you can have a long day.
I'm just telling you, the commute here.
There are people that drive to Austin every day for work, bro. Seriously? Like,
come on. Can you look it up? Because I can't, I'm driving.
All sorts of people commute. Do you know how large the city of Houston is just in itself? The city of Houston, you can drive from one end to the other, and it would take you an hour in the middle of the night to get from one end of Houston to the other. That's just the city proper. That's not even the wannabe Houstons on the outside, like the Woodlands, like Kingwood or whatever. So yes, people here commute. And it's worse because we don't have mass transportation that you guys do.
They don't have mass
Let's compare to Mississippi. I thought we're moving the goalposts.
You moving the goalposts, y'all. It's okay, guys. Y'all are adding in all of these other things. I gave Mississippi something arbitrary. This is literally what I'm saying. The fact that y'all are focusing on the location is crazy to me. It has nothing to do with the location. Oh my God. Fine. Then one of the houses is in New York City and one of the houses is in Denver. Does that make y'all feel better? The fact that y'all are, but honestly, what concerns me, guys, the fact that y'all are so focused on the location versus what I actually said and
what concerns me
is concerning.
What concerns me is that you're not focused on the location.
But not $1 million profit. No, the location scenario honestly doesn't work. Look, when people are trying to tell you about what you can and why you should live here, and this is literally what happens to a lot of first-time homeowners, right? They get caught up in living in a particular place that they absolutely cannot afford down the road. And this is absolutely what happens. People were focusing on the quality of life in Mississippi and what kind of job you can get versus
school kids can go to,
just affordability. Like, I'm an old school person. Well, then maybe you have to. You know, I'm not a person that's going to say, I didn't say kids. I just said my original submissions, everyone can clearly attest to this. I said a house that you own that's paid off that worth $220,000 versus a house in California that's worth $1.5 million that you can't afford to pay the homeowner's insurance. That was all that I put in the scenario. Everything else, y'all just crafted something else yourselves. That's literally all I said.
I would get that. I would find a way. That's all.
Okay. So if you
don't you think you would have found a way by now to pay the insurance? Let me give you an example. You know that there are literally people that lose their homes over such things like that literally happens now. There's a good person that I have on the app. I don't want to give him out now, but he's an adjunct professor. Like his firm literally does this. They go to there's two people actually that do this. They look for these individuals that can't afford, it could be $5 million. That amount is also arbitrary because they can't tap into that equity into their houses for whatever reason. They either wait until the last minute because, I don't know, because of credit, because people don't understand, because we act as if there's somebody that comes and knocks on your door in this little suit and says, let me go over.
They're hard. You know, they're hard California too. The people,
Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner.
That happens all the time. If you own a home, you're going to get people knocking on your door, especially if they know that you're hard up.
Oh, yeah, we know. It's called, we're black people. It's called fucking predatory. Yeah, we know that.
So why are you arguing on both sides of the cross? You're saying that they don't do that.
So I'll tell you,
no, it's actually remarkable. They're trying to get your home. Are you serious?
Yeah, but you're trying to sell. That's what we're talking about.
No, those people are predatory as fuck.
Okay.
ownership rate in Altadena is 75 to 80%. In Mississippi, it's 50%. There also is the issue of Mississippi.
What did you just say?
Yeah.
I didn't hear the number, say it again.
In Altadena, the Black home ownership rate is 75 to 80%, according to UCLA, the Luskin Center. In Mississippi, it's between 50 and 55%.
Yeah, you're comparing a whole town. You're comparing a town to a whole state.
Oh, okay. So I actually did look at
it's all black people in the country versus the black people that live in Altadena, when California literally only has 6% of that.
Well, that was the
exactly our scenario, but I did actually
Yeah, but she moved to go across here.
Yeah, you really did. I didn't even say that the family.
Good luck on you.
I literally say the family was black. But why would we compare Altadena with the state? And I said California. I didn't say Altadena. I said California. Y'all gave it a whole city. But y'all listen. We literally said Mississippi. I said Mississippi and California.
Oh, okay. So it's anywhere in California.
You know what? Y'all can live on the road at this point. The submission was crumpled. My intention was for people to focus on affordability. Y'all chose to focus on location. So you know what? Goat and MAGA and Kimberly, I give my initial submission to you guys. You can crack your power. You're welcome.
I mean, you could have done it. That was a bit back and forth.
I even upped the cost of the house to 1.5, and I didn't know how to do it. I've never changed it. I allowed you to pay the $400. I allowed you to look at the mean wage of this and that. I didn't have none of that shit in there. Like I said, my thing was an affordability issue. Y'all took it. Nothing was implied.
Crazy about black wealth.
This is so anti-black. Who brought up black wealth?
Wait. We were talking about you said in Lou's room, it was a room about black people in Altadena who had lost their homes because they could not afford to pay the homeowners insurance.
Yeah, there was a fire and they,
Right, so that's why I'm talking about black people, because your scenario began with black people.
But what is that about black wealth? I'm not,
What else would it be about?
So my scenario is about black wealth?
When you're talking about the passing down of assets, right?
Assets, Nikki.
Wait, I don't use those terms randomly. So
No.
My scenario literally gave an example. I didn't say it was a black family. I asked you guys that after the fact, after you started adding all this context, like, Nikki,
That's actually not true. You're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I didn't say black wealth.
No, what you actually said on the black thing, you said, I thought when we're always talking about black people. That's what you said.
Yeah, I did after you started asking, but I still didn't say black wealth.
Not the wealth part. So what else?
Well, that's all I'm saying. I didn't say black wealth.
What else would we be talking about in terms of home ownership, assets,
I
affordability?
gave a very specific scenario.
I know, but in the scenario, it implies wealth.
It does?
Yeah. Nikki, what are you doing? Home values. This is normally you. I'm really happy.
So first of all, Brian, I never assumed that telling someone that because they have a paid off home, that's like quote unquote black wealth. The way that I look very linearly, yes, and first of all, you've never even heard me say that. The way that a home, first of all, you have to pay property taxes and additional things to maintain that asset.
That's everything.
Exactly, but no, not necessarily. If you have a brokerage account, you don't have to do anything to maintain it, or if you have a pension.
So it's not wealth if you have to pay property taxes on it? Nikki, what's going on?
No, this is not what I'm saying, if you will allow me to finish. Most of the time, your primary residence is excluded in a lot of these things until it is an asset that's passed on, because it is something that requires money to maintain it. And if you needed liquidity or something, you're not going to sell your primary residence. So there's actually an ongoing argument. It's really for semantics. Yeah, you coulda, woulda, shoulda. So the point that I'm trying to make, there's like some old school people that believe that a residence is not even to be considered an asset.
Yeah, that's
It's your primary residence, right? It's your primary. No, I that a house is not an asset because there's debt attached to it, right? So you're always going to have to do something to maintain that property. So it's not something that you can claim outright. You can't claim the equity in it, the ownership part, absolutely, right? But I'm of the old school version that yes, does your property have value in that sense? But I'm also not a proponent of people leveraging said asset to do other things because it is your primary residence. It is not meant for you to leverage. But that is my opinion. That's my personal opinion. No, because you still have to pay that debt back, and it depends on the reason for it. I'm not a proponent of people leveraging what to most people is the most expensive thing that you have in your portfolio. So no, I'm not a proponent of people, let's just say, leveraging their home and then they could probably lose it for, let's just say, them wanting to start a business. I am one of the most boring people. I'm not like a conjecture person where, oh, if you did this, you could make a ton of money and yeah, that would be great. No, that's not me. I'm like,
no, so okay. So if I plan on selling my home in a couple of years, and my real estate agent said, if you redid your bathroom and your kitchen, and the home is valued at $400,000, but if you could put $50,000.
But if someone, my friends know, if you come to me, I'm going to give you very explicit.
You wouldn't advise that, taking out $50,000 to make $200,000.
I mean, is it guaranteed that you're going to make $200,000?
Yeah, because all the cops in the neighborhood went to that neighborhood.
That doesn't sound like you would listen to me over the years, but apparently never really listened to me. I am not your optimistic girl about your shit.
What
the fuck do your yes, it's called the numbers and
so it's 122.
I don't do may I fucking finish.
Okay, good.
May I finish? Minus liabilities.
You're not well still there.
Oh, I don't deal with real estate though. Assets minus liability.
Yeah, I don't understand. So you're anti-investment.
Any investment is growth. Why would you be making an investment in your house? You don't live in your house. Of course you can, but over time, stocks have a proven stocks are
not every stock. Not every stock.
The S&P 500 has a proven track record of 8 to 10% over the last 100 years. Are you finish a fucking statement, or are you just gonna keep talking over me?
Well, you're saying stocks, and so then you're talking about.
You said stocks.
Right. So some stocks go up, some stocks go down.
Okay.
So you're talking about the whole market.
I said the S&P 500, sweetie.
Okay, so VOO and all.
You said stocks. Yeah, that's also the S&P 500. Is it not? VOO is an S&P 500 ETF.
Well, that's all of it, I think. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yes, it's an S&P 500 ETF. That's what that means. So
I know what it means. I have it. Do you?
No, my kids had VOO when they were all sitting. So you said stocks. I'll just replace that and say equities. There's also the bond market, which is actually substantially larger than the stock market. So you don't just need to invest in stocks or equities. But the S&P 500 has returned a measured 8 to 10% on average that can be counted for almost 100 years.
Yeah, over 100 years, but that's not from year to year. There are years where it's been down.
Well, of course.
Well, that's exactly the point with the house. So if all the houses on the block are going for $650, I haven't done my cabinets.
Real estate is not to compare to the overall return of the stock market. There's not 100 years.
It does better.
No, real estate on average does not do better than equities.
And year over year, it doesn't?
Okay. You want to make $100 bet right now?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I'm not going to tell you before you make the bet.
Okay. So, think about scenarios.
No, because you keep moving around.
I'm not moving. You
said real estate that literally shows you the asset classes in their performance year to year. Okay. So, you want to have this fucking conversation?
Right.
I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Oh, so it would depend on where you buy your real estate.
No.
Yeah, it does.
Real estate as an asset class is literally something that is considered for returns. You just said something generic, and I'm trying to make you think.
I didn't say anything generic. I said
you literally did.
Nikki, please let me speak, please.
Oh my God.
I did not say anything generic. Nikki. I said my real estate agent said I could change my kitchen and my bathroom.
Oh, your real estate agent who literally gets a commission when they get you to sell your
property? Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So obviously I wasn't talking about commercial. Obviously, I was talking about residential.
Commercial properties don't have kitchens?
I said in my
Okay.
Now you're being asshole.
Oh, well, have you met me before?
I mean, that was ridiculous. You know we were talking about homes the whole time. I said,
no, we were not. I never fucking make assumptions when it comes to this shit, which is why I ask questions. I don't know if Houston doesn't have zoning. Your neighbor could have a commercial property with a kitchen in it. Lesson number 1 in financial literacy: never make assumptions.
You heard me say my kitchen and my bathroom in my home. My neighbors, and those are the comps.
Actually, I was getting up to find the common table, so I didn't hear you say that.
The common table.
Okay, fine. No, literally, you said that real estate outperformed equities, and you said and I was going to disprove you. But then I went to prove you when you said you changed the damn topic.
No, I didn't. I said I don't know, but I want to go back to the original question for you.
Well, don't you want to find out?
So you would not. Do I have what?
Don't you want to find out if real estate outperforms equities in any given year?
Yeah.
No, Tay, you hush. You hush. They know every fucking thing.
Nikki, you're being very. I don't say I know everything. That's why I said I didn't know.
Well, but don't you? I thought we don't even want to find out once somebody said something. Because I know.
Let me finish my point.
Okay, let's move on to that point.
So again, if the home was a $400,000 home, I'm talking about this scenario, and the comps are going for $650,000, and I have to put $50,000 in it, that would be a $200,000 gain, would it not? It would.
I'm sorry, say that again.
To get $250,000, I have to put $50,000 in.
And someone told you this based on the comps.
So I'm saying the neighborhood. So the neighborhood, the neighbors, but you're in a hot area like Austin, for example. Everybody know Austin, Joe Rogan. Those houses will sound like hotcakes. And you're in that type of environment. You would not recognize.
Do you want to hear how I make a determination to give financial advice? No, it's not too long, but you want to hear my answer?
Let me say something real quick before I'm there at the military and we sell our homes to each other. So I can tell you for a fact, and you can look that up yourself, that military towns produce the most in equity. I've never been somewhere where I couldn't get every dime that I put into my mortgage back plus then some. You can't just sit here and do an average. When people purchase and if they're using it as investment property, they're not just gonna go buy some fucking house in the middle of bumfuck land knowing that your equity only goes up so much. Nobody's that stupid if they're gonna use the home as investment property.
But those are investors, and you said a house.
I was an investor when I started off.
Right. But with all due respect, sis, you are in the military, so don't you get down payment assistance and on your taxes?
I don't pay a fucking down payment, period. Even if I did, I still wouldn't pay that.
The average person does know.
I did, and they tell us this. As soon as we in process hit any military fucking base, they tell us automatically, you know you're gonna get your fucking money back, go buy a fucking home. You don't have to put a down payment. They tell us that everywhere we go. Anybody in the military says that. That's why most people in the military have multiple fucking homes. Because they may not have enough time to sell it, and then as they get older, they're like, shit, fuck it, I might as well keep it.
Right, but don't you also get property? Don't you also get property tax abatement being in the military?
Man, they get everything.
Not in every state.
But so then you're not the average person, basically, because the average person does have to put down a down payment. The average person does not
I get what you're saying, but even if you were to put that down payment down, like if they're using it as investment, you think they're gonna buy a home somewhere where they don't think
the average person, sis, is not buying a house as an investment property. The average person is not buying property as an investment property. So once again, you're an investor, right?
I'm not an investor. It just became a thing that just happened.
But you have investment properties, sis, right? So you are.
I do, yeah.
Then you are an investor. That's what I said.
Yeah, but it didn't start off like that. You know that. We've had this conversation.
Right, but I'm saying you're also in the military. I know that real estate of all kinds is micro and not macro, meaning that even in Houston on the southwest side, you can live in one neighborhood that is right across the street from the other, and the property values could be $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 difference. Like, I think that everybody knows that. So yeah, I actually don't like looking at averages for that reason, but that's the data that we can find. So could you move forward with your example, Megan? What was it again now? So okay, if you put $50,000 based on what a professional told you, right? Told you, and they looked at the other comps in the area, and the other comps are basically like what the other properties are sold for. So, number one, I'm gonna say, why are you selling this property? And you need to move. So, do you really need to put the additional $50,000 into the home? What could you get for in the bathroom in the hall? And I just have a 1,500 square foot starter home that I've had for over 20 years, and that bitch was $16,000. The master bedroom, the master bath that they looked at, they quoted me just looking at it $50,000 to $60,000. So depending on the square footage of your home, if you have a property that's worth $600,000, what I'm telling you is $50,000 ain't shit. So you're probably looking at $100,000 to make a difference. Necessarily. Well, hey, that's all you gave me in your submission. This is how I make a determination of affordability.
What it is.
Then I would say no. Then I would say no. You're getting $50,000. No, it's not ridiculous because this is not how I make decisions based on conjecture.
It's a 300%.
You don't know that, MAGA.
You do, because all the comps.
No, you don't. Just like when COVID happened or 2008 happened, that's also how real estate markets work. And people lost their houses. Well, what happened in 2008, MAGA? Did people get that money back?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Well, you said real estate markets. No, I'm saying you don't know. For you literally sound like a bad TikTok right now. You can make 300%. Look at all the other houses in the neighborhood. You're guaranteed to get that just because someone else did it. So it doesn't matter.
That's how we buy and sell homes.
Well, most people don't buy and sell homes, man. You're literally asking me what type of advice that I would give. What I would say is leveraging your home to put $50,000 into it because you think you're going to get more money out of a sale that you don't even know is going to happen. It's just not worth it to me.
So if
you can do what you want. I would say no.
So if I'm in a neighborhood, well, one, you also put it in because you like the bathroom. I'm in a neighborhood, and all the neighbors, this happens all the time. All the neighbors have done updates, and they sold, and it's selling for $625.
Now keep it up with the Joneses.
That's literally
how. No, you're losing me and all the neighbors because
those are the comps, Nikki. I'm just saying that for the comps. And so the neighbors did updates, and they sold it. New people came in, and it was 600, 650, and that's the median or average, whichever one you want to use, price. And your agent is saying, well, none of this fit for that price, but you need these things. They get a contractor. Okay, you said you wouldn't do that. Okay, I mean, it's interesting to me. I mean, the return on on kitchens and bathrooms are quite high.
But can I say this though about the home thing?
That's right. Get it, dog. Get it.
A lot of homeowners, people don't understand.
No. So what is the condition of the rest of the house, MAGA? Have you already had?
Yes.
Have you already had someone come in and do a proper valuation, or is this going on for the realtor?
Of course. Yeah. Well, he was bringing an appraiser in. Come on, Nikki. I'm not laying everything out specifically because I'm assuming we're.
I don't assume shit. How many times? I'm a professional, MAGA. Professional. I don't assume a goddamn thing, MAGA. I'm a professional.
Stop yelling in my ear. I'm assuming you're a professional.
I don't assume shit, which is why I'm asking you the questions. I'm not going to hear
This is the basics of home buying.
Most put a one inch. You know what? Most people don't do that. They're crazy.
It's crazy.
Can I say
so the
dropping dimes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You dropped him? Lord Jesus. Anyway.
Yeah. Ask one more time. So you got the appraiser, and the contractor said, "We'll do these things you need."
Restructuring Playboy.
I mean, I don't understand why I was shot. Like, I own 3 properties.
We got the this, and then you need to put new fixtures in the bathroom. is $50,000. All the comps in the area, the average is $200,000 profit because she doesn't know if it's going to sell. Okay, that's good. All right, I'm done. Good. All right, we got a business loan. That's all I was saying. All right, we've heard that from many Hotep dummies. You're not saying anything, sir. We got it. Sir, you already cried, sir. You already cried. Yes. Yes. I'll tell you that. I'm free buildings. And what I'm telling you, I tell my nigga, the next day, may I answer the question?
Sure.
So he asked me if I own property. Correct? Yeah. I own Naughty Steel Tones. That's cool. Here we go. And there was a bidding war for it. And I put it in my personal clubhouse museum. And it turns out that when it was shipped, it smelled like your breath because after she said she fucked me, you suck it.
Now who's being the asshole, Megan? That was not nice.
No.
That was not nice.
You gonna take that guy? You gonna take that?
When I'm having an intellectual conversation.
This is not intellectual to say you don't own a home but you pay taxes. That's dumb.
Well, sir, if you
it's America. That's how we fund everything.
Sir, if you own something, you should pay everything, sir.
That's okay. Who told you that? Where do you get that from?
I'm telling you, what am I?
Wait a minute. Where do you get that from? If you own something, you shouldn't pay taxes. Where are you getting that from?
Sir, you gonna argue with me or you just?
I'm asking where you're getting it from.
Okay, so let me say why I'm being muted. A Jewish homeowner or building owner doesn't pay taxes, sir. Okay?
Jewish
doesn't pay taxes.
Oh God.
Okay? So when you have black people that are paying taxes on homes, and when they go to
Jewish people don't pay property taxes, so they say?
Anywho, my thing, First Lady, and then I would love to hear your voice. The periodic table, the Collin periodic table is actually pretty cool. So it shows annual returns for key indices ranked in order of performance. So this one, you can view the PDF. So it's from 24. So what's actually kind of cool is you can see like, oh shit, you have to log in. I'm sorry, y'all. Just create a login and say that you're with your own firm. My apologies. But it's like, so okay, I printed the last one I have this one printed off. So like in 2020, the number one performing indice was small cap equity, 19.96%. They had large cap equity. Equities are pretty much just stocks, emerging equity, global X, US fixed, And then real estate actually in 2020 underperformed the most. It was down 9.04%. So it's actually kind of cool. Like it even has cash in here. So you can actually look from year to year. In 2012, MAGA real estate actually was the highest performing indice. It was up 27.73%. Also in 2006, so this is interesting, y'all. Real estate was up 42.12%, but it absolutely is not typically the highest performing. So just it's fun if you just set up a login and tell them you work with, I have an investmentfirm.com or something. It's actually kind of cool. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up.
REITs? What does it track? REITs?
No, it tracks everything. No,
what's the
probably
real
not
estate
REITs.
tracking?
I think that's actually a good question. I think that for the real estate, wait, here it is. Yes, so there is an index. It is the FTSE EPRA NAREIT Developed REIT Index. So, that's right. So it's designed to measure the stock performance of companies engaged in specific real estate activities in North America, Europe, and Asian real estate markets. So it's a pretty good indicator. So yeah, it's kind of cool.
So it depends on your time frame. REITs actually do outperform the S&P 500 in certain time frames.
Yeah, at times, but this actually breaks
There
down.
are times in longer, like 20 years or more, REITs outperform.
I think they're kind of like I would say outperform the S&P 500.
I'm looking at
But the S&P 500, this looks at the indices, so it'll look at like small cap equity, large cap equity, emerging markets, right? High yield funds, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I guess we say that the S&P 500, would we say, is Tay still on here? Would we say that the S&P 500 has emerging markets in it? I don't know if there's a company that's represented. Okay, yeah, so that's not good. So, yeah.
If I get to add the nuance to what you're saying, it's specific REITs that outperform. And it's to what Miki saying. It's during what certain time, right? So it's not all REITs that perform better than the S&P 500. Definitely not even the majority.
And I also have data here that in the late 90s and early 2000s, they outperformed the S&P.
That could be, but for over the long term, no. So real estate, I'm looking at this, like for example, in 2002. No, you didn't. You said overall, and I'm saying overall, no, it did not. So I'm looking here, like at 2004. You didn't take the bet, Negro.
No, but you said you were doing your last thing like I was an idiot, but the S&P always outperforms.
I was not making anything like an idiot.
You suggested the S&P always outperforms real estate. Did you not?
Over time, yes it does. Not just on a year-to-year basis. Over time, yes it does.
I have data right here. You want to take it over time?
I'm showing Tay, you're tall. You're tall. I'm showing.
For 20 years, for over 20-year period, you want to take the bet?
No, I said for the entire period, and you put it one in the chat. MAGA did not take the bet.
I know.
You moved on with the scenario about leveraging debt to sell your little house that you don't even know is going to sell because your real estate agent is trying to get commission from you to go buy a new Louis Vuitton like Tony did on Girlfriends.
So I need to worry about my real estate agent 3% commission when I'm going to make $200,000. Who cares about the commission?
3% is 3%. Hello, sell that house yourself.
I'm winning it. So you're against selling homes because of real estate?
MAGA.
I'm always confused.
You said over a 20-year time. You said over a 20-year period, real estate beats the S&P 500.
I'm looking here. Data shows REITs beat the S&P 500 over 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40-year periods. Now this stopped in the mid-2000s.
Over the last.
That's over time, bro. That's over time. So the S&P has been around longer than 2016.
Did you hear what you just said? It stopped.
I know. So I don't know what it's going to be in the next 30 years.
Breaking news. 5 years, it's been in the negative.
Breaking news.
What's the breaking news?
Trump just in his speech said, we got in a meeting and they said, why do we have to take people from shithole countries and he said Somalia. Damn. Again, he did it this month.
So take you disagree before 2016? That was the case.
Now, go.
Before 2016, and that was the case. What was the time period you gave from the late 90s till when?
I said forever.
Give a time period. It was all time. No, you didn't.
You said from the late 90s until 2016.
Oh, no, I was saying in those short periods. So you guys are correct. In the short periods, when I'm reading, the S&P does outperform the strip, except late 90s and 2000s. But before 2016, over the longer periods, the REITs did better. That's what it did.
So when you say in longer term, you talking about 20 or more?
It says 20, 25, 30, and 35, 40-year periods.
Okay, so
and across recent 30-year horizons.
The S&P 500 for the last 20 years has averaged 11, 10%, and REITs have only averaged 3, 4, 5.
I know. So let me ask you a question, Tay. Is 2016 in the last 20 years, bro?
Yeah.
I said up until 2016 to get 250,000, which nets you 200,000.
And you said you did that in 6 months.
Yeah, you sell it. Well, yeah, they have to do the work and then you put it on the market, correct?
Oh, okay. So I was just going to ask you, but did you do any repair? Did you do any?
That's what the money is for. Are you listening?
I am listening. You said
okay. So the money is for repairs. You have to do the bathroom.
You have $50,000 down on a home on HELOC, right?
Yes, sir.
How much money did you put in repair?
50,000, sir. That's the scenario. Right? That's it. The appraiser says this. These are the comps. These are the things they did. This is what buyers in the area.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand the scenario. Do you own this home, or are you taking out the HELOC on a home?
You own the home, sir.
You own the home, so you're taking out a $50K HELOC on your home to repair, right?
The upgrades, renovations,
upgrade, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying this scenario is going to happen throughout over time. This will happen to any average American in this scenario. Is that your search? Like this 50,000?
No, okay. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's happening in this one home.
This one home. All right.
So I was asking her if she would recommend. Let me ask you, would you recommend that?
Would I recommend what?
Making an HELOC for $50,000 to price it at $650?
Or investing in S&P?
No. You know this.
Okay, I mean, if we're doing that, then if I'm dealing with real estate, and I thought we were comparing the two. I thought we were comparing whether. But yeah, to answer your question, yes, I would do that.
I would do that. Yeah, of course you would. Everybody in the world, including reformed offline, would take the $50,000 out to price the home at $650.
No, I wouldn't. I don't like that. I grew up in the South. Like, what are you talking about? You know how people in the South feel? I don't. And that's literally part of my financial trauma. I was taught that if you can't pay for it twice, then you can't afford it. That is literally part of my financial trauma is debt. No, that is not. You know, people in the country.
Financial advisor like that.
Mel, what are you talking about? Since you want to go there, what financial advisor manages debt? What are you going to do? Transfer your negative 29.99% Citibank credit card to a fucking brokerage account? No, let me finish. Yeah, you're gonna transfer your fucking mortgage to a brokerage account to invest it. What the fuck am I gonna invest, Mel, if you're fucking in debt? Can you explain that shit to me? You're gonna go on margin with negative 292. Are you trying to leverage that? Nigga, you're not doing no goddamn private equity deals and shit. No triple net leasing. Get the fuck out of here. Do you have some money to put in a fucking brokerage account for a financial advisor to manage? What the fuck are they gonna manage if your ass is out of fucking debt? What are you shit? That was dumb as fuck. Because he asked a dumbass question. You can call shit dumb now. I'm calling shit dumb. This motherfucker said if you got debt, you're gonna go up to a fucking Merrill Lynch advisor talking about, can you manage my portfolio of debt? Get the fuck out of here.
It happens all the time.
Does it happen to who?
So one thing you can do.
Please explain.
Sure. One thing about one thing many people do have over leverage assets in a particular company's stock is that they typically have a credit on a particular stock and they use that stock as a reinvestment into the portfolio of instruments, right? Or fund their lifestyle based on that underlying policy. So technically, yes, it is debt, right? But it's not inherently a bad thing. So all I will say is that it's kind of crazy for a financial advisor to be, straight out against debt when using debt, credit or whatever is a pretty fundamental thing in the U.S. financial system. Thank you.
So this is why you need to stay off of, what is that little system that everybody do with their license? No, not Charles Schwab, the other one. The one that they tell their advisors to come and talk to people about the $20 in their pocket.
This is an ad-hom.
No, the one that they get you to do the little, y'all know which one I'm
saying. This is an ad-hom. Just give a substantive response.
I'm trying to give the firm. What is that fucking firm?
No, just respond to the substitute.
So, Mel, absolutely not. No professional should encourage you to get a line of credit, leveraging your assets to fund your lifestyle. What is the name of today's
lifestyle?
He said that. That was his example, man. He said fund your lifestyle.
I said specifically employees at particular tech companies who have massive positions in their company's stock don't want to liquidate company stock, right? But they still want to have access to that money, right? So they take out an instrument that's backed by the RSU value and use that to either reinvest in different classes of instruments
right, or fund large purchases. This is a very common thing. Sometimes
Now,
people get confused.
Since you're confused, so do financial advisors get to manage one block of stock that is literally still attached to the company?
I'm not. What is?
No, like let me have this dialogue since he went there. Do financial advisors get to manage that stock that's still attached to the company? Yes or no?
Yes, if you're my portfolio manager and I have $5 million in Apple stock, yes, you can have to manage that particular concentration of stock, right?
Right. So can you ACAT those assets away from whatever company that is overseeing that plan since it's still attached to you?
No, but
so
no company is overseeing that plan.
No. You said no. So guess what? That means that you can't pay your financial advisor a fee now they're vested. So are they vested or not vested?
They're vested. You have to.
So if they're vested, why are you taking a loan against them if they're vested?
Because you don't want to.
So Howard,
give
me the scenario again, boo boo. Give me the scenario again.
I got, let's say for example, I got 200K. I don't want to liquidate, right? I can pay capital gains or whatever, right? But I still want to be able to either spread my risk, right? Or be able to leverage that most RSUs, right? So what do you do in that case?
So first of all, when you have a ledger, but a lot of times, if that is the only asset that you hold, there's a D word that I'm thinking of that everyone should know. What is that word, guys, when it comes to your portfolio? Diversification. Diversification. So just one second, right? So any good financial advisor is going to take a look at your portfolio. Maybe it's just because I'm in Houston and Enron happened. Like this even happened to my mom. She literally watched her holdings of Enron because she worked for a subsidiary of Enron and Enron was the shit and everybody loved it. Oh, great company. And then what happened is the stock kind of collapsed and then it went to shit and a lot of people lost money. So what a good financial advisor would do is probably get you to leverage said assets, do options or some kind of loan to diversify your portfolio. But if you're literally just coming and saying, hey, I want to sit on these shares. True story, I actually worked with somebody that owned over 1 million shares of their company stock. They were number 3. They were a COO of a local Fortune 100 oil and gas company. But he also had like $100 million on the side, including real estate. So the fact that he held $1 million of stock, plus he was considered an insider, so that also depends, because you know that form that you have to fill out if you're an insider and you want to sell that stock, or even if you want to transfer it out. So it depends. If you're charitably inclined, we might put you in a donor advised fund. We might do a CRUT if you also need the tax abatement, because remember, you also have that and you want to leverage it, quote unquote, to fulfill your lifestyle. Like, financial advisors are not loan sharks, right? So what would we do? It just really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you also have significant income in that year, if you're also going to have additional shares that might vest. So, but yeah, I would suggest for professionals that you run if any financial advisor tells you to a large tranche of stock for you to quote unquote finance your lifestyle, especially if someone had a considerable amount of stock like that. And I'm in Houston, so you have a lot of the Exxon babies. Exxon people, for whatever reason, even down to their granddaughters, they literally do not like to sell that fucking stock. Also, Exxon has a healthy dividend, right? You should probably run. You're also probably living above your means. If you work in one of these companies and you have significant shares of stock that they're giving you or gifting you, and you still need to leverage that just for money to pay your day-to-day, you probably need to see a Dave Ramsey or a financial coach as opposed to a financial advisor, because they're not going to talk to you about budgeting. Did that take care of you? Good job.
Nikki, this is what I So Nikki, you believe that Elon Musk, for example, has been doing, he uses loans, debt all the time. You don't think he's almost done? I'm almost done. You don't think Elon Musk needs to go see Dave Ramsey?
Elon Musk, if you actually want to talk about him, Magda, he is an interesting tale. Remember when he was selling all of his properties a couple of years ago because he lacked liquidity? they basically said the same thing about Hawk, that he has all these assets, but he lacks liquidity. He also had a bunch of his stock that he took from Tesla, and he put it into his foundation for the tax deduction, which a lot of wealthy people do, right? So I'm not going to hold that against him. But he made that offer for Twitter. So there were a couple of companies that some boutique brokerage firms were familiar with. Most expensive, overpriced asset that he ever had to buy. This is why Elon was literally selling like the Twitter coffee pots, because he didn't have any fucking money. He fired everybody.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but like the topic was about debt, right? And you kind of, because you have to.
He asked me a question about Elon Musk. Can you let me finish? You're still leveraging your big tranche of stock to finance your lifestyle, probably buying cars you can't afford to impress any white women.
My question's about debt.
What? I'm explaining to you about debt.
But Elon uses debt.
Elon uses debt, but what I'm telling you is like Elon has the ability to absorb Twitter.
On his lifestyle.
Right.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
Remember, he had to absorb Twitter into the balance sheet of his other company because it was literally such a fucking loss.
He also financed with debt. You guys don't know the.
Right, but you're pointing to people because they can do things and just assuming that everyone should be okay with it.
Well, I gave a specific example.
But Elon had to absorb Twitter into his other companies because
I'm so sorry. I gave a specific example.
Are you not realizing that MAGA asked me about Elon's debt? You gave a horrible example of somebody with a high earning job who has a large tranche of shares, and you literally said, Mayo, which leads me to believe that you probably do this yourself with your portfolio, quote unquote, leveraging it to finance your lifestyle. That is a fucking red flag. You don't even have a wife or kids. What the fuck is your lifestyle that you need to leverage your assets to finance it? Stop it. Leave the shares alone. Back away from what fucking paperwork. God damn. Live below your means.
Wait a minute, maybe he's going to do it to buy an apartment in Tribeca, and he's looked at the returns of Tribeca, and he'll make more money debt financing. This is like basic things. Hold on, hey. This is like the most basic thing that people with lots of money do.
No, that's what you don't think people with a lot of money do, but you just.
Let me ask you a question. Did Beyonce and Jay-Z, one second, you mentioned Beyonce and Jay-Z's big house recently. Did they pay for it or did they get a big mortgage for it?
I'm not sure. What did they do?
They got a massive
mortgage.
Okay, so that's one couple.
Right, but you're using debt. Wait, and they're going to make money on it using debt.
How are they going to make money on their mortgage using debt? You mean they're going to like invest the rest? Look, be specific, man. Don't just be like, oh my god.
The cost of money. Like, what is going on? Like, allocating money is not free, right? Because you can allocate money and pay on your entire mortgage, right? Or you can take a mortgage and generate returns on the money, like investing in the market or some other yielding asset.
Can someone look up for me the percentage of homes in New York that are actually purchased with cash every year, and what is the median price of a home in New York? Male, just listen to me.
Why are you pretending that
I'm not pretending anything. Can someone look up for me the percentage of homes that are purchased in New York? What percentage are purchased with cash?
I can tell you recently it was about 60%.
Percent of the homes in New York were purchased with cash. What is the median price of a home in New York City?
$17. Let's see. So this was from January to June.
Thank you, Spirit.
All cash trade.
Spirit said 1 million plus. So those are the wealthy people that I like to look at versus Beyonce and Jay-Z, who are literally beyond. I mean, we might as well throw Bezos in there, right? They don't exist for the most part, right? So this is over 60% of people in New York City with homes that are over $1 million that are paying them in cash.
And wait, one second. So if you have 200K in Nvidia stock in 2018 as an Nvidia employee, and now you have 15-20 million, right? Are you going to sell that stock to get the cash, or would you consider taking a security-based line of credit on your Nvidia stock and using that to pay for the house?
I mean, it depends, Mel. The
Are you gonna let me? Y'all can't keep asking me questions and not letting me respond. But this is not how it works. See, now this is a problem. You're assuming from your purview and most of the people in the chat that is the only option that you have.
I didn't say that.
Okay, then what are the other options that you have? Because you keep saying you're getting a lot of credit. What are the other options that you have when you have a large tranche of stock, presumably that you are going to have high capital gains if you liquidate and sell, and you don't want to sell the stock because you think it's going to have continued growth? What are the other options that you have? Tell me.
This is idiotic, Nikki. Because
I just asked you, what are the other options? Can you tell me the other options that you have?
When I initially brought up this question about taking a land credit against particular equity instruments, you said that, quote unquote, you're living above your means and you're doing something completely stupid.
Because you said to finance your lifestyle.
And that could make sense to run the math.
Male, listen to me. If someone used the term finance your lifestyle, that means that you're paying male, sweetie. It doesn't make sense. If you're having to finance a lifestyle, no, that does not make sense to me. And I'm sorry that most of the people agree with you, but this is America. If you're having to finance your lifestyle, you cannot afford your lifestyle. So yes, when you said to me that actually triggers me, you said, male, those are your phrases. Then you said finance your lifestyle. So that was my response to it. You can afford it. Do you not understand that?
So for people who are paid in RSUs, this makes complete sense. And it's something that's typically done in California and in the Bay Area all the time. All the time.
So what is the consumer debt like in California and the Bay Area?
Consumer debt?
What?
What does that have to do with this? So anyway, what was the point of bringing up the cash offer in New York? I didn't get that.
Because we're talking about what people do. You were saying that you were making the argument that people that can afford to pay for their homes in cash would take a mortgage because they can make money from the mortgage. And I was merely pointing out with actual data, thank you, Spirit, that people in a lot of these places have the ability to mortgage their properties, but a large majority of them are choosing to purchase these properties in cash.
That's wrong. So the reason why you just don't know New York real estate. The reason why people are paying in cash is because that's what sellers want. It has everything to do with sellers.
But they also have the ability to pay in cash, regardless of what the seller wants. Oh my God, come on, Megan, you're reaching now. You're reaching.
You didn't actually know the answer. The reason why is because that's what sellers want. If they could use a mortgage, they could, but that's how they squeeze out other offers. It's a more secure, it's a faster closer, it's a cleaner closing, and they get the money. You don't have to worry about the underwriting process. And it's not because they don't want mortgages. And furthermore, I looked up Beyonce and Jay-Z. They took out an $88 million mortgage.
For
do you know why?
$200 million property.
You know what? One of this particular house. $88 million mortgage. By the way, they're taking an $88 million mortgage for people worth $3.2 billion. That's really telling you something. Let me see how much the house is worth. Bel Air. Is it the Bel Air home? Beyonce, Jay-Z, price.
Okay, I'm saying that they took out a roughly $52.8 million mortgage.
Oh, yeah, they bought it for 88. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, they bought it for 88, and they took out $57.75 million.
They took out $30-something million. Well, exactly, because we don't know how liquid they are. Just because they're worth $3.2 billion, we don't know how liquid they are. I mean, I didn't push back against that. I don't know how much of that $3.2 billion is liquidity.
I mean, it's because the interest rates at that time were like 1%.
So now we're saying that we have insight into Beyonce and Jay-Z's financial acumen.
No, but this is a very basic idea.
No, so you know what a couple worth $3.2 billion would do, because that's what you would do?
No,
but we're saying why they took the
Continue
mortgage out.
to conjecture. Do you know why they took the mortgage out?
Yes, it frees up cash. Nikki, you don't know why people take out big mortgages and not pay cash?
So there were 3.2 billion. No, what I told you is what I have told you people again, but you choose not to listen to me, is that I don't conjecture. I don't know why Beyonce and Jay-Z decided to take out a mortgage when they put $30 million down. They probably could have paid for the house cash, but I don't know how much of their $3.2 billion is liquid. For all I know, they only have $200 million in cash, so they wouldn't expend the entire amount. I don't fucking know. They're uber wealthy. I hate to use the uber wealthy as an example for everything because they're fucking worth $3.2 billion. I gave you an example, a tangible example. Actually, not even tangible, because most of us are not buying $1 million properties cash, regardless of what the fuck the seller wants. So if over 60% of people, which I consider those are the 1%, possibly even a little bit of the 1% of the 1%, but yes, close to 70% of the people in New York City are purchasing those properties cash, it's because they fucking have the money and they're still buying it cash. To debate, to go against your premise about what wealthy people do.
When the hospital money was low, they used some mortgage.
What I haven't known that someone that is in New York real estate spirit said that y'all are, the point was that wealthy people get mortgages to leverage their debts. What I pointed out to you is that there are plenty of wealthy people, over 60%, that are buying houses well over $1 million that are giving up their cash.
That's how they get the house.
They're wealthy. If you can pay for $1 million property cash as a median property, you can afford to get lots of houses.
Nikki, I don't know. Nikki, that's what's up. Go ahead, Spirit.
Yeah. So Matt had just right. In this case, people are paying cash for a couple of reasons. The interest rates are too high. They have the cash. Also, you can get the house, so you can save a little money. And that's why they do it. And when the interest rates are lower, then what people with tons of money and liquid assets are going to do is they may decide to take a mortgage, but it'll be non-contingent on the mortgage. So they have the cash to back it up if the time frame becomes too long for the seller. So that's how the rich people move in New York City. They like paying cash because they want to get the deal done, and because they have it. But they're also seeing whether or not the interest rate is low enough where it makes sense. Otherwise, they just want the deal done. They want what they want, and they can cut $500,000, $100,000, or whatever off the price, and they'll do it.
So I can ask you a question. They have the cash. In case
Nikki, you said that
this is Grant Cardone math. Grant Cardone is a billionaire in real estate, isn't he? This is what y'all are talking about, billionaires and how they move.
Grant Cardone is not a billionaire.
Actually, yes, he is a billionaire.
No, I just having a question really fast. So we know that in 2025, the cash to mortgage is 60%, 40%. Was that different when the cost of borrowing was lower, like in 2016, 2017, or was it about the same?
I don't know what the numbers are back then, but I did personally see in my industry more people deciding to go with a mortgage, even though they had, tens of millions of dollars of assets, just because they could. But they could back it up with cash if the seller's like, nah, we want all cash over somebody trying to get a mortgage, even if the mortgage isn't contingent.
Okay.
So yes, that can be very good.
Sure it can.
Yes, that was the point I was trying to make.
You need to figure out why you're financing your lifestyle meal, please.
Lifestyle doesn't need that.
Lifestyle? Oh my. Okay, God.
So what does financial lifestyle mean to you?
Why don't you ask him? He said it. I'm not playing this game with y'all. My goddamn turkey leg is cold.
All right, Nikki. All right, yeah, it's cool. Go to it. Nikki, calm down.
No, I'm telling you to calm down.
Because you're talking about your turkey leg. We don't care. Now, what do you mean? What do you mean by financial lifestyle?
Maybe you have your home paid off and you got to pay your utilities and your grocery bills and whatever small things happen for that.
Okay. So you need to take loans against your stock to pay your grocery bill.
No, I'm saying.
Elon is not doing like they not doing that, bro. Like cut it out.
What I'm saying, like you all the time you have a
say you have, 50 million at the end of the day, all things are considered. You think, in your mind that it's gonna double, right? But you have, small things here and there you want to take care of, right? That are already covered by, your existing investments or your existing free cash flow. You want to leverage that underlying large RSU position without liquidating it at all. And so maybe you do the math and you realize, hey, if I take out the security backed line of credit, the interest I'm being charged on that, right, is going to be, less than or, a little bit under, the risk-free rate of that particular bank or whatever. And so it purely depends on the math and it depends on your financial.
It up, y'all, and it said that they took out the mortgage on their Bel Air mansion, not because they need cash, but as a savvy financial, all their liquid cash for real estate, essentially using the bank's money to grow their empire further.
So that's why I'm confused why Nikki has so much pushback.
Okay, let it go.
Okay,
I don't have a lot of pushback. Number one, if you want to live your life like the Carters, play the music.
It's not like the Carters, Nikki. It's like basic things that people.
There is nothing basic when it comes to personal finance. When you are working with a financial professional, I can assure you, they're not going to give you. Well, you don't work with one, which is why you're confused. They're not going to use an example of someone else. Well, apparently you are if you're having to finance your lifestyle. You literally said what other people are doing. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Your personal finance is personal. So I don't really care. I don't, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that this is a very personal decision about tax abatement, all of these other things. They're literally tax strategies that you can. You get one scenario, and because I didn't agree with it off the dome, which by the way I wouldn't, you won't even allow me to finish
You
speaking.
said it was,
You won't even, exactly. You're so wild. Yeah, it is your bad. Seriously? So that's the point that I'm making. Personal finance is personal. No financial professional is going to give you a recommendation, number one, based on what you want. Because why are you even engaging or paying someone for advice when you just want them to green light what you're going to do? That's not a very good financial professional, right? That's not why you even come to them. Because if you got the shit all figured out, go to Fidelity and do it. You don't need to go to a financial professional for that. So it just depends. Nobody knows your retirement goals. Nobody knows your other financial responsibilities. Nobody knows, do you have your estate planning done, which your taxes, if you're in a state that pays tax, if you're charitable or not. And that's the point. And I answer these questions based on all of the things that I would ask in my head. So I'm literally telling you, if I even heard somebody or saw a little scenario on the internet and somebody was like, I'm going to leverage my RSUs to finance my lifestyle, that is a bad thing to me.
Okay, Nikki, answer this question for me.
Oh my God.
Because I can't get over this. I have a $15 million position in NVIDIA because I worked there this is hypothetical. I worked there for 46 years. I want to be able to make a down payment on this house, but I don't want to liquidate my position in NVIDIA. The risk-free rate is 3%. The interest rate on the security backed loan that I'm taking on my credit on my stock is 2%. What do I do?
Oh, sorry, I was trolling the chat because Mr. said this is very common. So, Mr., everybody has RSUs? Really? That's common, sweetie? This is
It's common on those who have RSUs.
So, put one in the chat if you have RSUs.
That has nothing. That's irrelevant.
Okay, how do you guys know this? So you just know a bunch of people that have RSUs?
Yes.
I work in tech, Nikki. Yes, I know.
Okay, so we have
it's
Michael.
also common knowledge. Financial press.
Oh, and everybody reads financial press?
I didn't say everybody reads, but those of us who are saying it's common, we do.
Well, okay, but then I literally just said I wanted to make a determination of who had RSUs. And out of, I'm assuming that everybody would respond. 144 people, 142
Nikki, I think
people have already used. So,
Nikki, could you answer my question, please?
I just literally said that I wasn't paying attention to your question.
I'll repeat it for you.
Because I was told in the chat. Why can't I have the conversation with him? Y'all are just, my God.
That's okay. I'll ask it again. I worked in video. This is hypothetical. Male worked in video for 4 years.
Don't speak to yourself as third person, please.
$15 million RSU position. Sorry, $15 million vested equity position in video. The risk-free rate is 3.5%. The interest rate on the line of credit against these NVIDIA shares is 2.5%. What can I do to get a down payment on a house?
Ask your parents, like I asked my grandma.
You like it, Mom? Go ahead, everybody in the stage.
So, based on a little quick data search, cash buyers in Manhattan exceeded 50% for the first time in 2022, which would track with rising interest rates.
Oh, I'm literally sorry. I just let me take a grab of this. Oh, you mean that's not an option? If you're doing it, ask somebody in your family for the down payment. I'm so sorry. It was a
sorry, you're talking black people.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, if RSUs are standard, and we know how many black people are in tech, and RSUs are not just given in tech, by the way, I mean, why the hell not, right?
Nikki,
we know how many black
Nikki, I'm so sorry.
I'm totally trolling. We know how many black people are in tech right now, right? We know how many black people are in tech with RSUs and sitting on tons of crashing. May I make my jokes? You crash all the time. You just brought up a bill though about Naughty. So I'm literally saying,
funny. You're just not funny.
I'm not trying to be funny. Like, what do you mean? What answer? I wasn't even paying attention to what he said.
Which one of the two would you do?
I told you I would ask my grandmother or my grandma for money. Well, I'm giving him that option. I'm throwing that in because
she doesn't have the money. So
if we're in a world where everybody has, what do you mean she doesn't have the money? Of course she does. It's my grandma. My grandmother has money for it. Yeah, my grandmother helped me with my down payment for my house.
In San Francisco in tech in 2025?
Yeah, she had it when I bought my house 22 years ago.
Your grandmother has $400,000 to get for a down payment?
Maybe she had a little bit more back then, yeah. This is the point that I'm making. Since we're living in a world where everybody has RSUs and they're really common and all these black people just I didn't say anything. Can I be allowed to say what I want to say? And I can speak for my own matter. So this is what my scenario. Since we're living in a world where everybody has RSUs and everybody, we're in tech, I mean, since we're talking about exceptional Negroes, y'all don't have trust us? I do know black people in tech actually. I do know black people in tech. I mean, y'all don't have generational wealth. I have been to Silicon Valley at least once.
Have you met black people there?
I believe I was in a room with the CEO of Palantir once, but
okay, so
I don't recall.
So most of them do not come from generational wealth.
That's the ugly thing that they don't. Really? Of course not. That's so surprising.
No, it's not. They're black.
We're fucking Negroes. Well, I mean, I'm in Houston, so you mean there aren't Negroes in generational wealth?
I'm not talking about a shit.
Oh, you said Silicon Valley. Oh, okay. Let's focus. I am so sorry. I gave money from your grandmother, by the way. That's very sad.
You don't know the answer. This is so girl. I've never seen it.
Wow. Yeah. I'm totally flashing. I feel so bad right now. Go right ahead.
Delroy grew up in Grenada, and he got accepted to college in California. He went to UC Berkeley, and he graduated from UC Berkeley. Delroy got a job at a tech company that went public, and Delroy was sitting on $15 million in vested equity in his company that went IPO. Delroy believes that his company is going to continue selling, so he doesn't want to liquidate his position. The risk-free rate is 3.5%.
interest on a security backed loan or security backed line of credit is 2.5%. What can Delaware do to be able to get down payments to put on a house?
What is the interest on either of those based on?
It's free rate is one of the treasury rate is like 3.5% at a time, and because NVIDIA is such a nice company and people really want to, leverage it. The companies the investment firm is offering Delaware, only a 2.5% interest rate on its line of credit.
How many shares?
I don't know if that matters. Okay, let's say there's 10,000 shares.
You don't think that it matters? So what's the total value of the pork? What's the value in it?
$15 million.
So the value is $15 million. And how many of those shares are issues, correct?
These are vested. This is vested stock in the company. He got access to everything. This is what he has in his account right now.
So what kind of account is it?
It's post-tax, brokerage account types. But yeah, it's a normal brokerage account.
Is he married?
He's not married.
So he has $15 million completely in NVIDIA stock in an individual brokerage account?
Yes.
Does he have any other assets?
He has whatever money he's gotten and used leverage for his base salary all over the years.
So you don't know?
I don't know. He makes like $200K and he invests in US equities and buys bonds or whatever.
I mean, what he was invested in, I said, does he have any other assets?
The only other assets is the money in his brokerage account and the money in his
that's not vested. That he owns.
It's vested. It's already vested. The taxes are already taken up and paid for. It's sitting in his brokerage account.
My apologies for using specific. So technically, it's beyond vested if it's sitting in a brokerage account. So we've kind of left that arena. So it's his outright to do with whatever he chooses. It's $15 million. How long has he been at the company?
For 5 years.
So he's been at the company for 5 years, and he started getting the RSUs in what, year one?
It's already vested. It doesn't matter when you start getting it. Let's say that.
It actually does matter because he was.
Let's say.
Okay, are you asking the questions or am I asking the questions? Because you're asking me.
Keep going.
I'm assuming that you filled out paperwork for this before, because if you had, you wouldn't be that surprised at my questions. To be perfectly honest, don't they always ask you what other assets you have and what is the cost basis of the assets? Or is that something you're not familiar with? No, I'm asking male.
Keep going. Keep going.
No, I'm asking you a serious question. The paperwork, does it not always ask you if you have any other assets? Yes,
I don't want to speak to my tax guy. I don't give a shit about
your tax guy does not complete the paperwork for you to leverage your assets. So I'm asking you a question. So this is male, just work with me, sweetie. So is this something that you've already engaged in or not?
Oh my God. Nikki, can you please just answer the question?
No, see, here's the problem. You're asking me something that you think is simple that's actually not simple, right? Because in order to do so, if you're working with someone, they're going to have to ask you these questions. And if Robert was here, he would tell you. You still need to make a determination.
Dupree?
Robert Dupree. Well, Robert actually worked on Wall Street.
Wow, hold on.
That's why that you're laughing.
Why do I get the laughter at?
Robert is okay.
Conversation.
They don't think that suitability is a thing, Robert, which is hilarious. They've worked with Madoff financial advisors, so they're just like from suitability. They're just asking me these questions, Robert, as if I'm ChatGPT and I can spit the answer out in 2.5 seconds and give them a yes or a no scenario. Isn't it crazy? Right. So I'm asking, so they're saying that these questions are irrelevant when the IRS and FINRA would
SEC. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. No shares are vested. They still have to ask you about other assets. No, that's all that shit. Because I'm literally getting to the determination of what I would do. There are all of these other things that you're
chat GPT all the goddamn time because y'all Google shit. You expect somebody to just spit out an answer.
I'm an idiot. All I do is Google things.
So all I'm gonna say is
Yes, yo, mama, the SEC, do you not have an overhead regulatory
question?
I am asking him questions that any basic professional with a goddamn Series 6 would ask him. Yes.
Well, not for the answer to this question. It's a very
What
easy
are you
answer.
talking about? It's in the paperwork that he has to fill out before he can even. You know what? I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Talking about I wouldn't know. It was an opinion fucking question. Y'all were looking for a yes or a no answer. Can you give me something that's on the fucking CFA exam or something? God damn. I don't need you to talk about he can speak for what he said. You're upset because I'm
asking.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Mel, hold on, Mel. Ask Robert now. Robert wants to know the question. What's the question?
Okay,
Ask Robert.
Delroy grew up in Trinidad. I went to UC Berkeley. Delroy, comes from a middle class family in Grenada. Okay, so Trinidad. He got lucky and with some hard work ended up working at NVIDIA in between 2016 and 2020, right? While at NVIDIA, he held on to all his shares, right? They're all vested. They're all at this point, it's all long-term capital gain if you were to sell them. And he has a major position that's around like $15 million in NVIDIA, right? He wants to be able to buy a home. But he believes that NVIDIA is going to continue curtailing and increasing in price, and he doesn't want to liquidate his stock, okay? The risk-free rate, for example, the risk-free rate is 3.5%. And because there's so much interest in acquiring NVIDIA stock on the market, the company that is hosting or using it with shares is offering Delroy security-backed line of credit that has an effective rate of 2.5%. How can Delroy, what can Delroy do to get a down payment of $500K on a house in SF?
Only $400K?
A down payment of $500K on a house in SF.
So $500K and his vested stock is worth how much?
$15 million.
And how old is he?
Is
he retired?
He's 35.
Oh, so he's young. That's quite a large position.
Just go with it, Robert. They think these scenarios make perfect sense. Just go with it.
You don't think that makes sense? Okay, continue. Go ahead, Autumn.
$15 million worth of NVIDIA stock after being in the company for 5 years. No, because some of us, we can't just conjecture about these things. Y'all have been interjecting the whole fucking time. It's a conversation. Y'all calm down. It's not for real. Okay, bro.
Is he currently still with the company that he's working at? Like, is he currently employed?
He's employed at a different company.
So he's moved to another company, and now what kind of account is it currently in? Is it in a private account? I'm asking because I need to know these. I'm asking before.
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm sorry.
No, there's just one type for them. They don't know anything about it. Qualified or non-qualified. If I would have asked those questions, they would have started kicking in the chat even more. No. Choose a question. None of these niggas know big.
Yeah, so at 35 years old,
I'm not muting me when y'all are like, why would you ask him for retirement account? Get the fuck out of here. Because sometimes these shares are qualified depending on the plan you have.
Okay, so it's not a retirement account. Oh my God, so it's not a retirement account. But with that type of money, to be quite honest with you, I simply would liquidate it. I would simply liquidate it. I would liquidate them. If you're sitting on $15 million worth of shares and you need $400 grand, you need a quick answer. The quick answer was, whoa. But he can. I would liquidate it. Take the credit. I would just fucking liquidate that shit. Or
listen to the question.
I might use margin But there's so many techniques. You just gotta understand
Say that
the
again,
position of
Robert.
the client.
Techniques. These niggas only know one. Beautiful pictures. Robert, they actually said loan. They actually said fucking loan. These niggas have never used fucking margin a day in their goddamn lives. Get the fuck out of here.
Nikki, are you serious?
Bruh. Yeah, I ain't trolling no one. Now I got y'all while I'm recording y'all. I am trolling the fuck out of you niggas. Yes, I am recording this shit now.
How do you do
I
that?
am laughing at y'all. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead. These niggas don't know what the fuck margin is. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
The real margin is.
Let them all get a fucking loan. Why did y'all suggest it?
The reason why I ask is because if it were in the top of the kind of account it is, he could possibly borrow against that account and repay himself.
No. He needs to get a margin loan for $400,000 from a $15 million account. That's the kind of scenarios we're dealing with, Robert. He needs to save that money and get a line of credit for $400,000.
What's going on?
Talking about that is an option. Y'all didn't say margin loan because you don't know what the fuck a margin loan is. That would actually. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
Who's offering the loan? One second. Okay, fine. Let's make him white.
Oh yeah.
Let's make it more confidential. So his brokerage, let's say it's IDKR, right? They offer margin loans at 10.6%. So you know what? They offer margin loans at risk-free rate plus 4%. That's all of that, right? He has an option for a security-backed line of credit, which is 2.75%.
The way he keeps saying security-backed line of credit.
Yo, what is that?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. This reading from ChatGPT.
No, because I'm listening to you. Like, I'm not looking at no computer. I'm speaking off of knowledge right now. And
It's basic knowledge.
For some, it's not. Obviously, for some, it's not. Like, it may be basic to those that like really know.
They said you were. They knew. They said you knew.
Okay. What I would do first of all to answer the question, I would have to find out and do a suitability and find out the investment objectives of this client. That's the first thing I would do. Like I
advisor for a one-time decision about $400,000.
Yeah, I know what it is, but I'm wondering why.
So what you choose? It was 2.5%.
I think that's the law. You know what I would probably do? I wanted to be really funky. I would try to get him involved in like a bullet loan, right? That's what I would do. So he could make money back over a 40-year period. I would get him into a package situation and get him on a trading desk, and I would turn it into a security. And this way, he would get all his money back, and he'd be making money on that bullet loan for 40 weeks straight. Like I would be creative. It depends. If he's young, he's really risk adverse because he's young. We're talking to an older person, I would have a different strategy. It all fucking depends. And I don't have a calculator in front of me. I hear you guys throwing out numbers. I would need a calculator in front of me to really come up with numbers. So I don't have one in front of me. But I would have to sit down and run some numbers. First of all, I would present to the client at least 3 options and let the client make the decision. I'm not going to tell you option 1, 2, and 3. That's it. And let the client decide.
Okay, can you specifically tell me what are the 3 options, please?
So he's 35, and he what other assets does he have besides his stock? So
don't ask that question. They get triggered. They get triggered if you ask what else he has, because they feel that that's irrelevant. So of course they said those were immaterial. That was an immaterial question, right? I have fucking tears coming out of my eyes right now.
He has a 95% of his wealth is tied up in NVIDIA stock, right? So his assets are, the cash in his checking account from his base salary over the years, and a few other, ETFs that he's bought from his base salary.
That's what the ETFs. So I'm wondering, why does he have a more diversified portfolio? How does he have 95 assets in one place?
Because the company went 100 times, and he just kept his eyes at the company.
At 35 years old, so that means he would have got in at 30 years old, and he was vested over 5 years.
Don't ask that. No. And then we got people in the chat saying this makes perfect sense. This is very common. Just go with it, Robert. Take off every single thing you've ever learned and pretend that you are some sort of financial advisor dealing with Putin and Qatar and Trump, and then give an answer, and then the chat will be like, "Oh my God, you're so."
Yeah, I would have to run through some stuff. And I can present it to y'all. But at this point, based on what was given to me, I don't have an immediate answer. That's it. I don't know, but I know the answer.
Can a layman give a suggestion?
Well, how many have been in anything besides media? Have y'all been following it?
Yeah, I'm following.
You should never put 100% of your egg. You know what? You do whatever the fuck y'all want.
That's what they do. That's what they reach. My opinion would be to liquidate whatever the down payment is, right? Make it down.
Get rid of those stocks and get.
If you hold 15 minutes,
You gotta pay the capital gains on it.
I'm paying to pay taxes. Why would you do that?
You say just take out the whole lot, take everything out 2.75%.
How much was it? 2.5?
They're gonna secure the value of it.
Have a conversation, so yeah, probably would. That's the only thing that I would, because I know that when you.
Hey, but you try, MJ. You try.
It's less than 3% of the total position over time, since he does not have any other significant assets. Oh, this is why I'm deleting my house. He is going to have to liquidate some of those shares. He is going to have to. It does not make any sense. So what are some of the things that he could do? He can have a leveraged portfolio. He could do covered calls, right? He could literally do hush, don't be cheating.
I like
He could do
covered calls.
Right, Robert, right? He could do level 1 covered calls, which is actually a pretty common thing when you have a large tranche of stock that you don't want to sell, which is pretty, like I said, a lot of people do this. That I've seen shares of Exxon that have been passed down from great-grandfather to grandfather to grandchild to whomever, because for some reason, people really have an attachment, especially when you get to like the C-suite level or the top 5 or the top 3. And then they're considered insiders for a certain amount of time. Sometimes they can't even sell these shares. Let's say that. So yes, in these scenarios, there are tax advantage overlays that you can get. They're called SMAs, separately managed accounts, right? BlackRock does them, PIMCO does them, pretty much everybody and their mama does them, right? Where you literally will say, I need this much liquidity. You're also looking at a tax consideration. Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. I really need to do this layup today, y'all. I really do. I want to get y'all. It's the point that I'm making. Because nobody goes around saying the formal terms like that. That's why I said that. So, and plus, no, nobody. Thank you for telling me what I know. Thank you for telling me what I know. So you don't just have to get a lump. What, do y'all only think that the only people with money or significant income are people in California, New York? What is going on?
You said nobody uses the term.
I said professionally that nobody goes around saying these terms. There is no correct answer.
I'm sorry.
No, well then fine. Then why are you telling me if I'm laughing at something? Because it's like people going around saying if something is that common to you, you're not going to use the exact identity of whatever it is. I mean, you're not saying what an RSU is. There is no correct answer to what Robert was saying. If he doesn't want to sell the stock, number one, he's only 35 years old. He only has this $15 million, right? This is I asked him that question. What other assets he had? No, he said that it was irrelevant. Did you not say when I asked the man what other assets he has that it is irrelevant? Yes, $15 million. He only has $15 million in a very concentrated position, which is very dangerous. something happens to NVIDIA, then how value is going to go down significantly. Tech is also one of the most aggressive things that you can invest in, as we saw when DeepSeek came out, right? You're probably used to dealing with your friends versus a professional, and I can tell you've never sat in front of a professional because you're used to these questions. Somebody could get on home too. Right. That's irrelevant too. Somebody could get fired for just spitting out an answer for you without doing suitability. Are you serious, Mel?
So what's your answer?
I'm literally going through his scenarios. It depends on when he's going to buy the house. Does he need the money like tomorrow, or does he have 6 months? I actually think that if this was a client, he did not want to sell these properties, right? I'm sorry, he did not want shares. We haven't even talked about capital gains because, the chat went crazy about that. They said that was irrelevant, right? So let's assume he doesn't know. So what you could do is you could do a covered call, right, strategy that would generate income. And if you did not want to sell those shares, that would generate sufficient income. $15 million is a lot. I still wouldn't suggest doing it for the entire portfolio because you're basically at risk. This is literally having all your eggs in one basket. I'm not sure that anybody would feel comfortable with having one stock worth $15 million and that being the overwhelming majority of your net worth. Also, if you're only wanting $400,000, depending on, you're probably going to have to pay the capital gains at some point on this tax or need additional liquidity, unless you were planning to leave all of that $15 million and inherit to another generation, in which case you would have to step up in basis and you wouldn't have to take care of the capital gains. I would absolutely suggest that you, as Robert said, that you liquidate a little bit of the year and that we look at the highest basis first, because you might have some of those shares that invested recently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, versus year one. But Robert, when I asked him what the capital gains was, they were like, oh no, this is irrelevant. Right? So yeah, let's just say that you had, I'm almost done. I know y'all want a quick ChatGPT answer. I promise I'm almost done. So if we looked at some of the highest basis stock, right, that you had, number one, it's not going to be that much for you to stomach if you're already having a $200,000 income. And I would suggest, one of the suggestions, as Robert said, would be that you just liquidate the 3 to 4%. It's not that much money versus your entire portfolio, right? Because 10% is going to be $1.5 million. So 1% is what, 150,000? You said you need 400,000. So that's not even that much of the portfolio when you take a look at it. You're going to make that up within the year, especially if we do the laddered strategy.
Okay, so,
another thing you could do is you could add an SMA. Oh, would you get your money's worth of me? We have more recommendations, sweetie. This is not just your,
so,
pile of broken for
yeah, I know, you're right.
There you go. You're going to get your money's worth. So you could also get an SMA to overlay on top of that.
You're saying that
It would be valuable to you if you had $15 million, but you don't. So of course it's not valuable to you. Why would I expect this to be valuable to you, girl? You ain't got $15 million? Okay, come on, Mel.
You do?
So you're saying that he should liquidate his NVIDIA shares?
No, I said that there are options. I said that there would be options, just Robert said.
You're saying an option is for him to liquidate his NVIDIA shares?
Well, eventually, don't you think he's going to have, well, I don't know if there are capital gains because I haven't looked at the cost basis yet.
Yeah, I got a good strategy. Okay, so he's 35. Hold on. Wait. He's 35 years old. What the fuck is this rush? He could do something and
opportunities in front of him.
Yeah, but
opportunities that he can.
No, you gotta look at the time horizon, right? So you gotta look at that. Like, first of all, what is your rush? You're 35 years old. You need 400 grand. You can flip and do some things with your portfolio. First of all, you gotta have a diversified portfolio. That mitigates market fluctuation. How are you in one complete asset?
That's right scenario, bro.
All the wealthiest people in the world are concentrated in stock. Elon Musk is concentrated in stock.
Diversified stock. Bro, they diversified.
No, they're absolutely not. They're absolutely not. That's how they generated their wealth. They're concentrated. They're concentrated in the stock, in which the companies they're leading
SpaceX, is that not diversification?
I'm going to remove myself from the conversation.
No, mister. Is SpaceX diversification or does Elon only have Tesla stock? Yes or no?
You're actually making my point.
SpaceX might go public and I literally priced it at an $800 billion valuation.
Okay,
So
so
SpaceX.
the question that you would need to ask Mayo is what is the expected return, the expected incremental return on the NVIDIA stock on a go-forward basis? This is a simple cost of capital question.
How would you know what the expected return is?
It's a cost of capital and tax arbitrage question. This is something that people with assets deal with on a regular basis. Right? And so if you expect NVIDIA to run for another 1,000 points, right, or 1,000 percentage points, you expect it to go up 4x, 5x, 10x, 15x, then you should be treating that investment in a way where there's a significant opportunity cost for you liquidating your position. And that's the point of the question. That's the whole point of the question, right? And so without actually interrogating what's the expected return, you can't answer the question. So we're talking about all this type of stuff. It's irrelevant. What's the expected return?
Bro, what is the fastest way to get money to get this house? Like, okay, so
Omar, please, Omar.
Bro. Yeah. So all that fastest way is ridiculous. Like, why would you fast? What the fuck is the rush? Y'all ain't really fuck with no big money. I promise you. I'm listening to the conversation, bro.
Yeah, and you are.
I got the money. I got the absolutely yes. Scenario time. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. It's right. What will not wealthy people have diversified portfolios? Simple as that.
Even after the investment portfolio, he was an employee at the company that took off. And he used to always use 2035.
Yes, I know what you mean.
that. You know what he does for a living?
Yeah, there was also the black guy in Mixed Nuts that was the literal VC. I won't dox him and mention his name. He's not on the app anymore, but he was probably one of the wealthiest people on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you know about finance.
America, he was literally a VC. Come on.
That's a different thing. But you keep saying like rich people, and you were like, oh, Grant Cardone's worth $1 billion.
I didn't say rich people. I didn't even bring up Grant Cardone. I said this guy that was in the Mixed Nuts.
The original question was about
uber wealthy.
You reset the room. The original question was whether debt was ever good, can ever be good, can be used, leverage, whatever. Nikki said no. Now we have scenarios, and that's what people are talking about. That was the original question, because you flat out said no because of financial trauma. You had a whole list of things you said. That's what you said.
Yeah, but Mel came up with this scenario, and still we have not solved that question, honestly.
Well, Mr. just asked the question that should be dealt with. So nobody asked him that question. So is anybody going to deal with the question about the expected run or lack thereof of NVIDIA?
Is Mel still on here? Mel. So there you go.
Yeah, okay. Let's say NVIDIA won't outperform the S&P 500.
Oh my God, no.
In the next 5 years.
Will not, you said?
Will not, yes.
It will not. So what is your response?
You see how NVIDIA responded to DeepSeek. I mean, if China said
Mister, what's your response to this?
I'm so sorry that y'all are such linear thinkers. Go ahead.
That complicates the response because now you're really talking about tax arb versus cost of capital arb. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it complicates the response because you should probably be thinking about some type of medium to long-term diversification if you don't think that there's some type of excess return opportunity with NVIDIA. That does not mean that you shouldn't leverage the shares to be able to get a lower cost of capital. I mean, if
you're the first person to give a reasonable answer to this question on the stage over the last 45 minutes an hour. It was insane.
The only thing I push crackle mail is if there's that much demand for the stock in which you get an asset-backed line that's lower than the cost of capital, that would suggest that there's a bunch of anticipation for the stock to run. It would suggest that the stock's going to run, or at least people think the stock's going to run because the demand is such that you wouldn't probably get that type of crash.
And that's also a very good answer, John. Solid job and stuff. So it turns out debt and using debt for tax purposes, freeing up capital, etc., could be good, and you could make a lot of money from it. Wow.
I would take it even further, Mag. I think. Look, if we're going to talk about financial literacy here, and I don't like to kind of go into this space, but let's do it. We're here. Like, that is actually one of the best tools known to our financial system to generate wealth. Okay, we're all looking at, take the very public scenario of Warner Brothers buyout, which is a $100 billion asset. Okay, the Ellistons have the amount of capital just to buy it personally, but what you notice is that they're actually minimizing their equity contribution. They're maximizing their debt. They're maximizing equity from other sources, because this is a very common, basic corporate finance 101 tool, which is creating an optimal capital structure. Using debt increases your return on equity. So this is the reason why home ownership is such a significant driver of wealth creation in the U.S. It's actually quite clever in which the way it's been set up to actually create wealth for the average person. So the average person can actually do their own mini LBO into a real asset. But leverage increases returns. This is a very basic concept that any and everybody who runs money, who's in the wealth creation business, who invests money, understands. So you look at every business on an S&P 500, right? They use leverage. They optimize leverage. The only companies that don't are companies driving incredible growth. But once they hit stabilization, once they hit normalization, they'll also start using leverage as well. Everyone uses leverage. Leverage creates wealth. As long as you are using it against healthy, performing assets, it's a great tool. It is actually the best tool to generate wealth.
This is basic information, but
okay, so I got a simple answer. Hold on. I got a simple answer. What I said earlier was correct, that you should just simply sell it, because that equates to a small percentage, probably like 3% of that, right? It's going to be a taxable event, right? But you should go by the vest dates to minimize the tax event. But that's the simplest process to do it. It's the simplest way. It's the simplest way to answer. That ain't. There's pros and cons to it. There's different pros and cons. But when you got that much money, you definitely can mitigate your tax event. And then you have to examine, are there provisions that come with that option that you have. Typically, these company stocks have provisions attached to them. So one has to know the provision. No, I'm not asking if it's vested. What I'm saying is when you use those shares, when you liquidate your vested shares, they're subjected to other things.
It's a public company and no longer employed.
That has nothing to do with it being a public company. It's how the shares were acquired and the rules that go around the stocks that are acquired in this way.
A typical employee is not getting Class A shares in a public tech company. These are highly liquid and have zero requirements that the company
No, fuck that. I'm not questioning the liquidity of it. Why are you mentioning liquidity? We know that's obviously they're liquid. We're not talking about liquid, so I don't know why you're using that word.
And they also they have zero provisions on them as a private company. This is normal employee equity at the
many fucking variables. You would have to sit down and go through the scenarios. And y'all just got some terms that y'all being an idiot. It's not about being an idiot, guys. Like, the fact of the matter is, different advisors are going to get different feedback on it. Like, and so y'all make it seem like when we answer, we attempt to deal with this make-believe scenario, we don't know what we're doing. And that's not the case. It's like thought. This shit requires real thought. That's all.
Robert, ask about the expected return on NVIDIA.
Robert, it's obvious that the cost base will be low. I mean, we're talking about 5-year distribution. Obviously, the majority of the value is appreciated value. It's not issued at that level.
So there's some short lists. You got to do a short list. You got to ask your broker. You got to look at the cost basis and the vested. Right?
Unless you believe you can issue $5 million a year. Then you got to talk. Unless you believe you can issue that quantum of stock, which doesn't make sense unless he's the CEO of the company. You would assume that he's issued some. I'm not assuming any tax liability.
You have to ask the client. You have to ask the client which risk do they want. Do they want to preserve deferred tax versus eliminating the versus like or eliminate leveraging risk. There's so many fucking questions. So I'm gonna even stop dealing with this shit. I'm not even answering because there's a lot to be thought about in this scenario.
Oh my God.
Well,
so what are y'all answers? What are y'all suggesting? So we gave it a shot. What's your suggestion, Molly? What are your suggestions?
He already said it.
I didn't hear it. I just got in the house.
Sure, I'll say it again. This person, if I would take out I would use the security-backed line of credit to an amount I'm comfortable. Use that and pay down the house, pay down the documents or whatever, and that delta between the security-backed line of credit interest rate and the risk-free rate is money that I'm basically getting for free. And I could use that to then, I would pay my loan or do whatever I want. That's the answer.
Can you translate that? Because it's harder to understand now.
I just came back in.
He just said he would take the loan.
Thank you.
He would leverage the debt. That's obviously the answer. It's NVIDIA.
He said he's taking the credit at 275%, the whole thing, and buying the cribs outright with him.
Yes, which is what everybody in Silicon Valley does. Imagine liquidating. Y'all see what these companies do? Well, yeah, I got this house. I took out my $500,000. It would now be worth $50 million. But I went to my advisor and they asked me a bunch of questions if I was married, if I diversified, if I obligated. The stocks are now it would be worth $50 million, but I took out $500,000. Like, do y'all read about how people get rich?
Or die trying?
Yeah, even the original question, Delroy said his concern was the growth of NVIDIA, right? His concern was it might have a run. So that's why he's concerned with liquidating. He wants other options. He doesn't want any liquidation because so you have to listen to the client and I'm still like there's other options too. Yeah. Like if you got a rich grandma, then that's 0% interest. Then you can just use that shit to pay for the deposit, pay her back later whenever you sell your freaking NVIDIA stock or whatever the house, and do that shit. But his concern, the client's concern is, I don't want to sell my NVIDIA stock. It might grow. So show me something else.
You don't have to sell your whole portfolio. Like,
how much it came back to the grandma?
For $15 million?
How much it came back to the grandma? People want to get it back.
They want to get feel about collecting the premiums on the cover costs to cover it.
You control the risk. If the shit tanks, right?
Well, you gotta run the scenario if your NVIDIA stock drop, if the price goes down, that undermines the agreement that you're in. Because if you're leveraging that, you gotta account for the up and down movement on that asset. Like, so if the value of the stock dips down, you're going to be required to come up with more money.
Yeah, you're only doing it if you sell it.
Like, you don't lock in.
Right.
I'm sorry, what you said?
If the stock dips down, your only concern is this the time that you sell it. So
no, not if it's part of a package. What do you know?
Does it matter if he's not? Never mind. Fuck it.
If you put up something for collateral, okay, in a private deal, if you put up something for collateral, and what you put up for collateral, if the value of that thing you're using as collateral, if it decreases, that is a problem. If the value decreases, that is you have to come up with more money. That's just basic trading 101. That's basic vehicle instruments 101.
I'm just saying 101.
No, if you're to what you just said, MJ, that's actually a good thing because you could leverage a large portion if this person didn't want to sell, right? But they're assuming that he's 35, that he's never going to want to sell it. He may be forced to sell it. So, because remember, it's in a taxable account, which is why Robert asked if it was a tax-deferred account or not. So he's still going to have to pay taxes on the gains, whether he liquidates or not. So if there was to what you were saying, MJ, they have software to basically simulate all of these things. What somebody would probably do, especially if he was no longer at the company, because he's just going to accumulate more shares, right? So it doesn't matter if it's NVIDIA. It's still a large concentrated position. And everybody's a little leery of this, literally, because of what happened with Enron, which is why a lot of people don't advocate for this anymore. So when the stock went down, that would actually be a good time to shave a little bit off the top. Because look, Warren Buffett does this, a lot of the big boys do it, right? Like even the Walton family does this. When the stock is running that high, and there's consideration that it's going to drop a significant percentage, what do? You take off profits. He doesn't have to put it back in NVIDIA stock because he has such a large concentration of it. So yeah, looking at when the stock goes down, looking at the cost basis, because he probably has, it just depends, because I would assume the stock that he bought in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 versus the cost basis. If he was charitable, you might advise like a donor advised fund, or like I said, because somebody who has
It's only
400 because it's beyond your scenario. Because anybody with $15 million of a concentrated stock, it's never not complicated. You have tax problems, right? You still have these shit are fully vested now. You still have a tax. This isn't a taxable account. You not understand that?
What's going on?
But doesn't NVIDIA pay a dividend? NVIDIA pay a dividend?
Okay, so you take the dividend in cash and then you pay all the taxable from the dividend.
Now, to what I said, sweetie, we're beyond. Yes, that is a very, very common strategy, especially in the sideways market. You will
recover costs.
Right, and that generates income.
Is he going to pay taxes on the premium?
Yeah, but you still have the income. But honestly, there are some great simulators that you would look at, because depending on how much income that's going to generate, he's probably already going to be at the highest income level. He said that he was single. He said that this was California, so he's already.
Makes sense, unless the retail is justified.
Why would coverage calls not make sense here? What are you talking about?
Because you're getting free money from the bank. It's free.
Right, mister, can you explain to them
how
about
free money from the brokerage?
But we're not talking about the 400,000 there. We're talking about the rest of your portfolio. So you want to leverage your entire portfolio outside of the 400,000 now? So then, okay, so he's not, but that's what I'm talking about, mister. I'm talking about the rest of the portfolio, not the 400,000.
Okay, so
you don't have a strategy for the rest of the stock. You just want to leverage it to borrow 400,000.
Yeah, just for the down payment on the house.
Yeah, I think his main point was you're getting free money from the broker.
Right, but how many times is he going to say that? What I'm saying is, so you don't have any other plans or concerns about sitting on for $15 million worth of stock, NVIDIA stock, like you don't care about that, the cost basis, the gains, none of that? You don't have any concerns about that part after you get your $400,000?
Sure, but this wasn't germane to the question. But
To you, I mean, the more that you save on tax, you're worried about preserving the stock. Aren't you concerned about the potential tax implications? Because now, remember,
you
now
are concerned about the tax implication.
But now,
it's shocking that you could not answer this question.
Because it's not for me to answer. And I would never tell a client what to do. Like Robert said, you give them different scenarios that would work. You chose not to answer my question.
And you cannot give one.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, Neil, please, okay, enough people answered your question. Jesus Christ. I'm not insane. Surprised that somebody with $15 million in a portfolio would need to borrow $400,000, but you did say that you're already financing your lifestyle. I'm not surprised you need to borrow.
It's free money.
It's free money.
It's free.
It's free money. I'm really surprised that
No money is free money.
Can you tell a client free money and get away with it?
No, it's free money. Let me explain to you.
Mister, you cannot tell a client free money and get away with it.
No, I mean,
No. Answer that question for the people in the chat. Because they really are thinking, can you tell a client it's free money and get away with it? Yes or no? Is that even compliance allowed?
No one will let me.
No, it's not. So what we're talking is if he is a client. So no, you would never submit that scenario. Come on, we're not in one. I don't use Clubhouse. I'm sorry.
Let him speak. Let me explain what he means by free money.
It's free money. So the risk-free rate is the money, the cost of money, effectively, just to make it in layman's terms. And so, if an institution is willing to lend you money at a lower cost of capital than what it costs the government to borrow money, then you should take that fucking money and you should invest it. And you should take it every day of the week, and you should invest it every day of the week. Okay, this is very simple. Someone's lending you money, you take it at lower than the risk rate, you take it and you invest it.
So thanks for the generic financial advice, Mr.
It's generic, but you can answer
Now, I literally would never answer. When I told you that there are a lot of scenarios, when I was even asking you what type of account it was in, because you still have to think about the tax implications. You're just focused on the $400,000. I'm sorry if I wouldn't just be able to spit out an answer for you, because that would not be the only concern with the portfolio.
I don't see how the type of account it even factors in here.
Because if it's tax or not.
He's an employee at a tech company.
But there are qualified plans. Sometimes these RSUs are not taxable, or there's a tax
company is not getting the majority of his equity in a qualified
worth of NVIDIA stock after 5 years is not concerned about qualified or not qualified?
Miki, I'm saying that an employee
made $200,000 a year. If you're an employee of NVIDIA, you want. So this is your scenario, sweetheart, not mine. So you want us to believe that this is just an employee. He got hired when he was 30 years old. He doesn't have any other assets prior to this. You said a little bit of ETFs. You didn't say anything 401k. He did a Roth conversion, nothing, right? And he has acquired $15 million worth of NVIDIA stock that just recently vested after 5 years. Like, this is you need to wrap my brain around your scenario. Like,
this scenario is not crazy.
Yes, he only makes $200,000. What was he doing? Using his entire after-tax salary to buy to get the stock? Like, why would he have that much
competition works
you know how many shares that is? If it's
$2 million competition in the tech industry works. That's okay, just so you don't know.
No, it doesn't have to be the tech industry. Oil and gas people will compensate their clients the same way.
You realize greater than 50% of the
math, Bill, please help me, because the math doesn't matter when he wants me to.
They have a greater net worth than what Bale's describing. 50% of NVIDIA employees. Like, the stock has just absolutely.
Yeah, and 200K was his base salary, Nikki, not he wasn't necessarily using it to buy equity in his company.
Okay, no.
I think like 90% of NVIDIA employees are millionaires just based on NVIDIA stock.
Wait, can you ask Bill this scenario? Because he's someone that also has a great I'm not sure what the background is, but Bill is also in finance. Can you? I know. I don't know. Can you ask Bill? Can you ask him this question?
How many shares were granted? What was the strike?
Why don't you just hear the scenario?
Okay, here's the scenario.
It's easy to
Just listen to the scenario.
You shut up and let him speak.
Coming in with it. If you're a racist, I'm about to kick you out anyway.
Bill is not a racist.
He is.
Okay, here's the scenario. Delroy grew up in Grenada. I went to school at Stanford. Delroy joined NVIDIA in 2014 with a compensation of 200K base salary and let's say 500K in RSUs vesting over 5 years. Okay? Delroy leaves NVIDIA in 2019 and hasn't sold any of his vested RSUs. NVIDIA goes 20 times, right? So Delroy's package, after leaving, it's $8 million or $9 million or $7 million fully vested, all taxes paid. So the majority of Delroy's wealth is in NVIDIA stock, and he's no longer an employee. The risk, Delroy wants to be able to buy a house, put a down payment on a house, right? The risk-free rate is 3%. The security-backed line of credit that the brokerage is offering Delroy, because there's so much hype around NVIDIA, is 2.75%. What can Delroy do to scrounge money to be able to put down payment on the house?
How much is the house? How much is the down payment?
Down payment is, let's say, it's 400K.
Nothing from Super Bill?
Oh, he's doing the math. Let him go.
Again, y'all want people to be ChatGPT. Jesus.
Well, I figured he would start asking the question you and Robert did.
Technically, I never answered the question.
I said ask the question you and Robert did.
Did he leave?
No, he did that, that Fannie Mae. He's just thinking about it.
Oh, no.
The reason he made his free note, let's consult ChatGPT.
He doesn't know what that means. Why he left. Oh, he's back. Go ahead, Bill.
Bill, did you hear the whole scenario?
No, I was not listening to whatever the gentleman was speaking about.
You were listening. What the fuck?
See?
Because of the black man speaking. Why was
There's a black man.
Bill used to come in my spaces all the time. He's not racist.
Oh, he doesn't come in his space all the time. He's racist.
Becky, you're the only bright person on that stage. Stop wasting time.
Aww.
Jeez, don't you? Compliment to you. Smart saying. What's going on? Nikki, you
Oh my God, that's so outrageous. Kill me.
No, you were down with the racists.
I'm a coon.
Oh my God.
You don't even know who Bill. Oh my God.
Yes, he's the Korean racist who believes black people were born inherently inferior with lower IQs.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we know him for 5 years. Yes, we know Bill.
He's been
He's a long-standing racist.
5 years.
He's like super
He's
racist. He's super racist. He's super racist.
Answer the question.
Yes, he didn't know the answer to the question.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. He never. He would come in my rooms all the time. I didn't know he was racist. He was never racist with me.
You couldn't answer the question. This is shocking.
Well, but you keep saying that it's a
He's
basic
Korean. I thought
question.
Koreans were smarter than the rest of us.
Because you want people to give you the answer. The answer literally is like, if it's less than 3% of the portfolio and it's a $15 million portfolio, you should probably just liquidate it because it's going to be better than
You don't have to liquidate it. Why would you have to liquidate it?
answer. It's only 3% of the portfolio for a down payment house.
Equities do better than real estate. Now you're saying,
Oh my God. He's only 35. Okay, listen. Sir, he's 35 years old. At first he said he was still working at the company. Then he changed the scenario to say that he wasn't there. Is risky. So it does not matter.
No, it's not.
the scenario was
What risk assessment is that?
First lady, are you there?
Who keeps yelling?
Because who's a bitch? Your wife's a bitch. Your nigga bitch. Because who's a bitch? Your wife's a bitch. Your nigga bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. That's all I keep saying, bitch. Where the fuck are you? That's all I keep saying, bitch. Where the fuck are you? This man must be Jewish because he's dead. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
You're racist.
I don't give a fuck.
Just moving down, come on, this was for
Your mama's a bitch. Oh my God.
Mickey argues of 3%
Do you want to know a professional response, or do you want to? I would just get rid of the 3% because you're in a taxable account versus you're used to these shares being restricted, right? So what does your accountant say would be the first thing that I would ask you? Are you even asking an accountant these questions?
Why are you selling 3% of the shares? I don't understand how.
Why don't you want to sell 3% of the shares? You don't even know.
It's a separate question.
You know what? Let's ask. No, mister. So you're saying that first of all, his interest rates that he's getting are not in place anywhere. He's not getting 3%. Like that's not even happening, right?
The concentration point's a fair point. It's just.
But you think he's getting 3%? It's a very simple question, Mr. Wright. You think he's getting 3%?
Well, the example.
I'm asking Mr. Is he getting 3%?
It's paying you 3%. That's what the risk-free rate means, effectively,
The risk-free rate? Why are you comparing $15 million of Nvidia stock to the Treasury?
No, you missed the leverage.
Crash. I don't know what's going on.
Crash. And I hope you have a beneficiary on that taxable account or a will or a trust or something.
Mickey, the scenario that's being described, if you completely get rid of
everything else that makes sense?
No, if you completely forget the case in which you're getting free money, essentially, then you can make an argument around concentration, right? The point here is you're getting
talking about you can make an argument around concentration. It is a concentrated position. He's got $15 million worth of Nvidia stock.
But he's talking about a specific use case for capital. He's talking about raising money to invest in a home. And what he's saying is you have someone who's going to give you free money to invest in the home. You can literally borrow the money.
Sir, please stop saying $400,000.
You get paid, right?
But
for taking risk.
You know, most people that have a $15 million portfolio are liquid better. What kind of person? How many $15 million portfolios do you know, Mayo? This is what I'm telling you. This is what I know. Somebody with a $15 million portfolio and significant income is not going to be wasting time with no fucking paperwork to borrow about down 3% of their shit. That's what I'm telling you. Now, if you had to get a $2 million property or a $3 million property, maybe I would make sense. That would make sense. But you're literally talking about paperwork for $400,000.
Mickey, what we're talking about is an economically rational decision, right? So, like, you can certainly make the point that you will make a personal decision that may not be rational from an economical perspective, right? But the economically rational decision is if you can borrow below the risk-free rate, you should do that, particularly if you can borrow before the risk-free rate to buy a productive asset. That's simply the point. right? Now, if you take that away from the scenario, then we can talk about concentration. Then we can talk about all the other things. Then we talk about diversified portfolio, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, why would you want to talk about those all other things later, Robert? Like that, or Mr. I'm sorry.
Because you want to get $400K to put on a down payment on the house.
It's only $400,000, bro. You're acting like that's a significant amount of money in comparison to a $15 million portfolio. First of all, I don't even know any financial advisor that would even be working with you if all you had was an account with $15 million worth in Nvidia that you didn't want to sell.
Are you serious?
What the fuck are they gonna charge you for? You're not gonna sell it. What the fuck are they gonna charge you for? Are you crazy?
Mickey, no, you're joking now.
Compliance was literally asking you. She's not going to sell. Do you not know that compliance would have to bro, compliance would have compliance would have your ass in the office because what the fuck are they charging for? A financial advisor doesn't give you tax advice. They're not a CPA. You didn't even say a financial planner. You have a large tranche of stock that you don't want to fucking sell.
He's not asking you.
I can't make that distinction. What the fuck does it matter if it's clubhouse or not?
Let's move the combo.
Because the $15 million portfolio is not just clubhouse.
Nikki was earlier giving makeup healthcare plans and spitting on about the clients, but now she can't.
It doesn't matter if it's fee only. There's nothing to do. All he's got to do, he said he's never going to sell the stock. So what the fuck are you charging for?
So he's asking you what he should do.
This is so
I told him,
What would you do?
Then I would just get rid of the 3% in a tax leverage way because I would slowly liquidate the account because I wouldn't want that to be so concentrated.
But you also have to say that's not the rational thing to do from an economic perspective. You just have to say that. It's fine. Like people don't always make the rational decision, right? But from a cost of capital,
Spirit, no financial advisor wants to sit on literally just $15 million.
People that's inside the same kind of scenario, and all of them have different scenarios. So if you just help this one dude out and save him, a lot of money, dude.
You have to go to
When I go to a financial advisor, that's not the role of a financial advisor. Well, why did you say wait a minute. Wait. You want to go through the trouble of getting $400,000 from your portfolio, but you're okay with paying 25 basis points on an annual basis with an Nvidia portfolio that is
No one answered this, please. Just look at me.
You would just have 25 basis. The portfolio would pay 25 basis. Where are you going to? Oh my God.
It's all free, 25 basis points. How do they come to that calculation, Mickey?
Compliance would be so much on, I guess, it's right to a discount brokerage.
For this particular scenario, how did I calculate 25 basis points coming to you from the brokerage?
I wouldn't take this account.
No, I'm asking you, how did I calculate that, Mickey?
What do you mean? That wouldn't be up to you. That would be up to the firm and the advisor as to what they charge.
Mickey, how did I calculate that Deloitte would receive 25 basis points on his money?
Make sure you bang your head because you're not going to get an answer.
Mickey,
what are you talking about? Delroy would receive 25 basis points on his money. What money? The total portfolio or what are you talking about?
It doesn't really matter, but what else?
No, I'm asking you, what are you talking about?
I'm saying if Deloitte took an option that I said Deloitte should take, how did I come to the conclusion that Deloitte would be receiving 25 basis points on the money that he's using to put down the down payment on the house or to complete the housing transaction?
So you're saying that Delroy is going to leverage, because honestly he could do this with only $1 million in the portfolio. He doesn't need the entire money.
You don't know, it's okay.
You're not making any sense what you're saying. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, so I just did some research.
Robert, he asked her a question, let her answer.
No, I'm trying to respond to him. So you're taking $400,000 out, right? Which there's going to be a fee to that, right? So it's not in this scenario. I know that y'all hate specifics, but this is how that works. There's going to be some sort of a fee. There's, whatever involved. Like, it just depends. Sometimes it's a percentage of the asset. Sometimes it's like a flat out fee of whatever, right? It depends on which firm that you're using. It depends if you're using a margin loan. It depends if you're going to a third party, like if you're dealing directly with Fidelity. It depends on if your financial advisor has a great relationship with the brokerage firm, because sometimes they can negotiate rates, right, above LIBOR or below LIBOR or whatever, right? But nobody wants to hear all that, right? So, okay, fine. So,
Okay.
so you're saying that you would get 25 basis points on the 400,000, but you're literally taking the 400,000 and I'm assuming you wire that to the title company for another house. So what are you getting 25 basis points on? And you $15 million portfolio and you're making $10,000 by leveraging the shares. What percentage of $15 million is $10,000 a year? No, this is math, sweetie. This doesn't have anything to do with No, this doesn't have anything to do with having a securities license. We don't know how to do math now. We don't know what $10,000 is $15 million. Like that requires a license now. Wow, I knew the U.S. education system was bad, but not this bad. So you're saying
you're right. Kimberly's not educated. You made a great point. Kimberly's not educated.
Well, I don't even know who's speaking, but somebody said you're a professional.
Kimberly's not educated. That's
right. Well, somebody just asked me, you're a professional because I gave a simple math equation and they couldn't
do it. You didn't know where the 25 basis points came from, love?
Yeah, because
you thought he was scenario the 25.
No, it's his scenario because he also said that it would be a managed account. Because he said that it would be a managed account for an advisor, and you typically pay a fee for your accounts, your assets to be managed by that. Well, I'm so sorry that I'm taking what he's saying because he was also talking about that this account would be managed. So I thought the 25 basis points is what he was determining that he would pay to the advisor. Because you were the one that was saying that an advisor would actually manage this account. So stick with me. You're making $10,000. No. You're making $10,000 on a $15 million because the treasury rates stay the same, right? So that's going to be promised for the duration that you have this 400,000. But you know what? It's a clubhouse scenario. You're right. The treasury rates are going to remain the same for the duration of the time that you have this $400,000 out. So, sweetheart, can you help me? And you don't need to be a professional to do this, by the way. You just need a phone and a calculator. No degree required. What is $10,000? What is $10,000? It's a ubiquitous you, by the way. It's a ubiquitous you. Okay, but let's just say that.
Yes.
Is there a 5-year-old with access to an iPad that can help me out? What is $10,000 on a $15 million portfolio? And that's just the value of the portfolio right now.
Someone's on 0.0602. It's okay.
0.06 is with the free money of your portfolio that you're going to get from borrowing this money. Well, I mean, congratulations. Now you have generational wealth on top of your $15 million. That's not an answer. That's an answer for me. I mean, good luck.
You still have the shares, Nikki. You still gaining. The video's up 1,500%.
I didn't say that he didn't. I literally asked. He said he was making 25 basis points on the $400,000, right? So he's only shaving the $400,000 worth of NVIDIA stock that he's borrowing against, right? By not selling or liquidating. Not the entire portfolio, MAGAs, that you want to be so fucking smart. We're not talking about, shut up. We're talking about $15 million. We're only talking about the $400,000. I understand that. You fucking keep up. Don't tell me the economy's going to be up that percentage because it's in my fucking time on 0.06%. The fuck out of here. It's worth my fucking time. It does not matter. It's $400,000. So, man, you got $10,000 that you saved when you literally could have just went, let me know.
I actually would
If
not.
you got a $15 million, if you got a $15 million portfolio and
You
that
actually would not.
$2,000 a year savings to
You
you,
actually would not be able to save $10,000.
It's more than $10,000.
You said 25 basis points on 400,000.
You don't understand.
Okay, fine. I don't understand. We can move on. Jesus.
Go ahead, man. Just close it up.
Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I've been
No,
doing
go
this too
ahead.
long.
Explain why it's more than $10,000.
Nikki,
Go ahead.
this employee, right,
Oh my God, not the employee again.
is a former employee is sitting on a fuck ton of cap gains tax, right? In the scenario, the stock
No,
went
we don't
20
care about
times.
capital gains tax because I was asking you about that and you said you didn't care.
He does care. That's why he doesn't want. All right, I'm done.
I'm done. It's okay. New topic. I'm sorry.
Man, just give up at this point. Come on, bro.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it was a good case study. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, don't be texting me. Come in here and argue with these crackheads. No, people are. Oh my fucking God! You want to leverage a $15 million portfolio? You know what? I want to see you do it. I will give you $3,000. I'm literally gonna cash out you $3,000. I want you to call me and put me on the phone when you get your NVIDIA portfolio of $15 million.
You want me to call you on the phone?
Because I want to see the fucking look on their face and what they tell you when they're like, you want to do what for $400,000? Okay. There's a fucking house. I want to hear what the fuck they say. Because I'm even wondering who would even do this for that amount. It wouldn't even be worth their time, sweetie. It's only $400,000.
I thought he already said they were going to.
This is a scenario. No, I want to know the company. I want to know who the fuck would even take this shit. Because sweetheart, it's not even worth their fucking time. You got a $15 million portfolio and you want to bother these people and talking about I need $400,000. Boy, they would laugh your ass right out the fucking office, okay? So yes, $3,000. I'm saying it in front of everybody. I will cash out you. Show me a $15 million portfolio, and I want to know which company is going to do it. No. We can move on. I want to know because you would be wasting your fucking time to get 3% of this portfolio.
Lines of credit.
Sure.
Is a very easy thing.
What is this? The fucking pawn shop of private banking? It's 3% of your fucking portfolio. It's 3.5%. That's nothing. That's like nothing. Oh my God.
The financial advisor that makes what, 75, 80, probably 90,000.
I don't do financial courses, sweetheart.
You think they're gonna laugh in your face if you want to get the security background of credit?
For $400,000 off about how much money are they gonna make on the deal?
It's future business, and also what rich people do is that they will test you with a little bit of money. So to see.
What are you talking about, Mel? Now you're I'm worried about you. That's just a brokerage account. That doesn't mean that you have a financial professional attached to it just because you have $15 million in an account.
I'm worried about you because it seems like you're not familiar with security guidelines.
I mean, you don't even need a securities license to do that, sweetie. That's not investment strategy. Like that's boring. That's basic. It's a company that most of the big brokerage firms work with, that they work with all of the big boys. It's a third party, right? So you get tri-state, it's kind of like a line of credit. So I do apologize, right? But yeah, so somebody with a $15 million portfolio, let's just go through this scenario since that's you a good rate. They're going to be like, well, shit, you got $15 million, right? It's just like a company that wants to get you to spend more. So that's what I'm saying, sweetie. Your scenario just doesn't make very much sense.
If I'm from Charles Schwab, do I get a financial at $15 million? Do I get a financial planner as part of my account?
No, not unless you want one. It depends if you have a retail account. If you go into Charles Schwab under an advisor, what? I'm literally I could go online to Charles Schwab right now and do a $15 million wire.
Ask you again.
That's not come with a financial advisor.
$15 million in assets. Do you get a personalized advisor at Charles Schwab?
and they don't want to pay a financial advisor.
Nikki, when you first started, you said that you have a brokerage firm, but you don't have an advisor. Let me ask you again. I'm going to ask a third time. If I have $15 million worth of assets in Charles Schwab, do I get a personalized financial advisor as part of my account?
No, not necessarily.
Oh my God. So,
do you know what a Schwab account? Do you know what a retail account is?
Are you serious?
So you can open a brokerage account with a free financial advisor?
As part of having over $1 million in assets?
No, wait. So just 1 second. You're saying you get a free financial advisor that gives you financial advice for no fees, no nothing.
Right, because I have over $1 million as a Schwab private client.
1 second. Do they manage your portfolio? Do they make the investment choices?
It's a private client services. That's what you're referring to.
Right, but that's not a financial advisor.
All right, you're right. It's fine.
No, but I'm asking you because private client services is like a concierge dedicated number. All of Schwab's representatives are securities licensed, but they don't give financial advice because then they could be liable.
I did not say, but you have to.
If you have a financial advisor, that is how they make money. So they're going to charge you a percentage of the assets depending on if you have a Series 7 broker or a Series 65 investment advisor. And Schwab has both firms. They're both a brokerage and an advisory firm.
You got it. That's what
I'm talking about. Everybody can go to Schwab right now and Google it. You can open an account right now. You can wire $1 million and it just comes with a concierge 1-800 number.
It's like I'm just listening to it again. Just laugh.
Wait, a free financial advisor? Why would you want? So, did you sign in a management agreement with 0% fees because they're making financial decisions for free for you?
Nikki, it's over at Charles Schwab. I don't have this much money, but like over 10 and 20, you get even more service you automatically get, and they're personalized.
Right, you get private client services, but listen to what I'm asking you. Look at your statement. Is there a person's name on your statement that is a financial advisor?
Talk to the man.
Okay, but you're saying that he's charging you fees. It's not free.
All right, Nikki, you got it, bro. New topic.
Just FYI, MAGA, I wouldn't work with a financial advisor that just gave you financial advice for free. Just FYI.
Okay, cool. Wow.
Yeah.
This is solid in 2 hours.
Okay, well, you and your $1,500.
Good work. Actually, only has to be $100, right? Actually, my account is an overdraft. We keep it.
I don't understand what y'all are saying. No, financial advisors don't. Actually, they don't just manage managed accounts, Maya, but you either have to have discretion over an account, which is the ability to make trades without getting a client's permission. So yes, you literally have what's called a discretionary agreements, right? You have to have something called suitability or an IPS, an investment statement that basically says, this is how much income I have, this is how old I am, these are my financial goals, right? Suitability or know your client. And yes, you're typically going to be charged fees. Now, are there brokerage accounts, like if a client has a 529 and it's like $50,000 and the advisor doesn't want to charge on it, then the advisor can see that account, but it's not necessarily a managed account, but you still need discretion. So all accounts are not managed, but you do need discretion because the SEC says that the Schwab advisor, because the accounts are with Charles Schwab, they also are an independent brokerage. I'm sorry, I'm gonna move you because you're irritating me right now.
He's doing other things.
No, I'm talking to people in the chat. So if you have a managed I'm not embarrassing myself because I'm explaining the difference between discretionary. You don't even know what that is.
You can pass yourself over to that.
No, that's not me. No, that's not me. That's not me.
That's not docs. What I'm saying is
No, never mind. That's not me. I don't agree that we should docs, but no, that's not I'm not from Arizona.
Anyways, yeah.
Now, you're not embarrassing me, sweetie. You're the one that.
That is correct. You're embarrassing yourself, Miki. I just set the stage for you. But yes, you are correct.
No, you're literally not. You're the one that wants to borrow people to borrow $400,000 account. Okay, but I'm literally explaining the difference. He said it was a brokerage account. A managed account means that the advisor has discretion. There's discretionary accounts and non-discretionary accounts. I'm just explaining the difference.
I'm not talking about that. You told me that people with Charles Schwab over $1 million and $10 million actually do not have.
I know you think over $1 million or $10 million is a lot of money, but it's really not.
What are you saying?
Why are you throwing out $1 million?
That is a lot of money.
That's not at Charles Schwab. That's my personal accounts are at Goldman and Fidelity.
That's the threshold at Charles Schwab. That's why I said $1 million. That's when you get the free services.
Right.
Nobody was trying to flex and say they had $1 million.
I'm not talking about flexing. I'm talking about you're talking about.
You just said
$1 million. No, I'm literally bringing up to you. I asked you if it came with a financial advisor. The financial advisor is free.
It is. It's part of the account.
Okay, then it's free and it's part of the account.
It's so crazy, man.
It's a Schwab Private Client Services. You need $1 million, then you get more over $10 million. They make money other ways.
So are you
interest rates, margins, other types of fees? They don't charge you for decisions.
So you're saying that I've worked with Schwab as a custodian before.
People can't afford $400 insurance and so they can have homes but not millions of dollars.
Oh my God, are you saying that you have to accept the financial advisor if you have over $1 million in your account?
Of course not.
You don't have to do anything.
You don't have to do anything. I mean, you can cut your butt off if you wanted to.
So the financial advisor is offered free if you have over $1 million at Schwab.
It's the Schwab Private Client Services. You didn't know that?
No.
JP Morgan has a similar thing.
Every wealth management has it.
Yeah, because they want to.
No, I don't know what Schwab proprietary advisors do. I know people that use Schwab
management firms do that.
Have you heard of Chase Private Client?
No, they literally all don't do that.
Merrill Lynch had it.
Every single one of them does it.
Every single one has it.
But those are proprietary firms. I'm telling you that I only know firms that utilize their brokerage firms as a third party. So I'm saying that a free financial advisor is interesting to me for someone to manage your account just as having over $1 million. But hey, if they do that, then that's fine.
Miki, the firm makes money on other things.
So you can have up to $10 million and your financial advisor does not charge you a penny to manage your account or oversee your assets.
No, they make money with other things.
Wow, this was a good. It's Batman's 101.
I think it's smart to actually people on the client list because they're going to make money over time no matter what. There's all kinds of things that are going to happen. So like
So when Miki said
every little he says is I introduce you to different people. There's a million ways.
Yeah, so when Miki said they would laugh at you if you wanted to get that line of credit. I just found it, you know.
I mean, there are firms that exist out here that don't even take clients that don't have $50 million liquid mail. So
yeah, and hedge funds that only work with high net worth individuals who have over.
No, they're not hedge funds. They're just boutique.
I'm just saying, like,
they're just boutique wealth management firms.
Okay, sure, but I'm saying that your normie who are going to come at JP Morgan or whatever, it will be able to access these services, and these lines of credit are a pretty common financial instrument. So for you to say that if, you know,
right, but going to a bank is different than going to a brokerage. You don't need to go to a financial advisor.
I'm not talking about the side of the business.
Real question: do we want somebody else managing our wealth?
I guess.
Also, like in the Bay Area, we have so many people who are making $200K and have an insane amount of wealth. That's all on paper. It's very, very common. It's basically the game. Like that's the game everyone's playing in the Bay Area. That's making all the money. You know, sometimes, most of the time, it doesn't work out, but when you hit it, you can make like basically unlimited cash. And I've been watching this for decades because, you know, this is what happens around where I live. It's very
because for the average person, like that's the 1% of the 1%. Most people.
It's the average focused on including in the world except for the Bay Area. Equity. In the Bay Area, it's not uncommon.
Right.
It still means you're like the winner of the game. Right? I'm not saying everyone's doing that, but the winners of the game, and there's a lot of them around. That's like basically what it looks like.
I mean, it's not uncommon in Texas for a lot of the oil and gas companies, especially a lot of those wealthy families that have family offices.
Yeah, but that's kind of old money. You know what I mean? Like the startup game.
Yeah, I made that distinction.
You take a lower salary. You take a lower salary for equity, and you're basically betting that equity, is going to turn into a top line. Like I know someone who was like first 30 employees at Yelp, for example, and she made out like a bandit. Right? She was like there when they went public, and I don't even know how much money she has. It's like basically unlimited cash. And I know 100 other people who didn't do that, but there were people who did some version of that that's a little lower. So,
yeah, I've actually talked to a lot just from the app, a lot of young immigrants who went to
you have the tax consequences.
You let me finish.
Don't understand risk-free rates. I'm sorry.
I don't understand risk-free what?
Risk-free rates.
Risk-free rates. No, apparently to you I don't understand risk-free rates. Yeah, that's how we go around saying it. Risk-free rates. Nope. I don't understand that at all.
How else would you say it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Risk-free rates. It's a good question.
Business, like what the term means?
No, can you explain it to me?
You told me. It's okay.
Okay, well, you asked me the question and you just kept, I don't know, and now I'm asking you.
I'm asking you if you know.
I just said I don't. You told me I don't. So can
I didn't tell you that you don't. I'm asking if you know.
You literally just said, Mickey, you don't understand risk-free rates. So do you?
You're right about that.
Oh, it's okay. Do you want to explain it to me?
Yeah, I'm okay, Mickey. We're trying to move the topic along like that. This is my fault. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. No, it's fine. I'm glad that you understand risk-free rates, and I don't, apparently.
Question asked. That was the basis of the question, was understanding the risk-free rate. That was literally the first half of the question. The risk-free rate was 3.0. Because it's linked to it.
Right. The risk-free rate that he said was tied to the Treasury because that's absolutely a great rate. Yes, absolutely.
What do you mean it's absolutely a great rate? It depends on your risk profile. What do you
mean? What's happening? It depends on your risk profile?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's how Treasuries is a fine strategy depending on what your risk profile is.
Really? That's a great strategy?
Yes.
It definitely sounds like it. Right, depending on your risk profile. How do you determine your risk profile, Mel? Let me jot this down. How do you determine your risk profile?
I'm sorry, Brian. It depends on, what your future plan expenditures are. How do you, model how much your income is going to be in the future, as well as, how much, as well as the psychological things that factor in, like how much, what level of volatility you yourself are comfortable with. But then like a bunch of other things that go into that, but like that's just the general gist.
So your risk profile determines your risk-free rates?
That's not what I said. I said the risk-free rate, investing at that, is a completely reasonable strategy depending on your risk profile.
Oh, so getting the 3% return, if that's what your risk profile says, is a perfectly reasonable rate. That's how that works?
Yes, it is completely reasonable.
So what would your risk profile have to say for you?
The treasury is at 3%, and you're like 95 years old, and you're getting treasury plus 10 basis points. That's fine.
Okay, so if you're getting treasury plus 10 basis points and your risk profile are different things measured do they weigh higher than others? Like how is that determined? Is it an equation or something?
I don't know how to equate, but like every, investment, well, every firm is going to do things differently, right? But like, I'm not quite sure.
Different benchmarks?
No, they look at the rate from the T-bills, usually 3 months. As he said, the point, another 10 basis points. I think now it's 3.6, 3.7, I don't know, 3 point something. And but you look at your risk-free rate is. That was the first half of the question.
Shits and giggles, right? I know this is, crazy, but I'm learning it, right? So what would the risk rate of return be for someone who is extremely aggressive, checks off all the box bells and whistles, and just wants to go 100%, just go at it? What would their risk rate of return be, Mail?
Just curious. I don't know what the expected rate of return is. You can benchmark your rate of return to a lot of things in the market. Let's say you want to be, S&P 500 plus, 50 basis points. And then you and your advisor go in and figure out, what passive assets will accomplish that while growing your variance. And like that goes into like basic portfolio analysis and building all the time.
Oh, okay. So one benchmark can be the T-bills, right? And there's not like a name or a type for that type of risk profile. You just fall under some spectrum that we can't really identify, but it's just like if the risk profile makes a determination, and nobody's really told me how that determination is made, but it's just, okay, we're just going to say that's the benchmark there. You fall into that one. We don't know how or why you fall into that one, but you're in that one. And then someone who's aggressive per se, again, depending on what this risk profile says, if we still don't know a determination of how it makes such determination, then the benchmark would be the S&P 500 plus or minus basis points as a reasonable rate of return. Oh, that's fascinating. Very fascinating.
That's not what that is you have a rating. It's, Mickey, you don't know what it is.
No, that's why I'm asking all these questions. I'm being very,
makes sense. So
I've never been more honest in my life. I don't know what this is. That's why I'm asking.
It's not from person to person.
It's not from person to person. Okay, so how is it?
It's a benchmark that people use to calibrate what they're doing.
Okay, does anybody have an example of this risk profile?
He just told you.
So, no, he told me, but I'm saying, does anybody have an example, like a link to a risk profile that I could take a look at?
It's not a risk profile. It's the risk-free rate.
But he said you determine the risk-free rate by what the risk profile says.
Risk profile is the risk.
Oh, that's going to help me understand. Risk-free rates. Risk-free rate, right? And the risk profile. Yes, that makes sense. Capital allocation, risk. Whether we're allocating capital against the treasury bills plus some basis points. Yes. That makes total sense. Sure does. Thank you. Thank you, Neil and Magda. I really appreciate you expounding on this.
Sarcasm is insane.
I don't know why.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm literally.
You said we got thinking caps on. You can't.
Oh my goodness! Like, what is going on? I can't even tell you all. Thank you.
Sarcasm is insane.
I don't know this.
Free rate, but $1 million is not a lot of money.
Never heard of the risk-free rate.
We can actually a lot of things that were said tonight you never heard of.
For sure. I'm sorry. I don't know you guys.
You're
But I have been saying that I don't know these things all night.
Risk-free rate.
I don't even know how you make a determination of the risk-free rate.
Exactly. So how do you advise people not knowing what it is?
I have no idea. I guess that's why I'm not working, or I guess I don't know what the risk-free rate is. Wow, that's insane. I'm appalled.
You really can't. Fascinating, I guess.
It's very fascinating.
It's the sarcasm is the way out. That's fair.
I'm not being sarcastic.
You are.
I just told you I've never heard of the risk-free rate.
Of course you have. Of course you have. There's no way.
Sir, I've literally
asked, but she doesn't know what it is.
Literally, no, sir, I've literally never heard of the risk-free rate or utilized that.
You didn't know about asset managers, risk-free rate, where the basic.
Wait, I don't know about asset managers? What are you talking about?
When we were talking about Charles Schwab and Merrill Lynch, others, you were saying that it wasn't free.
So, I mean, no, I didn't. Why would I know about what a platform does with their advisors? I've never been a Charles Schwab financial advisor.
Because all platforms, all major platforms do this.
All the major platforms do it. That's like all of them do it.
Okay, but I mean, but you have to have $1 million, right? So is that basic?
Yes.
So why would I be familiar with what Charles Schwab does? I'm not.
Because all the platforms do it. I think.
But you guys,
you're in the industry, you would know.
right?
Downward pressure.
But you guys realize that there are independent firms that utilize them as custodians, and you're not actually like a Charles Schwab advisor.
Enterprise of tea in China. This is just basic knowledge of the field.
Oh, it's just the field in general.
Yes, the field you're in. You don't know the basics of the field you're in. Correct.
Advisors do is
Charles Schwab, JP Morgan, Merrill Lynch, on and on and on.
It's kind of proprietary to them, and are they advisory?
It's not proprietary.
So, well, that's why I was.
I know.
Well, that's why I was asking y'all. There's advisory firms that are overseen by the SEC, and then there's brokerage firms that are overseen by FINRA. Some of the brokerage firms, they have Series 7. Well, that's why I was asking. I'm not even
when I said Charles Schwab was free, you said it wasn't free.
Does this matter? Does this matter?
I mean, I told you I didn't know.
No, you said it wasn't free. You told us we didn't get financial.
No, but then I also tried to ask you what type of asset manager that you had, and you started yelling at me. You didn't want to answer the question.
It was a private client services.
But that doesn't tell me if it's brokerage or advisory. That's why I said
account.
Okay, so if it's a managed account, then it's an advisory account. And I was like, that's free? Because you're right.
How do you not know that?
Because, I mean, the competition is charging people. If lots of people could go get account management, but then again, you said the minimum was only $1 million. So,
what do you mean only? It's so funny. Earlier, you were talking about people who can't afford $400. Now it's only $1 million. You just be all over the place.
So you're talking about independent wealth management. So you know that they're independent advisors.
And then you can talk about
what are you talking about? So what I'm saying is that if most people knew that you could have $1 million and go to Charles Schwab and have an asset manager free, then don't you think that people would not use independent advisors and they would all go to Charles Schwab?
There's other reasons why they might go to other advisors.
I mean, if I could get my account managed for free, I wouldn't go to another advisor. I would go to Charles Schwab and get my account managed for free.
Maybe have better products.
Maybe they have better financial connections. Maybe they have access to deals that you want to have access to.
Yeah, what are you saying?
What's going on?
What do you mean access to what deals? Like what?
I mean, I could also go to Trader Joe's, but I go to Whole Foods.
Mickey,
Trader Joe's is cheaper. They both have bananas.
You do know that
What are you saying?
different firms have different levels of access into private deals. You know that, right?
You know that, Mickey.
Okay, but y'all are saying that I should know
proprietary products.
Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab. Are there proprietary products at certain firms, Mickey?
They have certain funds that you don't have to pay the fees on, yeah.
There you go. So maybe that's a reason to go to one and not over the other.
But you can technically still have access to those funds if you utilize Charles Schwab as a custodian.
Not necessarily.
Even if you're an independent advisor.
Not necessarily, Mickey, but there's certain Vanguard codes and mutual funds you can only get if you have money manager at Vanguard. What are we doing?
Mickey, what's going on?
So, do most people understand that when they get a financial advisor? Or
people with that kind of money that's going to take advantage of the services, absolutely. People shop around for wealth managers like they do anything else.
Or anybody who studied it in college.
Okay. So,
I don't know about the study in college, but maybe.
Alrighty.
I wasn't out another one.
No, it all makes sense. Risk-free. Yeah, everyone, you get a little, I suppose you get a little book that has what every firm does because it's just all not proprietary and you can just know what
You said it was free. You said no. So if you didn't know that, why didn't you just say, oh, I don't know? Why did you keep saying no?
No, because I would assume that it wasn't free. So yeah, manage assets.
That's not how they get paid by the
financial advisors.
The big boys in private wealth management and Goldman and such are making money on instruments that they're selling you, not necessarily on the fees, quote unquote, fixed fee that they're charging on assets managed.
But what?
For example, Charles Schwab, right? And it's free. They want me to take their ETFs. That's one way they can get paid. It's like, oh, bro, you want an ETF? We got better ETFs. Don't get DTI. Come get mine. They get fee off that. That's how they bring you in.
Yeah, this is, so they're just talking about the difference between brokerages and fiduciaries. Nikki, I think you're talking about RAs and fiduciaries. You're not talking about brokerages.
They can get the interest off. Now you're at the point of just the sarcasm thing, so I don't think we should answer.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Yeah, but I'm going to get confused.
The financial advisor gets paid the interest from a margin loan, and that's how they get commission?
It goes to...
She's trying with Samada. She's trying.
But what it is she called us dumb. She called us broke. She locked us for our little thinking caps.
You've been calling people dumb all day, Mega.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you literally were calling people dumb. You even called Lisa dumb the other day. You don't remember?
Yes. I was calling Manfinity dumb.
Okay, but you still call people dumb is what I'm pointing out.
But you've known less in the combo than us, so why would you call us dumb?
I didn't call y'all dumb. No, by your determination, you can call them dumb. But
right, so you called us dumb. I
didn't call y'all dumb.
You need to get educated.
Because I asked a simple equation, and I said, I didn't even know it was Kimberly Foster that was speaking. I was looking at the stage.
Anybody needs to be educated.
Because somebody said, aren't you a professional? When I just asked.
You've been wrong all day. Yes.
Aren't you a professional? I said, what was 10,000 out of $15 million? Wait, so, that's a math equation.
What's wrong there too, because that's not the only money you're saving.
But I didn't say that. I just said, what is $10,000?
You were mocking the idea of saving $1,000.
So now I was mocking the idea?
You're like, oh, it's only $10,000 for $15 million. That's not a bunch. Okay. You haven't even dealt with the capital gain yet.
But I asked him what the capital gains were. What is it? Wait, what capital gains have to do with that? You don't have to pay the capital. Yeah. That's what was determined.
Right, so it's more than just the 25 basis points. And you didn't know where the 25 basis points came from.
No, because I was
paying the 20. You said what? You saying, oh, you have to pay 25 basis points.
Right, Mega, you keep repeating yourself, which is unlike you. So, I literally said
I got a list of 30 things.
Oh, I'm glad I'm that important for you to keep note. Seriously, I wish my children paid as much attention to me as you people do, but that's okay. So, I've already said this before, but let me recap since you wanted to mention it again. I thought that he was talking about an asset managed account because the previous conversation had been about somebody managing the account. So 25 bips is literally how people speak when they're talking about managing accounts. It's rare that you hear an individual who just has a brokerage account go around talking about things like basis points. But that's just my perspective. And I've been wrong all night.
Because it was the basis points based off of the delta between the two.
Right, but most people don't go around talking about
that. That's why he was asking you to look at the
basis points.
You should
watch CNBC. Most people don't go around
all the time.
Most people don't watch CNBC and talk about
basis points. He was asking you, who's the professional.
Right, but I told him that a financial advisor would not be the person to give him advice on doing that. He could go to a bank to get that information.
But he was asking what you would do in our convo.
Yes, he asked me 50 million times, and when I was asking him additional questions,
of security-backed line of credit.
How was I mocking the use of security-backed line of credit?
Why are you not saying that? People don't use that.
Do you really want to recap the entire conversation now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't think that was a very good strategy. That's the thing.
Why?
I'm not reviewing this because there are a lot of options
options that person could take. So you think
the person shouldn't keep the hottest stock on Earth? They should sell
the hottest stock on Earth?
Yeah.
Stay invested.
It's only
so your advice is to sell 3% of the hottest stock on Earth that's on 1,500%.
I didn't give any advice to anyone because there was not. I said that would be a strategy. I said that would be an option. I said I would liquidate it if it were me. Yes, I did say that. It's only 3% of the portfolio.
It's going to be 100% stored in India.
100%.
It's only 3% of the portfolio. Like, for you to say that's insane when it's a $15 million portfolio worth of NVIDIA stock, it could be Apple, it could be IBM, whatever.
I'm saying it's insane because it's economically unoptimal.
To sell 3% of your portfolio is economically unoptimal. Do you know that there's even like, isn't that what retirees do to live off of their portfolios when they retire?
Talking about NVIDIA stock for 35 years, doesn't matter what are the taxes on selling it?
We don't know what the cost basis is.
Well, it's low because he got it in the beginning. It's been a 5-year run, so it's low. Well, if it's up 1,500%, professional, what would that be?
Do the math, please.
When you do the math, what you got?
Yes, because Mickey employees have granted equity at a fixed price vests over 4 to 5 years.
Right. So this person is worth $15 million. You don't even think that he could possibly retire if he's only making $200,000 a year as a base income?
Retire? What?
I mean, it's $15 million of NVIDIA stock. You guys can submit all of these scenarios. I just gave you another one.
But what does that have to do with whether or not you liquidate 3%?
I told you that I would just liquidate the 3% because it's only 3%. It's 3%. It's not.
That's irrational.
If y'all want to hold on to that $400,000, I don't use terms like free money, MAGA. I don't use terms like that because there's no such thing as free money. There's no such thing as free money.
For the record, it is free money.
Okay, it's free money.
Definitionally, it's free money.
I don't
so why would you sell $400,000?
Because
it's all in the home. Like, is it that?
Now you're conjecturing again.
It's not conjecturing, it's the question.
It's not conjecture, it's a video. $1 million. I just want to give up $400,000?
I mean, is $400,000 a lot to you if you're worth $15 million?
Yes.
3% is worth a lot to you? I mean, your car probably costs more than that, to be perfectly honest.
No, it doesn't. You're only making $200K.
Okay.
You don't have access to that.
But that's your net worth. You're worth $15 million.
So your car, but you can't afford the car because you haven't liquidated anything. You're only making $200,000. You have a Mercedes at best.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
So you don't think they could conceivably make more than that a year and have a $400,000 vehicle?
No.
$100?
No, they don't.
No,
they don't? Okay. I guess they don't.
I mean, some silly rappers might get it here.
Lamborghinis or Ferraris.
You think those are $400,000?
It's not that much, right?
So he's putting down $400,000 on a property. I guess we forgot to ask during the scenario, how much is the house that you're buying? Or the down payment is $400,000?
Let's say after the down payments, the house carrying costs are like $5K a month or $5.5K a month. So it's basically salary can cover the house payment, the mortgage, and probably the taxing sector. After he puts on the $400K. I'm not quite sure why this matters.
So he's putting down $400,000 and his expenses for the house are only going to be $5,000 a base salary. And this person works for NVIDIA and in 5 years have managed to accumulate a $15 million portfolio. So
they're paying him in stock.
Because they're paying equity.
So he didn't have a car. He was getting paid in equity, so he didn't have any other expenses or anything during this time. And he got the job when he was 30, from 35.
His expenses, all of his base salary, but he gets
So what's the additional outside of the base salary?
nothing else except for his equity in the company and his bonus.
This is a basic package in Silicon Valley, like your deck.
Okay,
This
so
is like a basic package.
So you know what kind of car he was going to drive based on it being Silicon Valley?
There's no like $400,000 cars out there unless they have some nigga that plays for the 49ers.
Okay, so he's getting a house that, how much is the value of the house again now? If he's putting down $400,000?
Let's say the house is I don't know the actual number, Scotty may know, but let's say the house is $1.7 million.
So the house is $1.7 million. He's only putting down $400,000, and he makes a base salary of $200,000 a year plus equity.
Yes, Nikki.
Scotty, what would his monthly payments be?
I mean, I don't know, on $1 million, 1.4, probably around six grand plus property taxes.
Okay, so in my ballpark. Okay, cool. $6 grand plus property taxes.
So he's making $200,000 a year in California, and now he has a house to write off. So he's probably taking home what, $125 or so, somewhere around there.
Sure.
Okay, so his take home is 125. So 6,000, a little over 6,000 of that is going to his mortgage, nothing else. So he's going to live off of $4,000.
Sure.
I mean, that sounds like a great scenario. Yeah, that's totally plausible. That makes sense.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic at all. That's what you're saying. This is the you're saying this is the scenario, and it's quite common. So I guess this is what they do in Silicon Valley with their risk averse rate. So 3% was his risk aversion rate, but he's got 100%.
Aversion rate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Risk. What did you call it again? The risk what rate? So we compared his risk rate to T-bills. Risk-free rate, but he's got 100% $15 million portfolio.
The T-bills, what does that mean?
That's what Mail said, the 3%.
No. That's just the benchmark in finance.
No, Mail said that was where the risk
I know it comes from that. It's not here. It's just a benchmark.
Okay.
Where you don't think you're going to fall underneath, and so that's how you calibrate your investments. These are
okay. So he's in one of the most aggressive sectors, which is tech, and he has 100% concentration in NVIDIA, and his benchmark is a treasury. Oh yeah, you're right, guys. Everybody does it that way. You're absolutely right.
Get your.
The risk-free rate is, that's fine.
The risk-free rate is the benchmark for every asset.
For every asset. It's not from person to person.
Every asset in the world.
Everything. Well, no, actually, you can have a different, different countries. You can calibrate anything else. You might be in the Middle East, you might have that's a discussion.
It's still some benchmark around risk-free. I mean, assets are priced based on incremental unit of risk in exchange for incremental unit of return. So before you can buy or price any asset in the world, you must first understand what the risk-free rate is, so you can actually price the asset. That's for every asset in the world.
So what is the risk-free rate for one share of NVIDIA?
It's the same as the risk-free rate for me walking upstairs and stubbing my toe.
The appropriate question is, what's the
risk premium offered by NVIDIA, which is the return that NVIDIA will give you relative to the risk-free return, given the variance in NVIDIA's return over a particular point of time.
In layman's
terms, basically, it just goes back to the point about the cost of capital, right? So the risk-free rate is the rate that you're paid to take no risk. And so that's why it's such a big deal if someone lends you money below the risk-free rate, because that means it's basically free money. That's essentially what it is, right? So you can actually take that money and put it in any asset,
and you'll make money on it. That's why when Snail asked the question 3 hours ago, it was a really easy answer, which is why he chose a number under the risk-free rate. That's why I said the risk-free rate is 3%, and the other one is 2.5 or whatever he said. What would you do? You do B because it's free money, because it's under the risk-free rate. Welcome to finance prerequisite for 101.
So alright. Well, I'm still stuck on why would you go to a financial advisor for that, but I get it. He just wanted to ask me the question about the risk-free rate. What was it, 3.5 and 2.5 is what you said? Yeah. Well, good luck with the house. Maybe
2.5 was the it.
I'm sorry that I have to confess I really wasn't ever paying attention to his submission, to be perfectly honest.
That's a lie.
Whatever the numbers. I mean, y'all couldn't tell that this has been.
You weren't paying attention, but you were asking him a series of questions like he had died and you would identify the body.
Those are standard questions to ask. I can rattle those off in my sleep, to be perfectly honest.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I'm really curious now. What were the percentages you gave? 2.5 and 3.5, something like that?
That's where the 25 basis points comes from, girl.
Oh, still the 25 basis points. Yay. So much money so much money. Yep.
No, it's under the risk-free rate. That's why it's free money.
I know, but it's a lot of free money, right? I mean, it's a lot of free money that he would be making.
Yes, it's 25 basis points per year on 50.
On like, you can get a 1-bedroom in the den in Palo Alto for that. Maybe 2 right across from Whole Foods on Emerson Street.
You can't get a two-bath condo for 1.4?
I don't think you can get 2 bath. Now you think you can get some right across from Whole Foods on Emerson Street?
That'll be a shit ton of money.
Yeah, you could do it for 1.4.
Wait, so it's down? So it's down?
It's down in that particular market right now for a bunch of.
Which means it is a good time for him to do this.
It's a really good time. You can get money, and you don't care about the mortgage rate right now, and you're willing to write it down over time as it starts to decrease. It's a great time to get in. So a lot of people who have the ability to get in right now are trying to get in because they think they're getting discounts, and they probably are.
I knew somebody that had bought a place on Emerson, maybe in this room now, and they used debt because they got a mortgage. And then when they sold it, the difference between what they owed on that mortgage and what they got was hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then they did it 2 more times.
Makes sense.
And that's how they became rich with one job.
Wait a minute. It's a culture.
This is very new to me.
You can use that, it turns out, in real estate, in fact, to make a lot of money, especially in an area like Silicon Valley.
What a concept.
And if you wait long enough, you'll even get some tax benefits, but only up to a certain point.
Which is another reason to buy right now, because the market's down a little bit, and because of Prop 13, your taxes don't go up. So if you can get in while prices are lower, because the mortgage rates are higher, you're going to and then you ride the rates down, you're going to basically save a ton of money in your taxes, because the taxes only can go up like 2% a year. So a lot of people do that.
You may even get in some equity. Oh my God.
Micah, can I say something, Micah?
Yeah, go ahead, do you think, bro?
Or what you can do, you can get a loan for $1.5 million, right? Buy gold bullions, send it to Africa, and say, fuck America, and live in a place like Tanzania, and smoke a cigar in your villa with a swimming pool. What about that?
You could
change your name. Yeah.
But if you're African, especially Somali, they won't give you the loan. You can't use bananas as collateral.
Trust me, they give us the loan.
You can't use banana trees as collateral.
We just say we Indian because we go soft there.
You know. Now you can try to mesmerize the loan officer with your forehead.
We say we Indian, bro. Trust me, we say Indian, bro. When we talk to the bank manager, we say we Indian.
But they know you're not Indian because you have nappy hair.
No, I don't. Trust me, I'm cool. No. How do you know?
Because you're on H1, you'll be out of here soon. You're on your way out, boy.
Yeah. And guess what?
We're going to send you home on a banana boat. At least you can get you on the way.
I'm gonna marry a white lady.
They know what skinny, lady, pirate-looking.
Well, guess what I'm gonna marry? I'm gonna marry one of my cousins in Minneapolis. How about that? You won't do nothing about it.
You didn't run for Congress because the one Somalian Congress married your brother.
Guess what? How about if I told you, right, there's a warehouse right now that's breeding like fucking hell. There's an army of Somalians underground, right?
What are they breeding?
They're breeding Somalis.
What are they breeding?
Right now,
big asses and
right now there's 400,000 Somalis underground waiting for their jobs.
Why are
waiting, bro?
Let me ask you a question. Why are Somali so valuable the scum of the earth
to take over America?
Oh, this is dumb.
Because goddamn it, this is ours. And you ain't gonna do nothing about it, boy.
It smells that you were doing good for us after all that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and you got thrown off when you heard deportation.
You ain't gonna do nothing. We have unfinished business with a wild money. You, boy, you need to stay away from us. Or you gonna down. You gonna go down with a wild boy.
It's not, why don't you go steal some Medicaid funds and
anyways, Micah, I wanna say, how's your day, bro?
It was risk-free.
That was a good one. That was a good one, man. Hey, listen, I love being in America, bro. Right now, I just wanna rob a bank.
No shit.
Get your free money.
Yeah, man, I'm surprised you guys didn't get the free money like for all these years, bro.
Sorry, have you ever been into a Long John Silver, the restaurants, in the shape of a boat? Do you get triggered and rob the place?
No, I actually get inspired. It kind of brings back memories of me and my uncle and ale, fishing. You know, one of the beautiful things about Somalia is the dolphins when they come up and say,
so what's it like being in America and all the fine Somali women end up with Black Americans and don't end up with skinny, forehead, nappy hair?
You know what?
Like you. How do you feel?
It's fine. But you know what's even better? Me dating African American women, and I lie to them and say, since you're dating me, you dating a prince. And they fall for it. Like they fall for themselves being Native American Indians. But you ain't Native American with that nappy hair.
That's the caliber of woman you're dating?
Hey, listen, bro. Hey, this is America, bro. It's America. You could be whatever you want to be. I went to Atlanta last week, right? I drove by Atlanta. I saw
any chicks?
A 6'8" guy who was a woman. And he was in there.
Did you fuck him?
No. He said,
"Nigga, who you looking at? Who you looking at, nigga?" Did he make you suck his dick?
No, I ran away from that. I ran away from that. That's a HIV epidemic. You know, that's South Africa, brother. I go Atlanta, South Africa.
Okay, this is
So you were in Atlanta and you ran up on a 6'8" trans woman.
Yeah, with a dress on.
Bro, you talked to her?
Nah, bro, I was in my car. He was just walking around, and he looked at me. We glanced at each other, and he said, "What the fuck are you looking at?" I'm like, "Bro, I had to, bro. I didn't know what he was, bro. Bro, I never seen. It was like a unicorn, bro. She black, transvestite. I've never seen it before, bro. I had to back on your thing. When she fucked you in the ass, did she come in your ass? You gay nigga, man. I knew you was gay, man. I knew you're the one that's doing that, bro. You just got to say something, bro. I knew you brought up a man who's 60. Nah, smack you in the ass. I never said that, though. I never said rock you in the ass. Bro, what you mean lock eyes in Atlanta mean, bro? I never said fuck you in the ass. That's what locking eyes in Atlanta means, sir. No, bro. I'm just telling you the situation, bro. Why when I said that you laughed oh so delightfully? It like tickled your fancy. Or you turned up. No, the way you said it was funny, but did you suck the trans woman's balls? Oh, no, you disgust me, boy. Shut the fuck up. This is why Michael Max, man, is rolling this. And this is why you think you control. I'm not the one. Shut the fuck up. You're not fun. The white man's gonna have his time with you, boy. Enough. The white man's gonna have his time with you, boy. That's a dumb accent. Take your ass. You gonna be back in the bus when I'm on Somali, man. You gonna be back in the bus. You gonna go swear won't, man. Swear won't. I know you send home $400 a month to Somalia and it feeds and houses your entire family. No, it actually doesn't. Be quiet, bro. It actually doesn't. These guys got laptops or Apple. Just be quiet back on, man. Hold on, Mickey. You're saying that's not financial advising?
No, that's not a financial advisor.
What is it, Mickey?
No, I'm reading it. So it says that I'm reading it. It says you get a consultant. So what this is saying, and I'm yes, I've heard about this. Private client services. Everybody has a term for it in different branches. Like Goldman Sachs is a really great program. If anybody ever wins the lottery that's 50 million liquid or above, they'll even like fly you somewhere and do like a family office meeting. So this says, priority service for priority clients. As a highly valued client, you receive the support of your private wealth services team with seasoned professionals and fast response times. Reach out to your team for all of your needs, including general and tax-efficient trading strategies from licensed trading specialists and answers to questions related to Schwab trading platforms, service requests like opening new accounts, account updates, and completing wires and money transfers. Based on your goals, your team can also refer you to additional licensed professionals experienced in financial planning, managed products, and retirement planning. So this is not a financial advisor. I think this is a great offering, of course, because this is not a financial advisor. So this is not a managed account. If you still have to call them and ask them for information on trading information, but you're still calling them to get the information. This one says, can Schwab client receive Schwab Private Wealth Services? You're automatically enrolled in Schwab Private Wealth Services if you have $10 million in qualifying household accounts. If someone was to manage your account, you're still going to have a separate managed account fee. So they're absolutely going to have something additional because that's what it depends if they're like what's called a typical. Well, no, I'm saying that there's two. There's an advisor, which is like a registered investment advisory. Those individuals that manage your assets based on like a negotiated fee. So depending on how much assets you have under management, they may charge you. That's where you hear like that 1% of people saying, I don't want to pay the advisor 1%. There are brokers that will literally charge you per transaction.
Let her finish.
Well, FINRA.
To the ordinary black man, when he doesn't have money in his bank account, very easy.
So to what Jordy says, so FINRA actually administers the license. I can answer multiple questions at once because I choose to. So Mickey, the SEC, FINRA is actually under SEC. I just read it. I'm literally on that page.
What's your page say?
Welcome to Schwab Private Wealth Services.
Okay, keep reading. As a private Schwab client, you receive access to a dedicated financial consultant who can help manage various aspects of your financial life and connect you to all Schwab has to offer. Personalization on your terms with a clear view of who you are and the future you want. You consult me if you choose the right level of advice. Oh, right. Financial advice. Maybe.
Yeah, but you're coming to them for financial advice.
Investing needs. Your consultant also agreed to a personal financial plan or maintain and adapt your plan as goals evolve. And then if you keep clicking, you see over 1 million, you get a personal financial advisor. White glove service, Mickey.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at this right now. I'm even looking at the one for over $10 million. So it even says you get access to dedicated estate and equity compensation specialist. By the way, that would be who would be the best person to ask that never-ending question that Mayo was asking, because they specifically deal with that. It says trusted third-party professional. So yeah, they have Schwab's core wealth management topics, investment planning, retirement planning, banking and credit management, education, family support, risk management and insurance, estate planning, tax planning. Then at the bottom here, it says certain services may be provided by fee-based, affiliated, and third-party firms. Schwab does not provide specific, Schwab does not provide specific individualized legal or tax advice. Please consult a qualified legal or tax advisor where such advice is necessary or appropriate. That's what I'm saying, Magda. I'm not even trying to
We didn't say about legal. Well, so you're saying financial advisors provide legal
I'm reading this from Schwab. Yes.
No. But you're saying that what you read is not a financial advisor. It is.
No, I'm telling you that that's not if they have that disclaimer about tax advice, because CFPs and financial planners absolutely do give tax advice. That's what I'm saying. A Series 65 can give you tax advice. There's not a disclosure on that, because that's. I'm telling you the difference. I'm not even, this is beyond the clubhouse conversation. I think this is a great thing and will suffice for a lot of people, but it even says that it might have to refer you to third-party people. I'm saying for a financial advisor, if they are like an advisory person, they're not going to have to refer you out for this information. That's what I'm saying. So
financial advisors do not generally provide tax advice. That's untrue. They will provide you with some strategies, but they do not provide you tax advice.
Yeah, there might be tax planning, but they tell you explicitly in documents for more details, go see a tax professional or go see a lawyer.
Yeah, for more details. But what I'm saying is, like, boutique management firms, literally, you can even have a tax firm within the brokerage is what I'm saying. So yes, when you're talking about tax harvesting, that is tax advice. When you're talking about capital gains and which stocks to sell in order to not pay gains, that is considered tax advice. The reason that Schwab has that particular disclosure is that they're not going to make recommendations to you. They're going to give you information. You may consider it semantics, but for compliance, I can tell exactly what that means, because that is tax advice. Looking at your tax lots and making a determination of which tax lots to sell, or to do FIFO, which is first in, first out, or LIFO, that is considered tax advice. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get a
somebody who is a financial planner who also has the, by the way, check with your tax professional, accountant, or lawyer.
Yeah, FIFO would be considered tax advice. It's about taxation and about which assets are sold. Yes,
but this is
considered tax advice.
She is a financial planner who is also saying, legally, I am not a tax professional.
She's a CFP?
Yes.
And she thinks, so she doesn't run tax projections or anything?
No, we do guidance. What is it called? Minimizing the liability. That's what we do. But beyond that, no.
So she gives guidance about minimizing the tax liability, but she's not.
So it's Joe Schwab.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Yes.
So has she ever made a recommendation for a client to do estate planning or to put certain assets into certain trust accounts?
It's general, but with regard to the details of the documents, you need to go somewhere else.
Right. So is she aware of firms where they actually do all of that in-house?
I honestly don't know. I'm honestly talking about myself. I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
It's okay.
The CFP that I use, and there is a disclaimer at the bottom of all emails that says, by the way, I'm not an attorney. This is not legal advice, and you need to go see a trusted tax preparer beyond the guidance that I offer.
Explain how FIFO was tax advice.
Because you're making a determination of what shares that are going to be sold and in what order. So at some brokerage firms, it's like a standard, right? Like there's a default that they have at a firm level. But sometimes, like for the shares, like which you would put it into place, like for a big account with like a large concentration of stock, you may not want to do the standard. So when you open up your new account paperwork, sometimes firms will tell you this is the standard, this is a default. But sometimes some people will say, well, you know, what does this mean or whatever? So you're going to go into particular detail about it. Yeah. So I mean, it's literally about this.
You didn't mention taxes at all.
Yeah, because it all has to do with tax laws. So yeah, what is considered tax advice, right? So I have a quick example. I know y'all are trolling, but I mean, I was having fun. I was trolling. I'm sorry. No, I really was trolling. I do apologize. So let me give you an example. So if someone will still use this guy with NVIDIA. So if he says, you know what, I want to donate, I have to pay capital gains. What you do is you make a determination of the, let's play a game just real quick. If we're going to give them, I'm not trolling, it's a real question. Would we give the lowest cost basis shares, right? Meaning, MAGA gave the example that, Mr. You can't answer. But yes, it would be the lowest. So let's just say MAGA gave the example that NVIDIA was purchased at $170. It is now worth, let's just say $1,000 a share. So let's just say that client bought it in tranches, right? Because dollar cost averaging, MAGA talked about this the other day. All big portfolios do dollar cost averaging, by the way. Nobody just invests a $15 million portfolio or whatever. So let's just say that it was 170, then it was 190, and they didn't just, you know, get it all through RSUs, whatever. So we're going to gift the lowest cost basis that we can that's worth $1 million, right? We're going to pick a high day in the market because when you gift shares, you take the opening price and you take the closing price and you do the addition, you divide it by 2, and what that in the middle is what's going to be attributed to that client for the value of those shares. Now, if you didn't know that and you didn't give tax advice, but you didn't tell that client that, he could probably come and sue you through your errors and omissions insurance because you made him incur capital gains by just saying blindly, if you had FIFO or LIFO on that account, just liquidate $1 million. So does that an example? That would be an example of utilizing tax strategy and working with a professional that understood to ask questions versus just saying, okay, we're going to liquidate the $1 million and send it over to LSU. As opposed to, we're going to gift these shares in totality, and now we're getting this low basis out of your name, so you're not paying these capital gains, but we are also going to pop the shares over in kind via a method called DTC, and we're going to send them over there, and then you're going to have that as a gift. So does that make sense?
How can you dollar cost average RSUs?
Well, maybe not RSUs necessarily, but I'm saying like just with the, because I'm confusing, there's RSUs, there's other kinds of options. To be perfectly honest, this is where you need the tax professional, because I get super confused with the equity compensation. It comes in a lot of different ways. It comes in a lot of different accounts, because oil and gas people are notorious for this too. Pretty much any corporation where you have super high net worth income people, they always give shares or additional things. There is one oil and gas company that's in Texas that literally holds an entire other company that doesn't have any sort of value outside of being a component of the main corporation, that they give shares to their favorite executives at the end of the year. But like, you can't go and buy it on the open stock market. It's completely a private company, but it has its own sustained value, and it's purely for the purpose of gifting their favorite employees. So, but anyway, that's an example. So that's what I mean about, even if you don't engage in tax strategy, certain professionals, if you're dealing with certain kinds of clients, you better know what the fuck you're doing, because that client, had you just liquidated those shares, he could have come back and sued the shit out of you, because now you're making him incur a capital gain point.
I'll underscore, I'm a brokey. But I have seen
trust advisors can literally sign off on trust accounts and tax accounts for clients. So you are incurring tax liability. Like, you are the trustee, so you're making all of those decisions. So like I said, it just depends. Yeah, but no, it's a great designation because that's like a designation that's like at a family office. So you're giving financial advice, like you do tax loss harvesting at the end of the year, like, you know, so yeah, a lot of financial advisors. Now this is Series 65 because that's the only securities license that you're allowed to charge clients for financial planning and tax planning. Not Blue Sky Law, yeah. Oh, you're real old school, Robert, with mentioned blue. You know, that was like my first job at a brokerage firm is to comply the Blue Sky laws, and I had to update the notebooks. Mm-hmm. But anywho, so yeah, I was trolling. I do apologize. I was earlier, but no, this is. I actually think that this is super important because a lot of people do not engage in tax mitigation. So, I mean, yes, that is correct. You better know what you're doing. Basically, you better know what you're doing to advise the client not to do what they think they'll just tell you, I just want $1 million, but then you have to ask questions to make a determination. Well, what do you want this $1 million for? Are you going to gift it to somebody? Are you buying a business? Are you giving it to a mistress? Like whatever. Because if you don't know how to properly advise that client, they could come back and sue the shit out of you because you didn't ask any questions. You just executed it like you were a trader or something. Trader, not traitor. Not like Donald Trump called Marjorie Taylor.
Where's Mac at?
I said the best advice for understanding taxes to understand is that taxes is for individuals or low-income families who gain once a year. So if you gain, then you have to utilize the tax forms. Like one way to understand your rights when it comes to taxes is understanding the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which is under the taxpayeradvocate.gov. So that's like the best advice you can actually utilize. There's more than 1,000 tax forms that a lot of people don't come across too much. You know, a lot of people don't like to read. You know what I'm saying? They don't go to the IRS website and actually read all the tax forms and all the codes, the USC codes and the CFR codes. You know, they're unaware of this information, but understanding the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is going to give you the proper information that you should know about taxes.
I don't know shit about taxes. Shout out to y'all, the tax experts. I appreciate y'all. That just ain't my thing. But I appreciate y'all. I really do. And thank you for having us up to date on shit. You gotta have a knack for that shit. My brain don't even process it.
I would like to ask my elder, Go. Are you familiar with Michelle? But I'm teaching it to my students this semester.
Why?
Because I thought it would be a great way to introduce them to Black feminism and let them get that idea. But what I want to ask you, Big Go, did you like the book when you read it? Like the first time you read it? Because I'm reading it for the second time. And man, I'm having some problems with it.
Oh my God, Gildas, if you want to flirt, just go to the back channels. Like, I will respond to that.
Flirting, no, I'm not flirting.
I can be brief. I'll be brief.
Yeah. What do you think about it?
I feel like it'll be very dated now, but it was fun. Yeah, it's old. It came out 25 years ago.
1978.
50 years ago. Excuse me, 50 years ago. My bad.
But, I mean, do you think it's, like, useful for people to... Because she gives the breakdown of the Black Panther movement, the Black Power movement. She really breaks it down. Is it not useful anymore? Or as an entree into Black feminism, she's doing her job? What do you think about that? Like,
it's of the moment. It's
very 70s.
Yeah.
You wouldn't use it if you were teaching like an English 101?
No, I would if I taught English, which I don't, because I don't teach. I'm a clubhouse media month. But if I did, I would teach Hawthorne. I would teach Hawthorne, Washington Irving, John Donne, and John Milton.
Oh, but if I did that, they would say that I was a coon. You know,
if you worry about what a bunch of 18-year-olds calling you a coon, I'm like, you did that.
No, I'm talking about the administration where I teach. They would say I was a coon.
They should call you a coon, and you can sue them for racial bias. You should teach it so they call you a coon so you can say
like, come on. Like, is it useful to at least get the students to hear about it? Because I didn't get it at Howard. Like, no teacher, no professor at Howard taught me or read from Michelle Wallace. I picked it up on my own. But now I'm trying to be like, okay, now I'll show you her ideas. You don't like her ideas, or what do you think about her? Like,
dated.
Honestly.
I am being honest. It was written 50 years ago. It's very dated.
It's dated.
So if you don't like a history, you do something before her and after her, contemporary, maybe. But you get this contextualized late 70s, bro. That's all. I think everything is good. I think everything is good. But yeah, I don't teach. I don't. If I taught, I wouldn't teach like stuff.
Introductory English literature, what would be the 2 or 3 books you'd put on the slate?
Teach some Paradise Lost. Middlemarch.
Go back to the white man. You wouldn't give him anything from the black woman.
What's wrong with nothing?
Because he is a white.
Dickens. There's some black women you can teach. I don't know, bro.
Phyllis Wheatley.
Wheatley would be really good, yeah.
I always teach Wheatley.
Are you drinking, Gildas?
In downtown Los Angeles.
Did he die?
Oh wow, America is not safe place.
Murder.
I am so sorry. Gildas, this is Mickey. I'm so sorry that happened.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He was like the little cousin.
I'm so sorry, Gildas.
Well,
another person was happening?
Morning.
Did another person?
What did you say, Gil?
Did another person, or was it random?
It was random.
Wow.
It's on NBC4 if you look it up. Like, my little cousin, my little bro, I passed him a book of Nietzsche when he was 16, and he got into philosophy, and we talked every day. But for various reasons, he was stabbed in the chest last week. And I hate Los Angeles. I hate this city.
Los Angeles is sleepy angel, right? God,
it should be. But what I really want to talk about is, and Kimberly, you're here?
I am here.
Yeah, she's there trying to look all slim in the picture.
Whoa.
You look good, bro.
No.
I know you got a man and all that, but I'm just saying you look good.
Let me go ahead and turn down the volume.
Well, I'm not trying to flirt, but what I'm trying to say is I read that book with my students, and they all love it. They're like, God damn, we didn't know, like, literature could talk like this. They really love the Michelle Wallace. And I know you were saying back in the maybe 3 months ago, like they were gonna love it, and they are loving it.
I think as an 18 or 19-year-old, like baby feminist, not reading it as literature, but just, as the polemic that it is, yes, I found it to be very invigorating. I found it to be it captured, the feeling, the spirit of like,
But, I disagree with her, but I just wanted the students to understand that, like, a woman could write that intellectually and make them think. So it did the job.
I'm sorry to hear about your cousin Bill. That's terrible. Super sad.
you have anybody to chat with, Goldus?
I'll be happy to argue back and forth with you for old time's sake.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. My cousin was stabbed on 6th and Wilshire, and this is why I hate LA. I would never want to live there. I would never want to be raising my kids there. When I met Amiri Baraka at Howard University, he asked me as he was going to sign the book, "Where are you from, young black man?" And I said, "I was from LA." And he said, "Oh, that's a terrible place to be from." And he was right. As much as I hate his politics, his nonsensical Marxism, he was right about that. The same thing that took my little cousin out is the same thing that took out Nipsey Hussle. LA is a horrible place to be from. Don't you send your kids here. Send them to Seattle. Don't send them to LA.
I'm sorry, Goldus.
It's okay. I appreciate that, but, I'll make do. But, what are you guys talking about tonight? What's the flavor of, conversation?
I do have another Black Macho thought, because I've been thinking about this.
Let's go.
So you know how there's this accusation that flies around on Clubhouse and elsewhere that Black feminists from the beginning just blindly just followed the white women, and offered no meaningful critique of white women's participation or the benefit from white supremacy or the racist way that they interacted with Black women and white women. And I'm just thinking of all of the counters to that. And Black Macho was one of the first things that comes to mind because she very explicitly calls them out.
Well, it's in the book, it's very difficult to get at what her final idea is, but what she wants is for Black women to own themselves and be themselves and advocate for themselves. And I hate that because I believe in what Martin Luther King said, that at the end of the day, if we can fix this, we shouldn't be thinking about race. But Michelle Wallace is no, every race has gotten their thing. White women have gotten it. Black men have gotten it in the Black Power movement. But Black women have never gotten their just due. And we need our just due. And she was young.
Right, this is the Combahee River Collective time, right? We're getting, the theorization of identity politics, right?
So I won't hold it against her entirely. Is his name Ralph Ellison? Go.
Yes.
Go, are you there? Come on, Go. You're supposed to be there. But she condemns Ralph Ellison. She's he only wrote one book, and he's condemned to. And I'm okay, now here you are writing one book. And will that condemn you? So I love the book.
She's really young, right? She's only 20.
She is the best explainer of the Black Power movement for us bougie Negroes. She is the best. And I think she was Haitian.
But I think she's a bougie Negro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She is. She's a Haitian bougie Negro. And there's a lot about that. But boy, oh boy, I would never have said the things she said.
I mean, on the gossip, we don't have to go to the gossip side, but this is when she was dating, like, Cornel West, right? You know? That's what the girls say.
No, I think that was Lamani, what is her name? Lamani Perry was dating Cornel West.
Wait, no, I would say no. I don't know. Hey, I'm not in that at all. I'm talking about Michelle Wallace.
Michelle Wallace, no. Lamani Perry was dating Cornel West. And you know they say he's broke now. Because he never paid for his speaking fees.
What does that mean? He's
who got cast on? Somebody cast on me.
Yeah, what does broke mean? I mean, I read this
when you're in debt to the IRS. When you owe to the IRS, then you're making. You make $200 a year, but you owe $700,000 to the IRS.
You didn't have to talk over him like that. You could have
I was just telling you what it was, nigga.
I ain't asked the fucking question. Don't get mad at me, nigga.
I'm not mad at you. I'm telling you the truth.
I didn't ask the question though, but
the truth.
I think Wobble was the one that asked the question. I didn't, yeah. So
yeah, I asked the question. Yeah, pardon me. Sorry about your loss, man. I don't know you like that, but yeah, Cornel West. Yeah, I enjoyed some of his books.
Do you believe his ideas? He's a democratic socialist like Mom Donnie. Do you believe in that? Do you believe that's what's gonna make America?
Well, I believe in his, and I always pronounce this word incorrectly. Pronounce the word?
Nihilism.
To be quite honest with you, and the other day I had mentioned individuals that shaped a lot of the way, like I would admire great writers and great speakers. I didn't have them on that list, but I think I would prefer his reading over hearing him speak. Probably, I would say that. But he's the way he used to break things down, frame his arguments, crazy. It's great the way he used to break things down, frame his arguments, crazy. It's a great orator. Yeah, I'm just adding to my list, y'all. Pardon me. Belafonte speak. Like those dudes like him, it was the other Belafonte speak. Like those dudes like him, it was the other cat. They called me Mr. Tibbs. What's his name? That actor? What's the brother's name? Remember the cop slapped him and he slapped him back? What the hell is his name, y'all?
Everything on this app, it's actually extremely flattering to be honest. Everything on this app, it's actually extremely flattering to be honest. But anyway.
Okay, thank you, sis. Sidney Poitier, and I'll tell you 3 men that I hold as I get older. There are three men in particular whose grace and just, like I'm like, damn man, like I want to age like them. It's Julius Erving. Spend time with him. Julius spent time with him. Julius Erving, Sidney Poitier, and Harry Belafonte. I look at these gentlemen and how they aged and what they meant to our culture and all of that. Yeah, they definitely good OGs for me. So, anyway,
this. Y'all feel free to add y'all this. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kimberly. I'll be understood one day. I promise you, Kimberly. I think some people really understand me.
No, they don't think you worked on Wall Street, Robert. But I do think that what most people envision, most people envision a financial advisor is like Boiler Room or the whatever those movies are.
Yeah, hey, look, man. You know what's so funny? I'm gonna tell you what's so funny, right? I literally worked my way up, and let me tell you something, man. I remember as a young man, like I gotta think, I started when I was like 19 years old, literally working my way up the ladder. And I remember there was a time where I used to keep track of the overnight effective fund rates. So when trades would take place, this is so interesting, Nikki. I remember having this big ass ledger, green ledger, and at the end of the night, I would have to take the failed dollars and we would put them in an overnight fund. So for you guys that don't know what failed dollars is, when two brokerage firms do business and the trade doesn't settle, that money has to be, accounted for and put in overnight funds. And so the effective fund rate, I think that shit was like 13% back then. Hold on, let me tell you what's so I'm gonna let it shine. So anyway, but it was so interesting. I think about that big ass ledger and just like having to handwrite those numbers into that big ledger back then. But when you learn that way, when you come up that way, and I just think on this particular app and having certain conversations, I don't need to display the girth of my, that experience and all of that, because it's like you're speaking to an audience that they don't get it. So yeah, I'm stressing myself out, man. But I don't care what people believe. I mean, my shit is well documented. So hey, it's all good. I really don't care what people think. I really don't give a fuck what people think. It don't matter to me. I've always been my own man. I've always stood on mine. And you can say a lot of things about me, but what you can't say is that I'm a coward. You can't say I'm a punk. You can't say I didn't operate with integrity. You can't say I was a bad father. There's a lot of things you just can't say, and I'm good by that. Like I'm good. If I don't wake up tomorrow, I've lived quite a cool life, man. I mean that shit. Like I got a legacy. I got grandsons. I got granddaughter. Like I did this shit, and it's still going, and it's still, we still here. So I don't really care what people say, because the people that matter, that's cool. Some cool shit. So yeah, some come on here for digital clout. Some people want some ego shit. People got different objectives and whatnot. But I enjoy engaging with humans, learning about humans, and seeing what their experiences are. And I just add that to my toolbox. And so I'm good over here.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm super flattered that y'all think that I know everything. Wealth management is not corporate finance, nor is it private equity. But y'all just hear finance and you think that encompasses one umbrella. There is no risk profile with a financial advisor managing your assets. And I was actually in compliance and licensing, and I worked at a broker-dealer before. So, anywho.
We know all the shit. We know Manny Hanny.
Sweetheart, I've been cocky.
We know all that shit. We know all of that shit. Like
that don't have anything to do with me being cocky, sir. I've been cocky since day one on this app. That has nothing to do with what I know, by the way. That just has to do with me being me. I couldn't know shit and still be cocky, so whatever. It was a hypothetical.
DTC.
Wait, but
don't talk to them. Talk to me.
No. It's all right. I get it, because all of these rich people that I'm the only one that's put up
so much damn cash before and shit. So yeah, I'll hear it when I see it. Yeah, everybody's doing better. Sure. No, I'm glad that y'all think that I don't know shit, because I put this in the chat. Maybe people stop asking me for money now. Like, yeah, spread the word. Nikita know what the fuck she's talking about. Absolutely, I don't know shit. So I don't know nothing, so stop asking me for money. I'm broke. I'm uneducated. I'm not a good professional. I don't know the basics. Yeah, spread the word. Nikki, I'm broke. I don't know shit. So I don't know a goddamn thing. Yeah, but I'm sorry. That scenario is still so crazy to me. I was like, Lord Jesus, at least make the scenario make some sort of sense. But I'm glad it was a good exercise. People were Googling all kinds of stuff. If you can get people to look for confirmation of what you're saying when 99 times out of 10, when I'm just randomly running my mouth on this app, I think that that's a win, because now people know what your risk rate is. So they were literally dealing in corporate finance, which is great. And people were looking at Charles Schwab as a financial advisor or a platform, which is awesome sauce. So, I mean, if you want to say I took an L, Don, that's perfectly fine. But sweetie, I get paid for financial advice, so never mistake somebody just demanding a question from me and me not answering according to Clubhouse lore. I'm straight, sweetheart, but I'm glad if I took an L from Clubhouse, then, you know, that's good. I mean, this is Clubhouse, right? But, and then the little cowards that were back channeling me and sending me messages, I see y'all. But no, I think the room has just been contentious today for some reason. Maybe like Mercury is in retrograde or something. I don't know. But it's all in good fun. Everybody gets to be in the hot seat at once. Is Gilda still here?
Thomason, Red, Thomason, Lufkin, Red, Pershing. Man.
Oh, you work for DLJ?
Yeah, DLJ and Mutual Fund Desk.
Okay, this is how old I am. I remember when it was the NAS and all this money, and they had to study for the securities license to be an OSJ. That was brutal. We did securities training because it had the best. Here you come, neoliberal shill. We did Securities Training Corporation because it had the best way for people to study. I'm so old in the industry that
so you know pink sheets,
I know the pink sheets. I worked with people that remember when they had to do the trade tickets with the, what is that, like that paper that has a carbon copy underneath, the 3 plies, yes.
Shit, that shit had more than, that shit was 1, 2, that shit was like 5 plies.
Yes.
The settlement date, the maturity date, on the left side was the dollar amount.
I'm not that old, Robert, but I remember.
I'm saying, I was saying, I was young, I was a kid learning this shit, like, so, you know, I got my shit, like, you know, very young, like, you know, I'm coming from the streets of Brooklyn. And so just growing up as a 5%er and studying OTC, somebody call OTC? Yeah, over the counter, yeah. And so just like from studying the training our minds, I was in the room earlier and they was talking about like, oh yeah, dudes didn't have no programs back in the day, jam, no. I'm like, nah, we actually were studying, reading, and we used to study, read, get fly, talk to girls, and play basketball, and practice how to fight and shit like that. Like, that's the Brooklyn that I know. And so those skills, those were transferable skills once I got an opportunity to start working on, in that industry. All that shit was just real transferable skills. And writing, that was always a gift. That was really, really the foundation to most of the opportunities that I had, was the ability to put words on paper and convey thoughts, and that is paramount. But yeah, good shit.
Yeah, sure. The pink sheets were not like sheets you sleep on.
They were
in Georgia, yeah, it was pink paper, so yeah, it was referred to as the pink sheets. So like back in the day, you couldn't look stuff up. I don't know if y'all told it or not, but they had, remember also the, what was that called? Oh man, because I hated this. It was the, what do you call that where the information comes in, like the stock is going to split, the stock is going to do this?
That was, I used to do proxy work, but that was, I forgot what they call them, little cards. You talking about the little cards? Yeah.
That was the most boring shit in the whole firm. I hated that. Because it would print off, and then you'd have to look and see, like, okay, who holds this asset, and then you'd have to notify their brokers, notify their advisors, and you had these damn DOS-looking screens to update the blue sky laws. I worked with a compliance advisor that literally used to quote blue sky law, like just the numbers and everything. But what we did, so one of the early departments I was in, remember when back in the days when you could offer that soft money to those advisors and some of those would be getting like $1 million to jump ship? I would have to stay there on the weekend, package all of those fucking FedExes to their new clients to do that letter. Hi, this is such and such. Please transfer such and such shares from this account to this account. Send it to like Franklin Templeton, MFS, all of that shit when those advisors would go from one firm to the next. I think that's pretty much illegal now.
Vanguard.
You can't even get
you had Vanguard, you had Fidelity, you had shit.
No, Jordy, not declarations. It was called, what the fuck are those things called?
Yeah.
It's like a name. It's on the tip of my tongue. There was this mean-ass white girl that was over it at the first firm that I worked. She was mean as shit. She never smiled. She was a crackhead. I just hated even going over there. What were they called? Not declarations. Gosh darn it. What are those things called, y'all? Where you get the information about the stock splits and all of that, and are you going to buy the shares? Are you going to sell them? Or is it going to be offered? It's a name for it. It was like this big ass dot matrix printer in the corner of the office.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue.
No, it's a certain. It's a name that it's called because those are. Like now you'll get it if you are in certain shares and stuff, like people get those emails but they never look at them. And it'll say like,
what was it, reorg?
Reorg, that was it, it was reorg, yes, oh thank you, that was it, reorg, I hated that shit, reorgs, that was the department, for the reorg department. Oh my god, that was some of the most boring shit you've ever done in your life, because you had to read through it. Most of the time, it wasn't even nothing. Like, nobody even acted on the shit. They never wanted to sell their shares or, blah, blah, blah. And, the reorg department.
I did warrant work. I used to like doing the proxy work.
I did not like warrants. Oh, you did all of that stuff. Oh, hell.
Yo, the proxy work was fun because even if you were working and you wanted to do a consultant work doing a proxy gig, you get in, you get your script, and then you have to call all the shareholders and convince them to vote. And that was pretty cool because you get into some interesting conversations with these clients. Like they were like in the middle of Utah, and you calling up, Bob and Susie. And you telling them to get out that little card that we mailed them, and you walk them through the process. That shit was pretty cool, man. Like this is like so what we talking about, it's just like you'd always pivot into different areas of finance and brokerage, front office, back office. And so when you obtain like this knowledge, it just prepares you for life. Like it gives you skills that just last you for the rest of your life. Like no matter what, technology could change, social media, whatever. The training that you get is invaluable. And the due diligence was crazy. Like the due diligence were Harry's being at Harry's on the corner, Delmonico, all that shit down there. The due diligence was crazy.
Oh, the due diligence. Yes. Oh my God. That's how I got such an affinity for like the Four Seasons and stuff because those wholesalers will come through and spend all their damn money at those state capitals. Oh wait, Robert. Somebody said she's a fraud. Ask her if she even knows how to review a POS.
What's a point of sales? What's a POS?
I don't know. I thought he meant piece of shit, but maybe not. What is that, Jackson? What's a POS? I'm just wondering how I'm a fraud. Like, have I ever tried to sell something to someone on Clubhouse? I get this a lot. So what? Nothing? She's the furthest from anyone with financial skills. Public offering statement. Oh. How do you review a public offering statement, Jackson? What do you look at? Is it a red herring?
Prospectus? What are you talking about? They used to have the red letter on the front, the red lettering in prospectus. The joints just have that warning on there. So
are you talking about that, Jackson? Huh? Oh, okay. Like, what type of asset are you talking about? It is Series 7 stuff, Jeremy, which is crazy. Oh, you review it for content. What kind of content are we reviewing it for, Jackson? Jordy, right. I definitely would not be reviewing IPOs. Very few retail clients can participate in IPOs. But go ahead, Jackson. Look, you know what, Jordy? Are you my friend? Because you know your shit, bro. I like you.
IPOs were, it's part of the due diligence because the IPO in a firm, if you're working at an investment bank and you bring somebody to market, the due diligence was like the last process where the investors would get together with their potential clients.
Oh, your piece. You're not on mute. I'm sorry.
That shit sounds soulful. Who is that?
Somebody got rid of her. I didn't.
Oh yeah, but that was fun. Like them dudes, because I was a young cat, just being in the room around all that money and hearing how the deals were put together, and people were putting their bids for certain shares before they hit the market. That was some cool ass shit. I mean, I was rocking Brooks Brothers, and I was the suits I was wearing. Brooks Brothers and another brand called Hart Schaffner and Marks. And it was a store on Wall Street on Broadway called
they sell that in Dillard's. I like that brand. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm still trolling. So yeah, most retail clients are not investing in IPOs. That's brokerage, just FYI, Jackson. And you can buy IPOs through your money manager. So anybody who uses the term money manager, I'm sorry, that doesn't sound right to me. Didn't have any idea where the public offering statement is frightening. Did you ask me where the public offering statement is? You buy into IPOs through your money manager. Your money manager, that is not an approved terminology to call someone with a Series 7 or a Series 6. And I know this because someone who's licensed, you never see financial advisor on their business card. Did y'all know that the SEC actually regulates what you can even call yourself? So if somebody's calling themselves a money manager or a wealth manager, you might want to run. Because,
money managers are cats that handle large sums of money. Like, that's my definition of a money manager. Like, they're running an entire fund.
They're not dealing with money managers. Exactly. This man said, look, he can buy into IPOs through his money manager. Then why do you need a money manager if you're buying into IPOs, boo-boo? The fuck? You'll just be coming up here saying weird shit. Really, I use Goldman. I buy through the retail department. My manager in wealth management. What country are you from? Did you bring your weird ass up here just to troll me?
Goldman Sachs at 80 Broad Street, Goldman Sachs? Like, what year?
I can assure you I am not this important, whoever you are, you weird ass.
You remember your broker numbers? Merrill Lynch was 161. I used to know all of them by heart.
Remember the cage?
Yeah, absolutely, the cage. Yeah. That's where the vault was. That's where all the securities were. Yeah, when they came up through the dumbwaiter. I started at the dumbwaiter. Yeah, I was worked in the cage.
I'm not saying I worked at Saks. If I worked at Saks, do you think I would be running my mouth like a fucking fool on this goddamn app if I worked at Goldman Sachs? Have y'all lost y'all ever living goddamn mind? Shit. You think I would risk my good white people job to be acting a damn fool? I said I had personal accounts at Goldman, you weirdos. Oh, I'm sorry, Jordy. I'm not cussing at you.
Goldman Sachs. They were like, their interviews were like, they would interview 3 people at a time. I interviewed with them. I tried to get into Goldman Sachs. That was treacherous interviews. They would sit you in a room and there'd be 3 people just shooting questions at you.
He is a low end, doesn't understand the clients can buy through their wealth management team IPOs. Goldman offers them all the time. Why would clients want to buy IPOs when most of the time the bigger clients already have allocations per whatever their investment goals are?
What did you do to Jackson? What happened with y'all?
I have no idea what I did to Jackson. I didn't say that you couldn't buy IPOs. Like, I didn't say that. I said that most retail clients cannot. This is what I said, and this is true. But most retail clients don't have enough assets. That's what I'm saying. Most people are not looking to buy the hot new stock, because if you want to know the truth, and Robert will tell you this, those stocks typically dip. So who goes out and buys it right when it IPOs anyway? Oh, congratulations, F. If you made the 3rd round interview, that's pretty good.
Oh,
Jordy knows balls. He's talking about the retail market and the secondary market. That's right.
Yeah, nah, I know F,
Well, Jackson, get back to me when you can buy pre-IPO. So do you have enough assets to do that?
I'm impressed, F. I'm impressed. The 3rd round at Goldman Sachs says a lot. That shit was torturous.
So Jackson, come up on stage. How am I fraud? Because I don't know what a POS is when I would literally think it means point of sale. But go ahead.
I thought it was point of sales.
I thought it was point of sale. I just thought it was piece of shit.
That's a retail. I mean, that's in the retail space. I mean, like clothing retail space, POS. I'm like, the POS is point of sales to me. 35 transfers. You ever did that? You ever did that?
Jordy knows. Jordy knows.
Yeah.
Not 135, but 1035. 1035.
Yeah, I forgot to thank you.
Oh, the annuities? Oh, for sure. F is saying he's in New York City tomorrow and Thursday. Y'all should grab a cup. Y'all should.
Oh, word, F, man. Definitely. What's tomorrow? I have a class, I think, at 2. I'm gonna hit you in the back channel. I'll be in Midtown tomorrow near Bryant Park. You should pull up Bryant Park, man. It's laid out. So yeah, it's nice. They got an ice skating rink out there. It's a good experience. So I'm sending you my info.
Jordy, were you trying to help me earlier when everybody was like, Mickey, just buy out. Mickey, you don't know anything. Mickey, just answer the question. Mickey. Oh, Jesus Christ. I know enough about private equity to know that it's like enough to get in trouble. I know about subscription agreements. I know about triple net leasing, stuff like that. I know about
I don't know about that. Yeah. Never dealt with that.
Well, that's when so they'll put it into one of those funds, and what they'll do is they'll focus on like something random like CVS's. So what they'll say is that CVS is a brand, does not want to be a landlord, right? So they don't want to actually own their property. They prefer to sell that property to a fund, and then the fund will lease it back to them because they don't actually want to be the owners of that property. So it's like triple net leasing.
Oh yeah.
So they acquire the property, but they'll put it inside of like private equity, and then you do have to be an accredited investor, or like what a lot of private offices will invest in, Robert. They do a lot of real estate for tax mitigation, which was driving me crazy, by the way, y'all. Even in my trolling, I was trying to bring it back to tax mitigation. The way we were dismissing the tax implications of a pretend $15 million NVIDIA concentrated portfolio was driving me crazy.
I'm sorry. F, so if you're going to be 59th and 53rd and 9th, Columbus, we can meet at Columbus. The Circle if you want. They got I forgot the name of that restaurant everybody tries to get into. But yeah, you should definitely stop by there. And if you're shopping, I suggest you go there and go check out that J. Crew. Go check out J. Crew. They got some exclusive gear in that particular one. If you're on 59th and 9th Avenue, 53rd and 9th Avenue, strongly suggest you stick your head in there. Pause. I shouldn't have to say pause, but that just sound kind of weird.
I'm still trolling Jackson, so I'm a fraud because your ass is buying weird ass IPOs. Get the fuck out of here. Crackhead.
Symbolic. I don't know nothing about no real estate. F is in New York.
Yeah, that should be pretty cool. And a red herring, y'all, literally it details like the price, because if you were really a big boy investor, Jackson, you would get the red herring because you wouldn't give a shit about the price. You would be ready to invest. Okay, I'm done, y'all. This has been fun, but I really will start to troll.
What did y'all do?
You know how they just like to certain things. There's in my industry. First of all, I've been in my industry for close to 30 years. I've had to work with all different types of clients, all different types of entities. I've been at a broker dealer. I've been at a clearing firm.
All night, my dick's been hard watching this motherfucker shit.
Oh, shit. The devil is a lie. So, yes, I will say when I don't know something, but I've literally worked with all sorts of firms. I've worked with banks, but I mean, corporate finance is corporate finance. I don't need to say that I don't know corporate finance because there shouldn't be an expectation that I do. It's corporate finance. So I was trolling. Why would anybody expect me to know corporate finance and investment banking? Do you know how specific? Do you know if I was an investment banker, my ass would not be on Clubhouse right now? Like, do you know how much money investment bankers make money? Do you know how much people make in corporate finance? Why the fuck would I be on this app if I was in any of those sectors? So I thought it was funny that y'all would expect me to literally know corporate finance and private investment banking. Seriously. Yes, Jackson, I am not asking to manage anyone's asset, by the way. Have I asked anyone to allow me to manage their assets, sir? Because I don't know who you are, but apparently you pay a lot of attention to me, so I don't know which person's burner you are, but I'm very flattered that you focus so much on me, sweetheart. That's adorable, because I literally don't know who the fuck you are. Yes, I have been off for an entire year, actually a little bit over a year, sustaining myself for whatever reason and however reason. So, yeah. Jackson is apparently a trader. Oh, wait, I have to read. I'm sorry. Not how it works at all. So you don't know what a red herring is, which means you've never been presented with one. Gotcha. Retail clients get an allocation of prices the day before. He must be charging you a shitload of money to make those trades in a Goldman Sachs account. I'm just saying, boo. You might as well just go get a Fidelity retail account if you're just going to be trading. Just FYI. And I don't know a lot of high net worth clients that literally need to engage in IPO trading, but hey, what do I know? But anyway, Jackson, since you're so consumed with me, why don't you come up on stage? Should I at least know? Jordy, there are a few high net worth clients on Clubhouse, actually.
Well, what kind of trade is he? What does he trade?
I don't know, child. He keeps saying he makes money on the pop. I have no idea what that means. I'll make money on the pop. Lord Jesus.
Jordy is funny.
I have seen somebody's personal portfolio, I cannot say who, that has a combination of crypto and assets. I never would have believed it, but they had about $100 million in their account. That was a combination of probably about 60% crypto and 40%. But yeah, I was FaceTiming with them and they logged in and they showed me.
Not and it was more about, I tend to fuss at people about estate planning. Of course, he won't go on stage. Okay, he said, let's see, bought Reddit when it went public through an allocation from Goldman. Also bought Facebook as an allocation from Goldman, which they gave the retail clients. Oh, the shit. He doesn't understand he's not directly participating in the IPO, and I don't even feel like explaining it.
I'm sorry, what is this?
But mister, I blame you for engaging in this foolishness, sir. It's basically free money. Where is compliance? You never say that to a client. You're not even allowed to say that to a client.
Jordy is a man, a guy, or a girl? He's a dude.
I actually bought Facebook post-IPO because one of the things with being in a firm, like, you can't buy anything that clients are buying because they have to get the best price offering. So, yeah. I've been in the industry for forever.
When did Facebook come out? What was it, like $8? What was Facebook when it first came out? Why is it $80? $8? Or what did they?
It was a pretty good price. You know what else I bought, y'all?
I don't remember the number 8 for some reason when I'm thinking about Facebook.
I don't remember. It was a minute ago. You know what else I bought, and I'm ashamed to say this? I bought Zynga. Remember Zynga, ZYNGA, also IPO'd around the same time as Facebook? I was addicted to, what was that, Animal Farm? Remember those damn games that we were playing on Facebook? And I thought that shit would take off. Man, that company ain't do a goddamn thing. Some people have losers. I also worked with somebody that did the IPO for Netflix, and he ended up selling it. I remember this guy telling us to buy Tesla when it first came out. It was this really, really young guy in the office, and he was like, you should get Tesla. And we were like, man, Tesla ain't gonna do shit. Farmville. Thank you, Kubu. It was Farmville. I still remember that shit to this day. I bought Zynga. And I'll be goddamn, that company went to hell.
Jordy said registered broker deal. Okay. I heard that term in a long time. Okay. So you can participate in IPOs if you're an employee at a registered broker deal.
Which is why I had to wait to buy it, Jordy. Yeah, I remember that. And that's when it was super, super strict. Series 7. Now a lot of those firms have given up their Series 7 and they're becoming advisory firms because those traditional brokerages give up their fees. Like those firms like AIG and, you used to have those big ass firms back in the day that would take a huge percentage of your assets. Of your commissions.
The commission days.
Follow the money. When you mentioned DOJ, yes.
In Jersey City, and I had a townhouse up in Jersey City near Dixon Mills, which was an old pencil factory. I used to walk to work. That townhouse was dope. And shout out to Jersey City. Lived in that complex. Queen Latifah was over there. What's her boy's name? What's his name? Sincere. It was a whole little crew of us over there. What's her name? The architect she did Essence magazine. I can't remember. Beautiful sister.
Susan Taylor?
No, not Susan Taylor. No, I'm talking about the architect. I forgot her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Architect interior design. She was nice. Stone, I think, was her last name.
Jane Weber. Yeah. I knew somebody. I worked with a colleague that had and Merrill. In the Galleria, there's this Merrill Lynch office that probably works with some of the wealthiest people in Texas. They do. Damn, their assistants make like $250,000, $300,000. Like,
I can't believe you said that. He said Payne Weber, yeah, that's right, Payne Weber. Right when they transitioned, it got taken over by UBS, and that was odd at the time because UBS is a conservative situation. Payne Weber's like the old school.
I know people that worked at Lehman Brothers. I know people that worked at
I dated a girl that ran their reorg desk, Denise Stennett. She was like the only black girl. She was bad as fuck too. Like short.
Jersey City as well. Shout out to Denise Stennett. I don't know whatever happened to her. She was so pretty.
No, there were never a lot of black people that were in these firms. I'm trying to think of the one that was like that's the one. Oh, Salomon Brothers. I know people that work with Salomon
Brothers. Oh,
that's the one.
Yeah. Wow. They went down with the house. When did they
career that you don't burn bridges because you will literally keep running into these people or somebody knows somebody that worked with somebody or somebody or whatever.
Team Witter. I've taken us back with Team Witter.
We know the shit.
Team Witter. Yeah, no.
Well, I'm real too on your IRA, so you had to get a wet signature every time the client went to take money. That was a pain in the ass. I'm also old enough to remember. Let me see. When did they make all of these changes? Yeah, it usually is. I will never buy an IPO on IPO. Look at that damn SPAC for Donald Trump. I guess that's good for traders. But I'm like, yeah, long term. That's probably my biggest regret. That I did not buy Bank of America when it went down in 2008 and forward. Because all of the polls were down.
That's when I started Bank of America Trust Company at 40 Broad Street. That's where I started.
Bank of America had a trust company? I didn't know that.
Yes, I handled it. I worked in their clearance side. Not on the banking side, on the brokerage and clearance side. I had Batney, BAT, and across the street they had one. So I was at 40 Broad Street, then across the street, 41 Broad Street. I forgot what offices that they had there, but yeah. And that's when I got my first credit card. Was there. Yeah. They had a beautiful compensation package. The benefits were awesome. Shout out to Bank of America Trust Company. Batney. They used to call them Batney. B-A-T-A. B-A-T. That's where it all started. Right next to the New York Stock Exchange.
Jordan, if you're talking about business stuff, you're already out of my realm. I just sit there and look at,
This is crazy.
Managing big portfolios is always easier than managing little portfolios. No, you're fine. I'm just saying I got IPOs, but like in terms of people getting them, but that's actually a pretty good question. But you're talking about the market makers and stuff, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, those people. I don't mess with them people, child. Some of the guys at the office, like some of those Bloomberg terminals, which, man, there was a guy that was on Chatter that was a CFA, and he had a Bloomberg terminal at home, and I was like, oh my God, and everybody was like, what are you talking about? It's just a laptop. I was like, that's not just a fucking laptop.
Not at all.
That's a fucking Bloomberg terminal.
Not at all. Yeah, they got them in the library now. They have at the New York Public. On Midtown, in the big library.
Holy shit! Okay,
and they're modern now. Them shits is laid out, and you can only be on there like they got a limited amount of time.
That is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
okay, we don't have no goddamn Bloomberg terminal. We do have a podcast. There are podcast rooms now but this what they would do is like I remember there was this guy, I can't even remember shit, right? And he would sell it a little bit at a time. I don't know how the guy even got it. He was like an insider, or he had fronted the money. There were so many of those people, like maybe within the last 5 years, that were taking money to to front these companies that were like doing data mining for Bitcoin and stuff. That seemed to be like a new thing. So when he would sell his shares, since he was pretty much one of the only people he had such a large majority of the shares because I think he'd been like the original owner of the company or some shit. So with whatever software they had, those guys, the analysts in the office, they were all young, they were all smart as shit. They would literally spreadsheet it out, and they would do it in tranches, like over a couple of days, the trades to get the optimal amount. Now, I didn't understand none of that shit. That's not me. That's not my thing. If you ask me anything about trading, no. But they were so strategic with like when to do the buys, or when to do the sells or whatever. I always admired that shit because that's like
arbitrage. It was
shit. I was like, man, those boys were cold. They were good as fuck. I don't want to do none of that shit. Don't ask me about it. I don't know nothing.
Yeah, them dudes was really, they was doing all that technical shit. Like those quants. I remember one time, quants coming out of schools. Them quants was nasty. They created some very interesting instruments. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those boys were cold. There was a French guy.
His quants was crazy. Like
that firm that I was hired. He would also look at foreign stocks because he was either Vietnamese or German or some shit, French, something. But he would, that they would have the investment meetings and everybody would listen in, even though for most of us it was like, but you had to be able to intelligently communicate to a client, like, this is the direction this portfolio is going, da-da-da-da-da.
Quants ain't really talk to no customers. They was just like setting up the instrument.
Yeah, just the back end.
Because you can't have a conversation with a quant.
But every once in a while, you would have it was usually some old ass man. They used to run like some company that was technical as shit, and they would always just bring them out to talk to the head, the chief investment officer, and oh boy, they used to love that shit because they never really got to talk to clients or anybody. But some of those guys, like, if you used to run a fucking oil and gas company and you were a CEO, like you liked a lot of that shit. So sometimes they even give like their information on like which technically is insider trading, which of course we couldn't buy any of those stocks for those clients if we worked with like pretty much anybody in the C-suite level, or that was an insider that had to fill out whatever that goddamn form was with the IRS that you had to file before you sold their shares. We couldn't hold any of those companies, which kind of sucked because they were some pretty good ass companies back in the day. But you know them now, couldn't own them back then. Yeah. The good old days. Nope, they don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah. I've always wanted to hook.
From like Vienna, Jordy. Jordy, can you come up so I can hear? Where are you from, Jordy? Just to say hello.
Yeah, I always wanted to like. I wish I could have got mentored by a quant because these guys are really, really sharp with formulas. These guys are just like they could create all kinds for shit like that, putting together formulas. Besides, the other bullshit. But yeah, he was really good in arithmetic and math and shit. Yeah, he was a jackass, but he had a talent, and that got him a lot of money, and he was able to get in certain rooms. He mastered it. And then he went dark, and then he was able to frame people. But yeah.
The way that he, was, he just had an affinity for young girls, which was kind of gross.
Oh yeah, that weird shit, yeah. But he was able to make them dudes a lot of money, so they protected him. And remember, he didn't even have his credentials and shit, and they put him in charge of trading desk and all of that.
Oh yeah, dirty, but I'm getting sleepy. That was a lot. Jordy, it's called MJ the Musical. Oh my God, it's so good. My bestie had tears in her eyes. Like, it was this whole room full of people singing. Well, I won't tell you what song they were singing, but it was so good. That was probably one of the best performances that I've ever seen. The guy that's playing Michael Jackson is just insane. Like, he's just so good. I can even tell you where I still have my ticket. It's the Neil Simon Theater, which is also kind of cool that it's the Neil Simon Theater. So you have to see it. I'm literally wearing a t-shirt that I thought I bought for my sister to give her for Christmas, but then I was like, I really like these t-shirts myself. So, oh wow. Telling somebody congrats. So yeah. Well, that's cool, Jordy. Oh, do you know the person that played Joe Jackson? They played Joe Jackson very well to where we all hated them in the end. Like, it was really good. The person that plays Michael Jackson is very good. It was just really good. It was actually based on a story that a Black woman wrote, and it was so good that I thought that she had actually written like a book or autobiography or something, or something, not autobiography, sorry. But yeah, MJ the musical is outstanding. Also, if you're a Harry Potter fan, you have to see Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. That was amazing. Death Becomes Her was good, but we didn't get to see Michelle Williams. She wasn't performing that day, but her stand-in was still excellent. But yeah, that was MJ the musical was probably one of my favorite Broadway experiences. We went to New York for the weekend and we saw 3 shows. Me and my bestie. It was like a girls' weekend. So, and Robert gave me the recommendation to go to Italy. Thank you, Robert, for that.
Hold on. Let me tell you about Italy. You can go from shopping. I go in there they got these special noodles. What's the spaghetti with the hole in the middle? Whatever. They make the pasta right in front of you. They make the mozzarella right in front of you. The vegetables. It's a whole experience. It was started by I think 6 world-renowned chefs. And so Italy is a whole experience. It really is. 40-40. Yeah, they got one down near the Oculus. Yes.
Yeah, which was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you gotta go to Italy. You gotta hit up Italy.
And then also, we stayed in the financial district, so it was cool seeing Wall Street and and oh my gosh, the 9/11 memorial for the World Trade Center. That was very sobering to see all of those names. That was kind of very sobering for sure. It's a powerful memorial, to be perfectly honest.
And it's nothing like when you look at TV. I was there on 9/11 when the towers fell. I was still working at UBS, but the office was in Jersey City, and I was going to to catch the PATH train in the World Trade Center. When the South Tower got hit at 9:03, I think 9:03 a.m. Anyway, but yeah.
And that shit was a lie, bro. The Jews did it. There was no fucking 9/11. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know who that is that spoke, but I know this. I watched those buildings fall with my eyes.
Yeah, it was a fucking hoax, bro.
Okay, no, I don't have the ability to move people to the audience, so I have to move you.
Yeah, I don't know about the hoax.
Y'all living a lot.
I know this. This I know. Like what was seen on TV versus the carnage and torn metal and all that shit. The TV didn't even capture it.
When you see that big empty space and you think because it didn't really hit me until after I left the memorial, but then when we were coming back from just being in that area, I think we were in that H&M where the Italy is, and then we were walking back to the hotel.
That's right.
Yes, so we passed in front of there was a building that had these beautiful purple Christmas trees. So we were Robert, whatever your background is, I don't know about the Asian porn. That's okay.
No, I was watching Lucifer on Netflix. Okay.
Oh, okay, on Netflix. So we went in, and there was these people that, they just had the Christmas trees in the front, this big building, and we went in on the ground floor, and so we're like, oh, let's take some, and then we immediately looked to the right. It was all these people that looked like they were Somalians or something, aliens just looking at us what are y'all doing?
So it was the Somalis who did 9/11? That's the narrative?
No. So we kept walking.
People look like Somali. Nah, this is crazy.
We kept walking towards the tree. Movies to the room, if you don't watch.
Alright, send me to Miami.
All right, well,
Shamali did not do 9/11.
your wish is my command. That's not what I said. Oh, I'm sorry. They were like, why are you here? And then I was like, oh shit. So why were we in the World Trade Center, Robert? So I was like, fuck. So when we walked out, my friend was like, they're so mean. And I said, oh my God, girl, that's the World Trade Center. And then we were in front of the building, and it's like I looked at the World Trade Center, and then I looked at the hole, and then I was like, oh shit, the fucking Twin Towers. It didn't hit Robert. It didn't hit me. Yes, until that moment, and it was like, oh my God, yes, like that was y'all, and I like kind of teared up a little bit because that was the World Trade Center. Like I remember, I'm still tearing up right now. I remember watching that in the office with the people jumping, and I was like, oh shit, like this was the Twin Tower, like this is where the Twin Tower was. So it was so surreal because it's like I did not make the connection. Even seeing the names on it, it's really a beautiful memorial, y'all. It's a very beautiful memorial. I did not make that connection. So then my friend's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yes, I'm okay. But that was the other tower. And I was like, oh shit, that was the other. So no wonder they were looking at us like, why are you here? I said, because we could have, they probably get a lot of cuckoos that run in there, you know what I'm saying, and try to do something like, oh, this is the other person that was just on stage. So anywho, expect to be very emotional when you see it, because it's also to the left of it is like the little chapel, right? The little chapel that's up there on like the little walkway thingamajiggy. So it's just a very moving experience, y'all. It's just so many names to honor those people. So yeah. Shout out to New York City, beautiful, beautiful city. It was cold as shit. But shout out to.
So you was here recently?
Yeah, when I asked you for the recommendation, I was literally there. So I came on Clubhouse, I got the recommendation, and we went to Italy.
Oh, you did go. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did. That's where I know the Oculus, right? Because we were walking around the Oculus and
the H&M, the H&M. Yeah,
yes.
21. Yeah.
So my bestie is in a sorority and she's over the pledges this year. One of the things I noticed is that y'all have winter clothes for sale. So like in Houston, you don't find that level of winter clothes for sale because it just doesn't get this damn cold here. So she found all kind of white shoes. She actually ended up buying white shoes at the Macy's that we went to in Times Square. So she loved it. She was like,
you went to Macy's on 34th Street. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, we went to Macy's on 34th Street.
Yeah, we was right next to each other, right?
Yeah, I didn't even think about it because we had like such a little script. She had everything planned, and then I ended up staying in bed. So I was like, it's cold. So where we stayed at the Marriott downtown, the courtyard or the Marriott downtown. In the financial district, like literally right next to the Oculus and everything. We can see what's the green lady? The green lady.
Statue of Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty. We can see.
I'm gonna tell y'all, this was crazy. You can see the whole World Trade Center. It was bananas, and we had the big windows. Oh my goodness, man! It just brought back such a memory. Wow.
Yeah, it just made me so sad. Like, it was just crazy. Like, I just stopped in my tracks and I was like, oh my God, this is the World Trade Center, like the Twin Towers. Yeah. But that's a very beautiful section of the city, I'll say. Just walking around. And the city is super cool, I will say. I'm a little bit of a country girl. I need my space, but I get it. For those people that love that, they probably really love it.
Yeah, man, I'm New York just ain't the same anymore. I mean, I love the city. I'm a city guy, but I don't know. It's just different now. You know, that fabric is, it's just that era will never be repeated. So, and a lot of those buildings down there where you were are now residential, and like back in the days, those were businesses. Now they've been converted into residential. It's just wow. I used to go to meetings in this building. Now people live here in luxury apartments.
flood zone.
Oh yeah. It's 1 o'clock trolling. It's 1 minute. I'm tired.
It's 2 o'clock. Yeah, man. I definitely can't go to sleep, but I'm gonna try to watch this Netflix thing and catch up on I didn't watch my shows, my news, my Face the Nation. What else? What else I watch on Fareed? All that stuff I recorded, so I'll probably watch that.
And I'm watching A Different World. I'm almost at the end.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna watch the Diddy. And then one of my favorite movies is on Netflix called Face Off.
Yo, that just came out, Face Off, or is that the old Face Off?
No, it's the old one, but it just came on Netflix. So, it was advertised on Netflix, so I was like, that was such a cool movie with Nicolas Cage.
With the guns, right? That's the ones where you put
the
guns.
I won't tell you what it is if you haven't seen it in a while, because that's part of the secret.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a cool ass movie.
Yeah, Face Off.
Yeah, it's a very cool old movie, but so one day I'm gonna watch that.
It was nice chatting up with y'all. Shout out to the group. But
thank you, Robert. And I appreciate you. You're such a good sport at the time. I don't know why that's such a, but yeah, I think it's weird.
Yeah, when I see you rumbling with these people, I just get, I get entertained. I get my popcorn out, so it's funny. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I stay in my lane.
It's okay. I'm happy for people to have a sense of, Mickey got owned. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm actually glad that people hang on to my words so much, apparently, but, it's all in good fun. I guess I hope it's all in good fun, but if not, don't in your relationships.
We chilling. Ain't even, yes. I'm complicated now, but anyway, yeah, so that's interesting.
Well, make sure you send her that good morning, beautiful text or whatever it is women like these days.
I mean, we talk when we talk. Like, she busy, I'm busy, but, grown folks shit.
But everybody still wants to know that somebody's thinking about. I remember before I go that I was dating. I was in my early 20s, and I hated when I would send a text and he'd be like, "Yo," or whatever, "Hey," and then I never heard from him. And then he explained that he was working or in school or playing basketball. So we came up with the thing where he would just send me an emoji to let me know that he was thinking about me. Or you can just send a blank text. You just press the space bar and it's a blank text. So like one day I got like 12 blank texts because
on iPhones, what do you do? What's this thing? Press
on my iPhone. Yeah. So you can send it. You can send a blank text that doesn't have anything attached to it.
So you press the space bar and then hit send.
Mhm.
And how is it seen on the other side?
Oh, it just comes across as a little bubble, like a dot. Like a little bubble. Like just a little bubble.
I'm going to try that right now. But go ahead, keep talking. I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah. So it was so cute, and it was like our little thing. So, yeah, whenever he was thinking about me, but he couldn't, because I was being a girl, and I was like, "Oh, you don't think about me, I don't hear from you." He was like, "Babe, I think about you all the time." I was like, "No, you don't." And he said, "Okay." He said, "I'm going to prove it to you." He said, "Every time I think about you, I'm going to send you a text." He said, "But just realize that I can't always respond back." And I said, "Okay, well, how do I know if you, have a break or something and you want me to talk?" He was like a manager somewhere or whatever. And then he said, "Okay, I'm just going to send you a blank text message just for you to know that I'm thinking about you, but I can't talk, but you popped in my head." And it was the sweetest thing. It was so cute. So I was like, "Oh, he's thinking about me." So maybe y'all could come up with something like that. It was really cute. Sharp, not you being nice. You're normally so mean to me. What is going on? I'm confused.
But anyway.
Yo, you should have never told me that. I'm having fun. I just sent out school already.
Who are you sending messages to at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know, whoever. I'm just like, yeah, this is so
cool. They don't know what that means. Now they're going to be like, bro, what?
No, it's all good. No, trust me, it's all good. Thank you so much. Who knows?
Isn't that a cute little thing, though?
Yeah.
You know, like, I can't have a conversation, but you cross my mind. Yeah, it was so cute. I think, I got like 14 texts one day. I knew why I was getting them, but still, it was very cute. It's a little thing.
Must be nice. I tell you, must be nice. Don't know why.
Yeah.
And like her little, the tiny thing, it just caught my eye. So I said, whose job?
Robert. How do men do this and you still have like...
I mean, y'all are funny. Y'all are funny.
You literally still have a girlfriend, but y'all will be like,
yeah. I said I'm dating. But let me see. That was it. I mean, hey, people stand out, they stand out. That's all. I have to give her props. I don't think she want to be bothered. She ain't got that too much. It seemed like she's low key and out the way, so you gotta respect that.
Did she go up on stage? I'm in the chat, just so I can know who to unfollow for talking too much shit in the chat.
Yeah, no, she ain't coming up. She might be asleep. She probably ain't even hearing what I'm saying. I love that song.
Brazilians.
Yo, man, this song, I ain't gonna lie, man. This shit right here.
I feel like that's the hardest shit Chris Brown put out.
This shit right here, man. God damn. I mean,
I can't agree with you too much because I don't.
Shit right there. So
he's still with Rihanna ass. We can't forget about that.
Oh no, I mean, he was 19. How was that? 19?
They said Rihanna started to fight. Do y'all think that's true, women?
Fuck yeah.
I said women.
Oh no, they was fighting. They got.
I said the women do. They started fighting.
Oh, talking to y'all lady.
I'm laughing at this guy going to birth for check, talking about.
No, I wasn't doing that to you, bro. It's just like, I want to see how females feel done. Were you laughing at what?
No, not you. I like to go back through the comments when I'm running my mouth online because I can't keep up with it.
Like this, y'all got down there 100 people in here.
Still? For real?
Yeah.
Look at the.
Nikki, you need to be doing radio. You got such a nice radio.
Why don't y'all be doing a podcast? Like, we need to do a podcast. Someone get paid off for us. You know what
I am going to do a podcast, actually.
I love talking to like bullshit, dog.
I'm on to
they work $40 million. They can't pay us to have a slap in the room. Come on, man.
Well, that's why.
Full with cameras?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me send you a thing. Who's on there? Who does really good rooms over there? Freddie is over there doing rooms. Tori is over there doing rooms.
What's the difference like between the big difference between this and that?
The big difference between this one and that one is that you can go live and have multiple people on stage on camera.
That's like, I didn't start no, I get what you're saying. I didn't start telling skills from Clubhouse. I did it from Yubo. You know what Yubo is?
No, what?
It's like this, but with cameras.
Okay, so the main difference is that you have to be like a pro subscriber on Chatter. So I did say
subscription on there.
No, you can't do subscription. So full disclosure, I am a minority investor in Chatter.
I'm like, damn, how much?
No, I'm sorry, I just do it by habit. I have to do financial disclosure because I'm like promoting it. So you can monetize immediately. So there's things called.
That's the link you just put inside to it?
Yep, that's my profile. So you can have like rocket chats, and you don't need a certain number of followers. So you can bring your people from 2 rows over there. Yubo. I'm sorry, Yubo. Can you put that link in there so I can?
Yubo. No, just go on the App Store and say Yubo. YEBO.
Okay. So on Chatter, like you can monetize, you can show links, you can share screens, you can have like watch parties. So you can do a bunch of cool stuff.
I'm saying, this is one of them athletic payers that like the room going good or.
Yes, they're gonna like start negotiating like a 90% payout from the creator as a person.
You said 90%? You sure?
Yeah,
90%?
90%.
And they just keep seeing the platform.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to engage their usership right now. Yes, I'm sure.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I'm gonna follow you. Like, yeah, if you go on there, like, Honey Shakur is on there. Honey Shakur. You know who Honey is?
I'm a male and I'm 26. You know, probably.
Wait, so are you on the dark side of the trenches or?
Where I'm from?
No, like on the app, like where are the rooms that you hang out?
In Yuba?
No, like you got 2,600 followers on Instagram. I'm sorry, on Clubhouse. Like, where do you hang out?
It's just like I be in the rooms where they be talking about like different topics, like men, women, and God. And, like I don't always be in drama. I come in certain rooms where they want to. I like to learn stuff from older people. Like when I be over here, when they have topics, they teach me something. Sometimes they act childish, but sometimes, most of the time, I learn stuff from them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, yeah, you will probably really like Chatter, because you can go, you can have the most people on stage, you can monetize, you can have subscriptions, like you can have a booty dancing contest or something.
No, I don't really worry about so much. I'm gonna get some money right now.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, just in case. So.
No, you know you gotta get the money first. They want a woman.
Well, there you go. But anywho, your audience over, you can interact with them. There's the chat. There's emojis in the chat. It's actually kind of cool. So just check it out. I like it.
I'm signing up for this thing you got right now, but it say first name listed over there. Okay, take that. Update it too. Like that.
Yeah, you might really like. It's an up and coming app, so yeah, it's kind of cool.
It just started.
It just went. It just got out of beta like a couple of months ago. So now it's available to anybody on the. It's available to anybody on the iTunes or Android.
I just made it.
Okay, cool.
Did you follow?
If you follow me, I'll follow you back. I don't see. Well, hold on. I don't see your profile just yet. Did you follow me?
That's what I'm saying. Like when I click the link, it just tells me sign up. When I click the link.
Oh, well, did you sign up?
Oh, there you go. I just followed you. You, Miki, Gabriel.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll follow you. Okay. There you go. Well, you have your name on there. Is that the name that you wanted? Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that, man. I'm going with Turskin. There's gonna be also that, but yeah, that's my name.
Okay.
Like you guys,
Okay, cool. Well, nice to meet you, Joshua. You can, there's not a lot of live rooms right now, but I can show you how to navigate. If you click on the house, like you see at the bottom.
You did not follow me back, though. What are you talking about?
I didn't follow you back. I didn't follow you back.
One follow.
That's me. I'm following you.
Oh, no, followers. Like, what do you mean? No, let's say following that means I'm following.
Yeah, it says you have one follower.
Let me come back.
Yeah. I'm following you. You're following me. So you have one
follower.
Right. In one group.
No,
you joined Chatter HQ. Yes, I did.
That was one-on-one.
It still say one-on-one. I'm your follower, and you're following me. So that's one.
What type of topics you be talking on there? I don't want to, even though I'm young, I just turned 27. Like, I want to get into the.
Come in here and have a goddamn. That should go. I mean, you can follow it. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is, like, I want to grow it. You know?
I talk about wealth management topics.
Yeah.
You can literally look at my house. If you look at my profile, like my house is called Miki Talks Money.
Oh, they got stuff under We Are Sports Talk.
Yeah, they got a bunch of rooms on here.
Chatter. I never.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. So you can join my house. What do they call it here? I don't know if they call it. Yeah.
Wait, it's the same thing. It's following you or joining your house is the same thing?
No, so joining my house is different. So my house, if you click on my profile, it says Miki Talks Money. So I do rooms about like pretty much just stuff going on, basic financial literacy.
I just joined out.
Yeah, don't ask me anything about corporate finance or
I ain't got no more questions. You know, too many questions. That's my nerves. I gotta go.
Oh, god dang. All right. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Look forward to seeing you on Chatter.
Likewise.
Cool. All right, y'all. Patty, you're back because I'm going to sleep. You know, during that argument, I did not eat. I'm just really mad at myself. But anyway, are you up, Patty, or are you going to sleep? Patty. All right, well, I'm going away, y'all. The room shouldn't shut down. I don't know if Patty's just away from her phone right now. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Please don't ask me any questions about corporate finance tomorrow. Okay? And no, I'm not aware of what all of the gazillion brokerage firms in the world are doing with their proprietary services.